Xiaoming, I order you to go back right now and pick the sacred vein flower fruit for me. That was the first thing I heard, not bird song, not angels, an order, delivered by a voice that hadn't finished growing yet, in the tone of someone who had never once been told no. I opened my eyes. Mountain peak. White clouds close enough to grab. A little girl in a white dress standing in front of me with her hands on her hips, 8 or 9 years old, red lips, white teeth, the kind of face that was clearly going to ruin men's lives in about a decade. She was furious. At me. 2 seconds earlier, I had been dying of brain cancer in a hospital bed with the best doctors in the country standing around me looking useful. So my first coherent thought in the afterlife was, how dare this child order me around? My second thought was that my hands were small. I looked down. Black bodysuit. Skinny arms. 8-year-old body attached to a 60-year-old sense of grievance. Great. Fantastic. I'd been reincarnated by a woman's nagging. Then the memories hit me like someone dumping a filing cabinet into my skull, and I found out exactly where I'd landed, and I actually started to smile. Because I knew this place. I'd read this place. Back in high school, I stayed up 3 nights straight reading a garbage web novel called Heavenly Profound Emperor, and I remembered it the way you remember your first cigarette, fondly and with mild shame. I was now inside it. Worse, I was the villain. Not a villain. The villain. Xiaoming, the great hatred demon lord. Born with the chaos demon god body, a physique so absurd the whole continent shook when he was born. Father one of the strongest men alive. Mother a sword goddess from beyond the sky. 3 sisters. A founding family with 1,000,000 years of history under it. And the single most miserable ending in the entire book. Family slaughtered. Fiancée in the arms of the hero. Everything he owned taken, one piece at a time, by people smiling at him while they did it. He went mad, fell into the demonic path, and got hunted across the continent by every sect that had ever eaten at his family's table. The readers loved him so much they gave him a nickname. They called him Great Injustice. I stood on that mountain with the wind in my face and thought, well, that's the first thing that's going to change. Xiaoming, I'm talking to you. The girl's voice went up a register. You made all that noise on purpose, didn't you? So the sect elders would come and you wouldn't have to help me. This was Shenli, my fiancée, betrothed to me since we were both smaller than a rice sack, and in my head, courtesy of the previous owner of this body, I had the whole miserable arrangement. 10 years ago, she fell in a lake. A useless kid from the Yi family fished her out. Ever since, she had been repaying that debt with my property, divine medicines, heavenly treasures, anything with my family's name on it. And any time I looked unhappy about it, she'd inform me that I had no compassion. The previous me had actually already stolen the fruit. He'd taken it out of the divine medicine field, which belonged to my father, hidden it in his shirt, and then lied and said he hadn't, because he thought that would be a fun way to tease her. That's the level we were operating at. That's the boy whose family got wiped out. I hate you, Shenli said. Don't ever come looking for me again. I looked up. I didn't do anything. I didn't say a word. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't move. I just looked at her, the way I used to look at men across a table when the negotiation was over and they hadn't noticed yet. Her face went white, all the color, all at once, like someone had pulled a plug. Somewhere up in the clouds, a patrol of sect disciples who had come running at the noise decided very quietly that they had urgent business elsewhere. Sacred vein flower fruit, I said. This it? I took the black box out of my shirt and opened it. A red fruit the size of half my fist, veined with patterns, breathing out spiritual energy so thick the mist around us bent toward it. The holy vein flower produces 3 fruits a century. Elders below the god tier aren't allowed to touch one. You get given a fruit for saving the sect, and even then you say thank you. Up in the clouds, somebody gasped and immediately tried to swallow it. Shenli's face went from white to red. You lied to me. You had it the whole time. I did. Then give it to me. No. Here's where the old Xiaoming would have apologized. He'd have handed it over, felt bad, and then lain awake that night wondering why she never looked at him the way she looked at Tang Lei. I said, "You little brat, you are ridiculous." She actually flinched. Nobody had ever spoken to her like that. My sect rules a territory 1,000,000 miles across, I said. Over 1,000,000 inner disciples, countless strong men who have bled for it. And you want me to hand a supreme divine medicine to a boy with no cultivation and no achievements because he pulled you out of a pond. He saved my life. Is your life worth that much? I asked. Are you? Then I turned my head slightly and said to the air, "Star servant, come out." Space folded. A young woman in a pale yellow servant's robe with a white veil over her face dropped to one knee in front of me. She was 10 years older than this body, an orphan my father took in, raised as a blade, and assigned to me before I could walk. In the original book, she was the only person in the world who stayed with Xiaoming to the end. She burned to the bone in a forbidden land, pulling Tang Lei out of a fire on Shen Li's orders and lost her face doing it. After that, they stopped using her name. They called her the ugly slave. She burned her own soul to tear open an escape route for the demon lord and got a sword through the head from Shen Li for it in the last second of her life. I picked up her hand and put the fruit in it. Young master, this servant. Cultivate hard, I said. You'll have a place at the top of this sect one day. She was shaking, actually shaking. And because she was a professional, she still managed to say, young master, this is a great crime. This servant would rather die than, right, because I'd stolen it. And she'd watched me do it. So I looked up at the empty sky where roughly 40 people were pretending not to exist, and I said, in the clear, carrying voice of a man giving a press statement, the holy son of this sect is entitled to 2 sacred vein flower fruits upon reaching adulthood. This one comes out of my share. Record it. Silence. Then, in the clouds, a lot of very quiet exhaling. I'd like to say that was compassion. It wasn't. It was accounting. My father was the deputy sect master. Every time the old me went stomping through the sect, stealing medicine for a girl who was giving it to another family's son, he was carving little slices off my father's authority, and my father was letting him because he loved his kid. A million years of family credibility, spent 200 wen at a time on a girl's guilt complex. I can fix a lot of things. I cannot fix a family that has already been laughed at. Up in the clouds, someone whispered, the little holy son is so generous. Someone else said he was a really good person. Sure, let's go with that. Then a soft, pleasant female voice said directly inside my skull, congratulations, host. You have changed the fate of Star Servant. Reward, 500 destiny points. Oh, right. I forgot to mention. About 30 seconds after I woke up, the same voice had introduced itself as the Super Plunder System, informed me that its entire purpose in existing was to help me take everything from the Chosen One and stand at the top of the world, handed me a starter pack, and then cheered for me, out loud, like a sports mom. Go, host, sons of luck? They're all trash in front of you. I'd been in this world for 4 minutes and something in my head was already yelling encouragement at me. Cool, very cool, love that for me. The starter pack was not a joke though, a cultivation scripture called the chaotic creation scripture, which switched itself on inside my body and made me 10% stronger before I finished reading the description. A talisman that grants 10 minutes of emperor level power, and 1 pill. I'd already eaten the pill. That was the noise Shen Li was so annoyed about. Here's the math on the noise. This body was at the 7th level of bone forging, 700,000 jin of power, which for an 8-year-old is already the kind of number that makes ancient monsters put down their tea. The pill took me straight through 3 levels to the peak of bone forging, 1.5 million jin. An ancient behemoth's cub tops out around 1 million. A true dragon hatchling isn't much better. So somewhere on this mountain, there was an 8-year-old who could arm wrestle a baby dragon, and the reason he'd made the whole peak shake was that his fiancée wanted a snack for her friend. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. The voice kept going. Apparently making Shen Li scared of me was worth points. Apparently making Tang Lei hate me was worth more. Shen Li snatched the box out of Star Servant's hand and kicked her in the back. Star Servant went down on the stone and stayed down because of who Shen Li was and who Star Servant was, and because she had spent her entire life learning to not react. I want you to understand that I have never in either of my lives hit a child. I slapped Shen Li off the mountain. She traveled about 100 meters through the air and took out a 3-meter boulder on the way down. The air stopped moving. Up in the clouds, 40 highly trained observers simultaneously realized they had witnessed something they were not qualified to survive knowing. Star Servant, I helped her up. Remember this, you are mine. From this day, apart from me, my father and my mother, nobody has the right to make you kneel. Nobody has the right to touch you. She looked at me like the sky had cracked. Shen Li crawled out of the rubble with half her face swollen and a split lip and screamed that I'd hit her for a servant and that she would never speak to me again as long as she lived. She still didn't understand what had happened. She thought this was a fight. You should be grateful, I said, walking over. I used 1%. Any more and your head would be somewhere down the mountain. Then I asked her the only question I actually cared about. Who told you the sacred vein flower fruit was ripe? Because that was the loose thread. Which day a supreme divine medicine ripens is one of the most closely guarded secrets in the sect. Fewer than 10 people know. The previous Xiaoming didn't know, and he lived on the mountain. A 9-year-old girl from a second-rate family knew. Somebody had put that information in her hand. She looked away too fast. I found out myself. I just wanted to repay Tang Lei for saving my... I stepped in front of her, not touching her, just close, and looking down, and letting her see what was actually behind my face. Who? Lanner told me. She heard herself say it and went rigid and started trying to take it back, and I was already somewhere else. Lanner, her personal maid. given to her as a birthday present when she turned 2, at a banquet, by the Ye family. The Ye family, who founded this sect alongside mine, whose current head, Joji, is my father's sworn brother, the two of them famous across the continent as the twin heroes, whose useless poisoned nephew Tang Lei just happened to be at the right lake at the right moment to fish a 2-year-old heiress out of the water 10 years ago, right before the Chu family's fortunes started their long quiet slide, and people wonder why I don't believe in coincidence. Interesting, I said. Very interesting. Then I told her what was going to happen, and I said it slowly, so the 40 people in the clouds could get it down accurately. For the sake of repaying a debt, you pushed your fiancé, the holy son of this sect, into stealing the sect's supreme divine medicine. That is a crime that gets whole families erased. Tang Lei leveraged a life debt to bleed the sect through me. That's worth 1,000 cuts. You are not fit to be the future mistress of the Chu family. You are not fit to be my fiancé. So you get 2 options. 1. I kill you personally, and then I erase the Liu family. 2. The Liu family personally hands over Tang Lei, and I might consider being generous. Then I walked down the mountain and left her sitting in the rubble, and the last thing anyone heard was me telling Star Servant to take the enforcement squad and arrest Lanner, and to be thorough about it. News of that conversation reached the far side of the sect before I reached the bottom of the mountain. Inside half an hour, Star Servant had kicked in the gate of the Liu family compound with sect enforcers at her back and taken Lanner out of it. Shortly after, the Ye family very publicly announced they had arrested Tang Lei themselves and assured my family that if the charges held, there would be no leniency. That was fast. That was much too fast. Joji had smelled it before the smoke reached him. Behind me, the system was still going. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the daughter of Luck Shenli, 2,000 points. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the son of Luck Tang Lei, 3,000 points. Congratulations, host. Shenli has developed a strong fear of you. 500 points. Congratulations, host. Tang Lei harbors a deep grudge against you. 1,000 points. 10,000 destiny points before lunch, most of it earned by hurting a little girl's feelings. I'd have felt worse if I hadn't read the book. Then the voice changed tone. System mission issued. The villain will no longer keep a low profile. As the future soul chosen one, the host should shine like a star and awe all the heavens. This is a continuous mission. First stage. Take first place in the bone forging ranking on the Hengtian board and suppress every prodigy of your realm. Now that was interesting timing because I was standing directly under the thing. At the sect gate, there's a golden rock a couple of 100 meters tall with 3 words carved into the top of it. Hengtian board. Every top sect on the continent has one. They're older than my sect is. They're older than most of the sects that built them. The board keeps 3 lists. The heavenly ranking is the strongest people alive on this continent. The earth ranking is the 99 most promising talents under 30. And the realm rankings are the per-realm records, which feed the other 2. Getting your name on that rock means being remembered forever. It's the highest honor this world has. I stood there and read it, the way you'd read a company's shareholder register. 96th on the heavenly ranking. Heavenly King Emperor Lord, Deputy Sect Master, held a top 3 spot on the earth ranking for 27 years. My father, 97th. Heavenly Hero Emperor, Sect Master, 27 years in the top 3. My father's sworn brother. They spent their entire youth trading places on that rock. 2 families, 1 sect, 1 list, generation after generation. Love and hate braided so tight you couldn't find the seam. 28th on the heavenly ranking. My mother. 1 line of description. No history. No achievements. Just the entry. Killed the desert demon lord of the heavenly demon forbidden land with a single sword strike. She walked in from outside the world, married my father, cut a demon lord in half on the way to the wedding, and parked herself 28 places above both of the men who run this sect. That's the whole biography. Then I read down. First on the earth ranking, a saintess of the Chihang Holy Sect. Condensed blood at 1, forged bone at 2, refined spirit at 4. I skipped her. She wasn't due to matter yet. 4th, Tang Han, son of the sect master. Also, in a detail the universe apparently found funny, the fiancé of my eldest sister. In the book, that man let my sister love him with everything she had, used her, and then killed her personally, and his reputation went up for it. People praised him for putting the sect above his own household. I looked at his name for a while, 5th on the bone forging ranking. Tang Hao, 12 years old, 9th level of bone forging, 500,000 jin, kills 10 ancient mammoths a minute. Tang Lei's older brother. The reason Tang Lei never got thrown out of the Ye family. Also the man who, after my family fell, went through the Chu compound and did the parts the heroes didn't want to do. He didn't skip the infants. He explained himself with a proverb. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they grow back in the spring wind. 6th, Shen Li. 9th, Yi Ming. 13th, Yi somebody. The Yi family's names were all over that rock like a family reunion photo. And the Chu family, founding clan of this sect, a million years of history, appeared exactly nowhere because my father had told every single one of them to keep their heads down, no showing off, no competing, don't provoke the Ye family, preserve the unity of the sect. There were rumors on the continent that the Chu family had gone soft. The rumors were being generated by us. When a tiger pulls in its claws, everybody starts describing it as an old cat. I stood there under that rock doing the arithmetic that my father had refused to do for 30 years, and then I walked into the Hengtian palace because the system had just given me an excuse to do the thing I'd already decided to do. Inside, the hall was loud. 30 seconds, 15 ancient mammoths. 40 seconds, 20. Is Tang Hao going for the top of the bone forging list? Except for that useless Tang Lei, every single one of the Ye family's kids this generation is a monster. Is the rotation going to break? Are the Ye family going to hold the sect master's seat twice in a row? I looked up. Tang Hao's number was climbing. 28, 30. He finished the minute on 33 mammoths, which is one every 2 seconds, each of them carrying 100,000 jin of muscle. His name jumped to 3rd on the bone forging ranking, and then the earth ranking lit up and put him in at 99. There are a million inner disciples in this sect. Fewer than 1 in 10,000 ever gets on any list. Someone makes the earth ranking maybe once every few years, and when they do, the sect opens the vault for them. The hall was making the sound a stadium makes. A golden vortex opened in the rock, and a thick-necked kid with a buzz cut in gray cloth walked out of it, and the system said, pleasantly, false chosen one detected, Tang Hao. System, what's a false chosen one? A chosen one carries immense fortune. Those close to him are wrapped in the overflow and grow alongside him. They are classified as false chosen ones. Targeting them also counts as suppressing the chosen one and severely damages his luck. Good. Efficient. Tang Hao spotted me at the door immediately, which told me he'd come here specifically knowing I might be here. His eyes went cold. Xiao Ming, you slandered my brother. And instead of hiding in the Chu compound, you came here. He'd have kept talking. He had a whole speech ready. He was in the air already, coming down at me like a small mountain with a shadow. I hit him in the stomach. It wasn't even a strategic decision. He was in my way. He went backwards faster than he'd arrived and hit the golden rock of the bone forging ranking, and there was a long series of small, dry cracking noises from inside his body while he slid down it and stayed at the bottom. He tried to get up twice. He didn't manage it. Then I walked past him, not around him, past him. I didn't look down. I have been told that this was the part that unsettled people the most, not the punch, the not looking. Because the whole hall had just watched a boy who came up to Tang Hao's chest, cross the room, and delete the number 3 on the bone forging ranking without breaking stride. And the message that landed was not, Xiao Ming is strong. The message that landed was, Xiao Ming did not consider that a fight. I stepped into the golden vortex. Outside, my name appeared on the rock. Xiao Ming, 1 second, 10 ancient mammoths, 2 seconds, 30. The testing space was a plain under a hard sky with about 1,000 ancient mammoths already coming at me, tusks out, roaring loud enough to bruise. Each of them 100,000 jin. Individually, one of them is a bad afternoon for a grown cultivator. I had 1.5 million jin and a body that the chaotic creation scripture had been polishing like a piece of divine iron since breakfast. It wasn't a battle, it was a demolition contract. 10 seconds, 365. 15 seconds, 500. 30 seconds, 1,000. And then I ran out of mammoths. I stood in an empty field with blood mist settling around my ankles and half my minute left, genuinely annoyed. I had come here to make a statement, and the exam had run out of paper. Is this all there is? The sky answered me. 10 9-clawed golden dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged rock cubs, 10 true roar cubs, 30 ancient beasts, any one of which can kill the finest young talent the human race produces, all of them arriving at once with their eyes cold. Now that's more like it. I caught a rock chick by the claws and tore it in half. A dragon cub whipped its tail across my back and left a mark like a scratch on a safe. I turned around and put my fist through its skull. I kicked a true roar cub and it came apart. Outside, the clock started again, and the hall found out that the numbers had changed. Xiao Ming, 10th level of bone forging, 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, 1 golden rock cub and 1 true dragon cub in 3 seconds. 10 seconds later, 2 more dragons, 3 more rocks, 1 more roar. Somewhere out there, a man was saying, fighting a dragon cub? Is this a human? And another one was saying, isn't fighting an ancient beast cub with your bare body supposed to be the ceiling of human potential? And a third one was pointing out in a voice that had gone strange that it was 1 every 3 seconds, then 1 every 2. When the minute ended, the record read like this. Xiao Ming, 10th level of bone forging, 1.5 million jin. In 1 minute, 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 true dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged rocks, 10 true roar cubs. Second place, Qihang Holy Sect, Jing. 10th level of bone forging, 900,000 jin. The hall did not cheer, the hall stopped breathing. 1.5 million jin? How much are you seeing? Because I'm seeing 1.5. That's twice an ancient beast cub. Is the chaos demon god body really that heaven-defying? Is that our holy sun? At the base of the rock, Tang Hao was coughing, convulsing, and staring up at the numbers with his eyes bulging, and nobody in that hall had any attention left to spare for him. I came out of the vortex with my clothes clean, looked at the rock once, looked at Tang Hao for about a quarter of a second, and left. Behind me, the Earth ranking rearranged itself. First on the Earth ranking, Xiaoming, 8 years old, holy son of the Saint Heaven sect, chaos demon god body. Second, the saintess of the Sihang Holy sect. And Tang Hao, who had held 99 for about 6 minutes, dropped off the bottom of the list entirely because the board only keeps 99 names and someone had taken his. He heard that part, then he passed out. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the false chosen one Tang Hao, damaging his mentality and causing irreversible trauma. 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, for suppressing the destiny of the chosen one Tang Lei. 1,000 points. I walked home. To be precise, I walked to Holy Emperor Peak, which is one of the 2 main peaks of this sect. Ours. The other one belongs to the Ye family. 1,000,000 years of taking turns, 1 mountain each, which tells you everything about how this arrangement was always going to end. At the top of ours is the main hall, and outside the main hall there is always an old man. He is bent nearly double, his face is a map of wrinkles, his eyes are cloudy and half dead, and he has about 4 teeth left, and they all point in different directions. Nobody alive remembers his real name. Everyone calls him Old Gui. He has guarded that door for longer than my father has been alive, and even my father calls him Master Gui. Young Master, the madam has descended and is speaking with the master. Please wait a moment. The madam being my mother, in the form of a divided soul projected across an unimaginable amount of distance, because her body was somewhere out past the edge of the world, doing something nobody had explained to me. In the book she died out there. That single death is the load-bearing wall of my family's collapse. The moment the news arrived, my father's mind broke, and everything after that was just gravity, which meant that her being here, now, alive and shouting, was already a change. She was shouting, King Chu, I don't care about your sect's precious unity. I'm too lazy to care. I only know that if anything like this happens again, I will come back and cut the Yi family's mountain in half. A piece of trash from the Ye family bullies my son, and you're the deputy sect master. Change your surname to Ye and be done with it. Madam, my father's voice, embarrassed. Please lower your voice. There are people outside. Why are we whispering? I'm talking to my son. My son has the supreme physique of the chaos demon god body, a talent that has not appeared in recorded history, and he's the son of the broken sword goddess, and he was born to stand at the top of the stars and shine on all the heavens, and in your sect, he has to keep his head down and be careful. What gives you the right? Old Gui was grinning at the ground with all 4 of his teeth. I stood there and listened to my mother tear strips off one of the 100 strongest people on the continent, and I thought, all right. I know where the leverage is. Then she called me in, and the whole conversation turned, because a woman who could cut a mountain in half asked her 8-year-old son what he wanted to do about it. She sat me on her lap. I'm going to skip past how strange that was for a man who died at 61. I'm going to skip past it because after about 4 seconds it stopped being strange, and that part I didn't have a plan for. Xiaoming, she said, I'm not arguing with your coward of a father anymore. What do you think we should do with those Lu and Ye people? My father made a face at me over her shoulder that was so transparently a plea for mercy that I almost respected it. I ignored him. Mother, I said, we find out who's behind it, all the way down. 1 punch prevents 100. Stability doesn't come from giving way. You give way once, they learn you can be moved. You give way twice, they start planning around it. My father went pale, because that is not something his obedient son says. My mother's eyes lit up and she clapped. 1 punch prevents 100. You really are my son. Out at the door, old guy's cloudy eyes went sharp for exactly 1 second, and he thought loudly enough for me to feel it. Is that something an 8-year-old could possibly say? Which is a fair question, and one I was going to be dodging for the next several months. Ha 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 ha! 1 punch prevents 100. That's the way of the Chu family. A middle-aged man walked into the hall laughing and clapping his hands. Big, loud, a blade on his back, the kind of person who arrives in a room the way weather does. Chu Jun, my 3rd uncle, 5th elder of the sect, head of the law enforcement hall, which is the sect's police, prison, and executioner all in one building, and which my family has run for close to 1,000,000 years. Sister-in-law, congratulations on 1st place on the Earth ranking. The whole sect is celebrating. My father's head came up so fast I hurt his neck. Third brother. What did you say? Brother, you're doing a terrible job as deputy sectmaster. The entire sect is in an uproar. Old recluses who haven't left their caves in centuries are coming out to check whether the Hengtian board is broken. Then he looked at me the way a man looks at a machine he wants to open up. Also, just now your son punched Tang Hao, who was 99 on the Earth ranking one time. Then he killed 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds. Then he killed 30 ancient beast cubs in 30 seconds. He's first on the bone forging ranking and first on the Earth ranking. And the 3 Grand Elders are outside the gate right now entertaining a crowd of ancient monsters who have come to find out whether our holy son is actually a divine beast cub we dressed in clothes. My father said, first on the Earth ranking, 3 times, in the voice of a man reading a diagnosis. He was proud. I could see that. He was also doing the math and arriving at the number I'd already arrived at, which is that 30 years of careful invisibility had just been deleted by his son in one afternoon. My son is the best, my mother announced, and kissed me on the cheek so hard it made a noise, and then informed my father that if she hadn't married a coward, she'd have taken me on tour of the starry sky already and let me knock over the geniuses of every ancient clan out there one by one. Congratulations, host. First stage of the villain is no longer low profile complete. 10,000 destiny points and 1 creation pill. Restores the dead to life, mends flesh and bone, cures all injury. I filed that away. All right, my father said, giving up. Xiaoming, investigate. Get to the bottom of it. But try not to involve too many people. Xi is my sworn brother. We are the founding families. We keep this sect together. Yes, father. Then my mother's projection started to fade, and on the way out she put her hand on my head and said, Little Ming, whatever it is you want to do, do it. Your mother will back you. And your coward of a father will back you too. And then, without changing her tone at all, old man, if you bully my youngest, I'll cut you down when I get home, and take care of my 3 daughters. If one hair on any of them is harmed, she was gone before she finished the sentence, which I suspect was deliberate. That is my family. In the book, all of it was gone inside 30 years. There was a boom outside. Wind rose. The bright sky went gray and heavy. Master, madam, old guy reported from the doorway. Sect Master Z has arrived at the foot of the mountain. He has brought a young man with him. I looked out at the sky turning the color of a bruise and thought about how powerful people in this world can't sneeze without the weather noticing. Then I did something small. I turned to old guy and said, Old guy, I heard my mother mention once that you're carrying old injuries. He blinked at me, which was fair since my mother had never said any such thing and since nobody in this sect knew about those injuries. In the book, they only surfaced at the very end, on the night everything burned, and even my father never knew. But my mother was gone, and dead women's testimony is very hard to check. On the way out of the Hengtian palace, I said, the void cracked open and a pill fell out. It looks like the creation pill from the old stories. Would you take a look? And I put it in his hand. A smell like a garden on fire filled the entire hall. The divine pill of creation, old Gui said, and for once his voice wasn't old. Chu Jun was across the room and beside him before the words finished. He looked at the 9 faint purple lines running across the surface of the pill and made a noise like a man stepping off a cliff. A pill only the emperor of the medicine god clan can refine. Brings back the dead, restores flesh and bone. He turned on me with his eyes bulging. Little Ming, did you really pick this up in the street? It really is the creation pill? I said, delighted. He stared at me for a long moment. You have to appreciate the size of that lie. In a world where prodigies make the heavens roar at birth, people do occasionally get hit in the head by supreme treasures while walking. It happens. Rarely. To one person a century. I was going to be doing it roughly weekly for the next year, and I had decided very early that I was simply never going to explain. Old Gui tried to give it back. He said he was a servant of the Chu family, that he could not accept a second life from a young master, that his injuries were minor and not worth worrying about. He had been in pain for centuries. Old Gui, I said, compared to what you've given this family, it's a pill. I'm doing this on my parents' behalf. Chu Jun jumped in, said something fast about the clan reimbursing me, and then, to make the trade look real, offered me a spot in the sacred heaven pool, opening in 3 days, the holy ground of the sect, formed around the body of the ancestor who saved this place from extinction, and worth roughly as much as the pill. He said it like a man doing me a favor. I already knew from the memories in this head that the spot was his own, that his family had not traded anything, and that he was giving away something he'd been saving for a century because I had made first place on the Earth ranking that morning, and he had decided right then that the Chu family was worth spending on again. Thank you, third uncle, I said, and I meant it, and I filed the sacred heaven pool away as well. Because in the book, more than a decade from now, the sacred heaven pool opens and the hero Tang Lei goes into it, and the young consciousness sleeping inside the ancestor's body wakes up, looks around, sees him first, and imprints on him like a duckling. That single moment is what buys the Ye family the Duanmu family's support. That support is what tips the sect. That tipping is what kills my father. 3 days. Old Guy swallowed the pill and closed his eyes, and purple light started running over his skin, and out at the doorway, Star Servant knelt and reported that Lanner had refused to break under interrogation, that she had held out past the point where any of it was survivable, and that in the end Star Servant had used a soul search on her. This servant used a demonic secret technique. Please punish me. Soul searching is a demonic art. On this continent, demonic arts are the reason the great hatred demon lord got hunted to the ends of the world. Continue, I said. Because I had already decided how I felt about good and evil, which is that they are labels applied afterward by whoever is still standing. Star Servant put a jade slip on the floor with both hands. Lanner had been trained by the Ye family, specifically by a grand elder named Tang Yuan. Her assignment for 10 years had been to sit beside Shen Li, praise the Ye family into her ear, quietly rot the relationship between the young miss and the young master, and pass along whatever she learned, including the ripening date of a supreme divine medicine. Chu Jun's face went perfectly still. When a man that loud goes quiet, something is about to be destroyed. And out on the mountainside, my father came walking in through the doors laughing, arm in arm with a square-faced middle-aged man, saying, "Xiaoming, come and greet your Uncle Ji. Your uncle dotes on you more than anyone. When you were a baby, you urinated on his face." Behind them, on a chain, stripped to the waist with thorned iron vines strapped across his back and the marks running down to his belt, walked a boy of about 13 with the eyes of somebody who has been cold his entire life. Tang Lei, the chosen one, the protagonist. He'd been brought here as an apology, tied up like a dog, by an uncle who had spent the entire walk up the mountain calculating. "Xiaoming greets the sect master," I said, not uncle. Sect master. Perfect etiquette, every syllable correct, and about as friendly as a subpoena. Joji smiled at me like nothing had happened, and I thought, hello, there you are. You're the one who does it. You're the one who takes my sisters apart one at a time, who feeds my father's loyalty back to him until it chokes him, who is going to spend the next 30 years dismantling a million-year-old family so carefully that nobody notices until there's nothing left but a name. Let's find out how you do when someone's already read the ending. Tang Lei didn't wait for the pleasantries. He saw me and lunged. "Xiaoming, you bastard! If you want to kill me, come at me. Leave Shen Li out of it. Leave my brother out of it." The chain snapped tight. Joji hadn't even turned his head. "You lack manners," he said. "You were in the wrong first, and Xiaoming is the holy son of this sect. How dare a piece of trash roar at him? Then, kneel." And he pulled, and the chosen one of this world went down on his knees in front of me, on the floor of my father's hall. That was a beautiful piece of work. I want to give credit where it's due. In one motion, Zhou had disciplined his own nephew harder than we could have, made my family's grievance look small, and set my father up to say the words, "Let bygones be bygones." "Xiaoming," he said warmly, "your uncle came for 2 reasons. To congratulate you on first place on the Earth ranking, and to clear up a misunderstanding before it damages the bond between your father and me, or the unity of the sect. I've brought this good for nothing. Do whatever you like with him. He's my 3rd brother's child, but I will not show favoritism. Do whatever you like." In front of 40 witnesses, to an 8-year-old, about a bound 13-year-old who had clearly been beaten. If I killed him, I was a monster who couldn't be reasoned with, and the sect would agree. If I forgave him, the matter closed, and Lanner's testimony died with it. He was very, very good. So I didn't touch Tang Lei. I looked at Chu Jun instead, and my 3rd uncle took the jade slip out of his sleeve and held it out toward the sect master and said, in a voice like a saw going through wet wood, "Sect master, I am the head of the law enforcement hall. Am I qualified to interrogate a maid?" "The law enforcement hall maintains order in the sect," Joji said. "Naturally. Then let me ask you this. The grand elder of your sect, your own uncle, Tang Yuan, trained a suicide agent and placed her beside the fiancée of my clan's young lord. She corrupted their relationship for 10 years and leaked the sect's top secrets to make our holy son steal a supreme divine medicine and hand it to Tang Lei. What is the punishment for that?" The sky went dark. Not metaphorically. Emperors do that. I felt the air change around us and understood that the entire upper half of this sect was watching this room right now from wherever they were standing, and that nobody was going to interrupt. Good. Let them watch. My family had been quiet for 30 years. A quiet family gets nibbled. Joji didn't take the slip. He put a hat on it instead, which is a very old technique and still works. "Chu Jun, are you trying to undermine the stability of this sect? Do you know what you are saying? You are slandering a grand elder." "Get out." And then my father took the jade slip out of my uncle's hand, because how dare his little brother do something this size without asking the head of the family, and he read it, and he stopped moving. Tang Yuan, my father said. He didn't shout it. He pushed it out of his throat like something with edges. Killing intent filled the sky over the peak. When an emperor is angry, mountains fall, and the sun dims. That's not poetry, that's a weather report. On the floor, Tang Lei went white. Grandpa Yuan? No, there's a misunderstanding. Tang Yuan was the only elder in the Ye family who had ever been kind to him. The only reason he was alive at all, since his meridians were destroyed at birth and somebody had been paying an enormous bill every single day to keep him breathing. My third uncle walked over and looked down at him. You were poisoned before you were born. Keeping you alive costs a fortune every day. The heavenly origin fruit, the star spirit, the dragon blood vine, now the sacred vein flower fruit, all of them rare, all of them the sects. To keep you alive, Tang Yuan leveraged your one good deed and pushed my clan's young lord into stealing, over and over. Then he hit him in the chest hard enough to cave it in. You piece of trash, do you deserve that much? Without our young lord, you'd have rotted years ago, and you still roar at him. Kneel and apologize. Tang Lei spat on the stones and said, I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? And then, with his chest collapsed, he said the line that made him the protagonist. I, Tang Lei, do not kneel to heaven, and I do not kneel to earth. I kneel only to my parents. So what if he's first on the earth ranking? If my meridians hadn't been cut when I was born, I wouldn't be beneath him. Give me time, and Xiaoming won't be my match either. If you have a problem, come at me. Don't touch Grandpa Yuan. The system, cheerful. Congratulations, host, for your strong attack on the chosen one's mind. 1,000 points. I walked over and crouched down in front of him. Trash, I said. With your talent and your strength, you don't deserve my attention. Killing you would dirty my hands. But Tang Yuan and some others have been standing behind you and bleeding me dry. That's outrageous. So tell me who else is back there. Is one Grand Elder really all of it? I was talking to Tang Lei. I was looking at Zhou Ji. Uncle Ji, you're the sect master. Educate me. Do you really think one Grand Elder has the reach to steer the Liu family, obtain the sect's top secrets, evade every strong man in my clan, and quietly move a fortune in divine medicines out of the sect for a decade? I feel like there's something bigger back there, and while I said it, still crouched with my body between Tang Lei's hand and the entire watching sect, I did the actual work of the afternoon. There was a black ring on the middle finger of his left hand. About 2 minutes earlier, when my father's aura started crushing him, that ring had put out a thread of black light to shield him. Nobody else caught it because every eye on that mountain was on the two emperors, the heavenly profound divine ring. The book is named after it. It is the single greatest opportunity Tang Lei ever gets. Inside it sleeps an ancient remnant soul, a woman called the Xian Ning, and she is the reason a crippled boy with a poisoned body claws his way up to Emperor by the end. I stood on his arm and crushed it, which took his attention and everyone else's, and while he screamed, I took the ring off his finger and put it in my pocket. My father is speaking with the sect master about a Grand Elder, I said, standing up. Who gave you permission to make noise? Congratulations, host. You have successfully plundered the protagonist's great opportunity, the heavenly profound divine ring. 10,000 destiny points. The host has plundered a treasure of the Son of Luck, triggering a hidden quest. Subdue the Saintess. Good luck, host. Joji glanced at me and thought, what a vicious little animal, taking his anger out on a cripple, which is exactly what I wanted him to think, and is also the second most expensive misreading of his life. He turned back to my father. Heavenly King, I'll return at once and detain Tang Yuan myself. You'll have a satisfactory explanation within 3 days. 3 days. 3 days is how long it takes a man to have an accident. My father's face went through about 6 expressions and settled on none of them, because Zhou Ji had personally escorted his own nephew here in chains, which is a lot of face to give, and refusing it in public would look like the Chu family being petty. I saw him about to fold. Uncle Ji, I said, I don't think that's appropriate. The entire room turned around. 3 days is too long. What if Tang Yuan has accomplices, or someone above him? You'd be handing him the time to clean up. He's a Grand Elder. He knows the sect's secrets. If he defects, or does something desperate, the damage is enormous. He should be taken into custody now. Zhou Ji looked at my father. Heavenly King, is this also your intention? My father said nothing because he was still busy being furious, and because he'd promised my mother he'd let me handle it, and because for the first time in his life he wasn't sure which of those was the real reason. So I turned to my third uncle, who had been waiting for this the way a dog waits by a door. Third uncle, this is too important to delay. As head of the law enforcement hall, you have the authority to act first and report later. Xiaoming is right, said Chu Jun, who would have agreed if I had suggested setting the mountain on fire. Law enforcement hall, seal the Holy Heaven Elder secret realm. Nobody in, nobody out. I'll take responsibility. And he was gone, without asking either of the two emperors in the room, which is the sort of thing that gets a man executed on a normal day. Far off across the sect, golden chains covered in runes pierced the sky and wrapped around a secret realm sunk deep in the void, and supreme beings started flying out of the law enforcement peak in a line. The whole sect shook. Bold, Joji said, and his voice had stopped being warm. Chujun, who gave you permission to seal a Grand Elder's realm? Then he reached out. I have seen a lot of powerful men lose their temper. I had never seen one grow a hand the size of a county and fold a piece of the world into it. His palm came down over the sky where my uncle was, and it had a world inside it, and my uncle was going to be somewhere in that world in about half a second. My father's fists opened and closed, and he did not move, because moving meant the sect splitting. And then an old voice went across the heavens like a rusted gate. You plotted against my clan's young lord, and now you try to run. Old Gui came out of the main hall. He didn't hurry. He reached past Joji's world-sized palm, which is a sentence I still think about, and he grabbed something out of the void behind it. The void collapsed. Everything went dark for a second, and an old man with white hair and a white beard came falling out of nowhere onto our mountain, coughing blood, hair everywhere, having very clearly been caught in the middle of running away. Tang Yuan, the Grand Elder, half a step from Emperor. He had learned about the arrest before anyone was told, and he'd nearly made it out. You plotted against my clan's young lord, Old Gui said again, mildly. If you had escaped the sect, what face would my Chu family have left? Then he turned around and shuffled back into the hall. I don't think I have ever heard a silence with that much math happening inside it. Old Gui is a hidden emperor. I have visited the Chu family 100 times. I have greeted that old man 100 times. They use an emperor as a doorman. 3 publicly acknowledged emperors in the Chu family now. 4 counting my mother, who is stronger than any of them. Across the sect, on the Ye family's peak, the silence was of a different quality entirely. My father took Tang Yuan by the throat and lifted him one-handed. Uncle Hongwu, tell me why you plotted against my son. Is there someone behind you? Joji's body gave a very small twitch. Almost nothing. I only saw it because I was looking for it. The old man's cloudy eyes rolled toward the sect master. Once. Deputy sect master, he said. One should take responsibility for one's own actions. I couldn't bear to see my family's prodigy crippled for life. Tang Lei is a talent that comes once in a million years. Please don't pursue it. And then a flame lit behind his eyes. Brother, he's burning his soul fire. Chu Jun's voice coming back fast. Stop him. Too late. The flame went out, and everything that was Tang Yuan drained out of his body, and his head fell sideways in my father's hand. Suicide, executed cleanly by a man who had clearly rehearsed it. Congratulations, host. Tang Yuan's death has dealt a major blow to the chosen one Tang Lei, 2,000 points. We had been about 90 seconds from the name behind the name, and a Grand Elder had chosen to die rather than say it out loud. You don't do that for a family, you do that for a person. Joju's expression was grave, and if you didn't know what to look for, you'd have called it grief. I knew what to look for. The man had just relaxed. Of course we investigate, he said. This sect master will investigate thoroughly. Brother, my father said, staring at him, so will I. Xiaoming is my bottom line. You should tell some people in your clan to stop now. Okay, said Joji and smiled. Then Tang Lei lost his mind. He came off the floor at my father, a boy at bone forging attacking one of the 100 strongest people alive, biting like an animal, howling that we'd murdered his grandfather. He also lit up like a furnace while he did it. 600,000 jin of blood energy, bones cracking with power, peak of bone forging at least. So he's been hiding it the whole time, I said. Of course he had. If he was visibly capable, the medicines stop coming. A dying boy gets fed. A talented one gets watched. Chu Jun landed beside us with murder in his eyes. Brother, let's just kill this trash. Let the sect see what happens to people who plot against the Holy Sun. And Zhou Ji, who had been so calm for so long, turned around with something horrible behind his eyes. Chu Jun. Uncle Hongwu paid with his life and took the whole thing on himself. Tang Lei is a child. Is this necessary? Heavenly King. What do you say? His meridians are ruined. He's already consumed the medicines. There's nothing to pursue. My father stayed quiet, and I could feel him about to let it go, because a cripple wasn't worth a war. Who says there's nothing to pursue? I stepped forward and smiled at the sect master. Uncle Ji, if word gets out that we wasted this much of the sect's medicine on a good-for-nothing, no disciple will accept it. And Tang Lei is still at bone forging, so most of that medicinal power is still sitting inside him, undigested. So I suggest we throw him into the Sin domain, where there's no spiritual energy, so he can't refine any more of it. And my second sister has studied under the Lord of Deadly Poison for years. She understands the human body better than anyone alive. She'll have a way to extract it. And if it can't be extracted, she can simply refine him into a pill. With that many divine medicines inside him, it would be a peerless one. The gasp went around the sky like a wave. Refining a living person into medicine is the single most despised thing you can do on this continent, the definitional act of the demonic path, and it had just come out of the mouth of the holy son of the largest righteous sect in the world. I felt nothing about it, which I understand is the disturbing part. In the book, the medicinal power still sitting in Tang Lei's flesh is what makes him unkillable. He gets his bones broken a dozen times over the next 20 years, and he always comes back because he is essentially a walking pharmacy with a grudge. Excellent method, Xiaoming, said Chu Jun happily, who did not care about good and evil either. You sent word she'll be back within 2 months. She'll have a way. Zhouji's control cracked for exactly 1 second. How could such a vicious thing come out of a righteous sect? And then my father, who had been silent, said, Brother, the sect has suffered a huge loss and a public scandal. As deputy sect master, I have to give the sect an explanation. Arresting Tang Lei is entirely lawful. Considering his age, if the Ye family produces divine medicines of equal value, we can spare his life. Take him away. They chained him. He screamed at his uncle to save him, and then, in the doorway, said something that everybody heard and pretended not to. You said if I came to Holy Emperor Peak with you, you'd guarantee my safety. And then he was gone into the Sin domain, which is where they store the great devils, and where a person with no spiritual energy simply stops being a person after a while. Zhouji stood there with his fists opening and closing. Nephew, he said finally, your uncle is an experienced man. He and your father have crossed the world together. So let me advise you, be forgiving where you can. There are countless strong people and strange events out there. A life of nothing but advantage can be shattered by a single mishap. I bowed properly, hands clasped, textbook manners. Your nephew will remember the sect master's teaching. But your nephew has a piece of advice for you too. What? Too clever by half, I said, and you'll only bring about your own demise. He gave me a long look and flew away. Chu Jun laughed out loud at his back, absolutely delighted, and up and down the peak the Chu family's strong men were grinning at each other for the first time in years. A moment's pleasure, my father said, endless consequences. But he didn't take it back, and I noticed that too. Xiaoming, what do you want to do about the Liu family? Father, you and third uncle handle it. Have the clan take care of it for me. Both of them stared at me. I don't want to waste my energy on something that small. Because here's the part they hadn't caught up to yet. If I hadn't gone to the Hengtian Palace first, my third uncle would not have come running to declare his support on behalf of the clan's upper ranks. My father would not have changed his position. Zhouji would not have personally dragged his nephew up my mountain to apologize. None of them had changed because a boy was wronged. All of them had changed because a number on a rock changed that morning. Strength. That's the whole system. Everything else is decoration. The Liu family was a second-rate clan. They couldn't hurt me, and they couldn't help me. They were a message to be sent, and you don't deliver your own messages. Chu Jun went off down the mountain with 1,000 law enforcement hall experts behind him, muttering, Xiaoming gave you 2 choices. You were supposed to skin Tang Lei yourself. You didn't, so you chose the first one. And my third uncle, who had been given a warning to deliver, went and delivered an extinction. Meanwhile, in a prison on the enforcement peak, Tang Lei was on his knees with his forehead bleeding onto black stone, hammering it into the floor, begging, Uncle, Grandpa died for nothing. The medicines were stolen by Xiaoming himself. Even if Grandpa leaked the information, Xiaoming is the one who took them. Why did my uncles have to die and I have to rot here while he walks free? Please, I have to get out. My brother is dying. Shenli's family is being crushed because she helped me. I have too much to do. And Zhouji stood with his back to him and let him bleed for a while, and then gave him the only piece of genuine wisdom in this entire sect. You feel wronged. So, endure it. Your uncles bought your life with their own, and you still don't understand what it means that Xiaoming took first place on the Earth ranking. My sect has risen and fallen a dozen times over 1,000,000 years, and it always comes back. Do you know why? Because we worship strength, not blood. The 3 ancestors who restored this sect, Duanmu, Gu, Su, were all outsiders, and the 2 founding families handed them the sect master's seat because they were strong enough to take it. All 3 of them were first on the Earth ranking in their youth. Xiaoming is 8, and he is there now. Even with no family behind him, a talent like that could steal supreme divine medicine, and nobody would care. And my worthless nephew nearly interfered with his cultivation. If he killed you for it, not one person in this sect would say a word. So, has your patience been useful? Has keeping your head down helped you at all? I'm telling you now, it has not. Crying. What's the use of crying? That is a genuinely excellent speech. I'd have made it myself. It has the additional advantage of being true. It also conveniently redirects a boy's entire hatred at me and away from the man who put him in that cell in the first place. Tang Lei wiped his face, kowtowed until the stone was wet, and let his aura out for the first time in his life. 800,000 jin. Uncle. I was wrong. Show me the way. When I get out, I'll challenge the bone forging ranking. I'll stop pretending. I'll beat Xiaoming myself. I'll avenge my grandfather and my brother. And I'll get Shenli away from him, because a man that cruel will destroy her. His uncle sighed, helped him up, and told him the rest of it. That there is a primordial sacred bone between Tang Lei's eyebrows. That his talent is not one bit below my chaos demon god body, that while he was still in the womb somebody used a supernatural power on him, and that after he was born he was poisoned and every meridian in his body was destroyed, and that his parents died out in the world looking for the medicine to fix it. That Zhou Ji had been searching for the person responsible for more than 10 years, through the Ye family, through the Chu family, through everyone, and that he had never found them. Then Tang Lei touched his own forehead and a flash of purple holy light came off it, and he said the primordial sacred bone had started to revive, and that it was because of an ancient treasure he'd been given, a ring, the heavenly profound divine ring. But I just found out, when Xiaoming crushed my arm, he took it. Zhou Ji stood very still while several separate parts of that afternoon reassembled themselves in his head into a completely different shape. That brat's target was the ring on your finger. What a cunning, ruthless little animal. Correct. Finally. He also, as far as I know, spent the rest of that night trying to work out how an 8-year-old had known which finger. I spent that night in a barrel. The Chu family soaks its young in a medicinal liquid brewed from 1,000 spirit herbs in wooden tubs for hours. It is the least dignified thing a supreme physique has ever done, and it works. I lay in it with the chaotic creation scripture running 9 circuits through my body and let the thing hammer me like a piece of divine iron, and impurities came out of me until the water went cloudy, and Star Servant changed it, and it went cloudy again. By morning, I was at 1,700,000 jin, and I had grown 5 centimeters. That's not a joke. I checked in the mirror. 5 centimeters overnight, 1.65 meters. With this much power, I can kill a true dragon hatchling with one punch. I pulled up the system panel and read my own inventory like a portfolio. Realm, peak of bone forging. Physique, chaos demon god body. Divine ability, none. Treasures, the Heavenly Emperor's Descent Talisman, 10 minutes of Emperor-level combat power, and the Heavenly Profound Divine Ring, with a note attached, can be refined for 1,000 destiny points. Contains a wisp of the remnant soul of an ancient power. Poses a certain threat. Host, proceed with caution. Destiny points, 36,500. I asked the system what to buy. The host is at the peak of bone forging, at the threshold of spirit refining. Spirit refining is the foundation for the birth of the divine soul. It is about refining the God in the mind until the ethereal becomes solid. At this stage, comprehension, spirit, and physique are paramount. Recommended, the Supreme Forging Spirit Pill, and 3 auras, comprehension, spirit. Physique. 1 pill a day, 400 points. The 3 auras, 600 points a day, 1,000 total. Estimated 1 month to spirit refining in the most perfect form. Exchange, I said. Here is why that number is worth understanding. Everything else in this world can be brute forced. You can hammer a body with medicine. You can buy a physique's growth. But spirit refining is the one stage where nothing helps you. It's your mind, your talent. Alchemists capable of making a pill that tempers the spirit are emperor tier, and an emperor tier alchemist making a low realm pill is like a heart surgeon spending his afternoon cutting hair. So the pills essentially don't exist, and every prodigy on this continent climbs spirit refining with their fingernails. I now had a subscription. The pill went down, and my whole skull started prickling like it was full of needles, and then my hearing sharpened, and my sight sharpened, and I could feel the exact weight of the air moving across my face. And the auras kept me at peak condition permanently. No fatigue, no dulling. I could cultivate for 1 billion years and never need to rest. I looked at that and understood something that took the rest of the sect about 6 months to work out. Everyone else here trains in bursts because bodies get tired. I had just stopped being a person who gets tired. The ring on my finger was quietly pulling my blood in and pushing it back out cleaner, and I could feel the woman sleeping inside it drinking off the edges of my spirit while she did it. The system offered to wake her early for 1,000 points. I declined. Forced relationships are never sweet. Some things you wait for. Also, if you must know, I have never once in either life enjoyed a conversation with somebody I'd just kicked awake. The next day at noon, Star Servant's voice came through the door. Young master, the 3rd master requests you at the Liu family. He says it's extremely urgent. Also, the master sends word. Powerful families across the sect have arrived with their children and gifts to congratulate you. Elders from other sects too. Please attend as soon as possible. I opened my eyes and my gaze put two small holes in the wooden door, which was an accident. Tell them I'm at a crucial moment in my cultivation. Father can do the socializing. We're going to the Liu family. The socializing was not nothing, by the way. The moment my name hit the top of the Earth ranking, every clan that had drifted away from my father over the last 20 years remembered they had always been our closest friends. They came with sons and daughters, they came with treasure, they came to introduce the next generation, and they came to see whether my chaos demon god body was real. That's how these families work. Marriage, resources, favors, blood. My father's decades of retreat had quietly emptied that room. One number on a rock had refilled it in a day. I had no interest in shaking hands. Let my father collect the goodwill. My job was becoming strong enough that the goodwill was irrelevant. 9 fire lions pulled my carriage 100 miles in what felt like a minute. I smelled the Liu family estate before I saw it. There were more than 100 bodies at the front gate alone. Law enforcement hall soldiers in 2 silent rows with their hands on their swords, the gutters running, and not with rainwater. A few people who weren't quite dead yet, making small sounds. Star Servant, who was raised as a killer by my family and who has never in her life shown me a feeling, went gray. I looked at it and felt approximately nothing, and then I felt something, which was suspicion, because this was wrong. Chu Jun had been sent to break a second-rate family with paperwork. He is loud, but he is the head of the law enforcement hall, and men who run prisons for a living do not start with a massacre. He had the sex rules on his side. He could have done this with a stamp. Something had happened here that wasn't in the plan. Xiaoming, it's urgent. We'll talk while we walk. He came out through the gate, still wiping his hands, and his eyes full of something ugly, took me by the shoulder and flew us both into the depths of the compound. I haven't reported this to your father or the sect. I wanted your opinion first. We raided the Liu family. Your fiancé's innate Dao body is fake. Our clan has been deceived for 10 years. I stopped walking. That was not in the book, not one line of it. I had a decade of future events in my head, and this was a blank page, which meant somebody had buried it very well. We landed in front of a palace 1,000 meters tall, in a courtyard where the ground was dark red and the air was thick enough to chew, 100 times worse than the gate. Whatever the Liu family had here, they had died for it in a way they hadn't died for their own children, and a woman in a low-cut palace dress started screaming from the doorway. Xiaoming! Xiaoming! You're here! Wang Shu, Shenli's mother. I had called her auntie my whole childhood. 2 enforcers had her by the arms. Let go of me, my son-in-law is here, you're all finished. And beside her, in a snow-white dress without a single mark on it, in a courtyard where everyone else was ruined, stood Shen Li because she was an innate Dao body, and nobody in the world would dare touch her hair. She saw me, and her face did something complicated. Surprise, then anger, then a small deliberate pout, and she turned her head away with a soft humph, and waited. Because normally, I came and made up with her the next morning. Every time. For years. That was the arrangement. This time it had taken a whole day, and her family had suffered enormously, and honestly, it was a bit late. She had decided to let me suffer a little. I looked at her for about as long as you look at a chair, and then I walked into the palace with my uncle and never turned around. I heard the doors close behind us, and behind the doors I heard her mother start screaming at her. You stupid girl, what did I just tell you? Why didn't you call out to him? The tunnel under that palace went down a very long way, and about halfway down, I felt something I had only ever felt from my father and from Zhou Ji. Dao aura. The thing that makes weather change when a man is in a bad mood. At the bottom was a cave, and floating in the middle of the cave was the corpse of a woman in a white gauze dress with her eyes closed, and the air around her was so thick with comprehension that just standing near it made my skin want to understand things. An emperor's corpse, I said. Not an ordinary one. My uncle's voice was tight. This is an emperor who achieved the great perfection of the innate Dao body, a sect leader of the Qihang holy sect who vanished 100,000 years ago. They called her the heavenly mandate Dao Venerable, and then he told me the whole thing, and the shape of my family's tragedy shifted about 10 degrees. It starts with my father marrying my mother. The 2 founding families have a rule. The wives of the family heads come from inside the sect. It keeps the other clans invested. It shares the benefits around. Every head of the Chu and Ye families for 1,000,000 years has taken his principal wife from within these mountains and kept his outside women as concubines. My father married a goddess from beyond the world as his principal wife and took no concubines at all. Every powerful family in this sect was quietly, permanently insulted. Then I was born with the chaos demon god body, and the insult became a threat because my bloodline owed nothing to anyone in these mountains. If I ever ran this sect, why would I care about their interests? So my father, in a hurry, went looking for a girl to betroth to his newborn son, something to reassure the room. And the Liu family, a rising second-rate clan with a pregnant wife and an emperor's corpse in the basement, saw the opportunity of 1,000 years. Shen Guang released the aura of the corpse at the moment of his daughter's birth. The heavens roared for 1,000,000 miles. A great perfection innate Tao body had been born. Then he used a secret technique to draw the Tao principles out of the dead emperor's body and pour them into his newborn daughter, and he kept doing it year after year, topping her up like a car. The phenomenon fooled my father. It fooled my mother. Your father knows, my uncle said. He's known for a while. He turned a blind eye because of Shen Li. And the Liu family knew that one day it would come out. So they secretly reached out to the Ye family for protection. That's why Lanner's real employer was an open secret in this house. They tolerated her on purpose. And Shen Guang has been collecting evidence of our family's crimes, building a case, waiting for the right moment to use it. There it was. In the book, at the very end, when my family was already staggering, the Liu family submitted evidence to the Elder Council accusing us of treason, and that was the shove that put us over the edge. I had always assumed the evidence was fabricated. Originally, Chujun said, I only came to warn them. What they did was done with our tacit approval, and it's our shame too. But they resisted. They killed my disciples, so I went in. And then Shen Guang tried to kill me to keep this quiet. That old bastard is dead now. It's a mess. You're the one this concerns most, so I called you. I stood in front of a dead woman worth more than the entire Liu family and started giving instructions. Third uncle, my father must not hear about this. He blinked. If my father hears it, his sworn brother hears it. And if the Yi family learns that the Chu family's innate Tao body daughter-in-law was a forgery for 10 years, we become the joke of the continent and my father's position moves. Can you trust the enforcers you brought? Our family has run that hall for 1,000,000 years. They're ours. Then seal the Liu family completely. Interrogate Shen Guang in isolation. Find every resource this family has stockpiled and hand all of it to the sect treasury. And send men to quietly arrest every Liu family member holding a post anywhere in the sect and destroy every piece of evidence they've gathered about us. Anyone who's seen too much dies on the spot. He hesitated. Xiaoming, isn't that too big? The Liu family has influence, and the 3 top families already dislike us. This could go badly for me. That's exactly why we're going to be spotless, I said. We take nothing, not one spirit stone. Everything goes to the sect treasury. Every Liu family member involved gets tried publicly by sect disciples. No favoritism. We're a founding family destroying our own in-laws for the good of the sect. Let the Yi family find something to say about that. My uncle started to smile. As for the 3 top families disliking us, don't worry. That's about to reverse. I said it because of the sacred heaven pool, and because of a small consciousness sleeping in a body inside it, and because I was going in there in 2 days. And my father? I thought about it. My father was the genuine problem in every direction. I'll speak to my mother, I said. Chu Jun laughed so hard he had to put a hand on the wall. Third uncle has been waiting for you to say that. Then he looked at the corpse and his face fell. But what do we do with her? By rights, she goes back to the Qihong holy sect for burial. Neither of us wanted to give her back. An emperor's corpse is not a body, it's a resource. The hair, the blood, the bones. A weapons master could refine that corpse into something that would frighten the world. Standing near it teaches you things. That is precisely why the Liu family had died protecting it. Congratulations, host, for plundering the great opportunity of the daughter of Luck Shen Li, the corpse of the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable. 10,000 destiny points. System notification. The host may spend 5,000 points to plunder the opportunity of the emperor's corpse. Let me make sure I have this straight, I thought. You will pay me 10,000 for the crime and then sell me the loot at half price. Plunder. The cave lit up. Tao essence came off that corpse like a burst dam. She rose in the air, opened her eyes, and pointed one finger at the space between my eyebrows. My uncle actually stumbled backwards. The emperor's legacy? That's not right. Xiaoming isn't an innate Tao body. He's never practiced a single Qihang scripture. How is he receiving? Divine chains spread across the ceiling of the cave. Light poured into my forehead. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the heavenly mandate Tao scripture. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the divine power of the emperor's corpse, the heavenly Tao eye. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a great Tao bead, condensed from the Tao essence the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable cultivated across her entire life. A 9-colored bead the size of a baby's fist fell out of the air into my uncle's hands, and he made a noise. Whoever comprehends what's inside that bead becomes the next heavenly mandate Tao Venerable. Even holding it and breathing near it is worth a lifetime. And then something opened between my eyebrows. The whole cave changed. I could see through the mountain. I could see the shape of the runes in the walls and the age of the dust. My uncle, a half-step emperor, went cold all over and later admitted he had felt like he was standing there with no clothes on. The heavenly Tao eye, he said, hoarse. The peerless divine eye she comprehended across her entire life, reaching the 9 heavens above and observing the 9 netherworlds below. The corpse hit the ground. Everything that made her more than meat had come out of her. The cave, which had been held up by her Tao for 10,000 years, began to fall in. My uncle grabbed me with one hand and the corpse with the other and got us out. Outside, I closed the eye, finished digesting a scripture, opened my eyes, and found a large face full of naked hope hovering about 6 inches from mine. Xiaoming, could you lend me the great Tao bead for a few days? He was embarrassed. He is an elder. He is supposed to be handing me things. But my parents are both emperors and own everything, so he had nothing to give me, and this bead could put a half-step emperor over the line. I tossed it to him. Third uncle, Tao essence is for people at the god realm and above. I'm at bone forging. It's useless to me. You've earned it. He stared at the bead. Also, I said, talk to my father about building a secret realm with that bead at its core, like the sacred heaven pool. Anyone who's given something to this family gets to cultivate inside it. He didn't say anything for a while. It seems, Chu Jun said, that your third uncle has been thinking small. Xiaoming, your mindset really doesn't look like an 8-year-old's. If my brat had 1/10 of you, I could die happy. That was, I later learned, the exact moment the Chu family stopped treating me as a promising child. The great Tao bead was worth more to me as a building than as a jewel. A bead in my pocket makes me slightly stronger. A bead in the ground makes every strong man in my family slightly stronger and makes them all owe it to me. I have never in either life understood people who hoard. On the way out, Wang Shu was still screaming. 2 enforcers had her on her knees. She saw me and started making a noise I can only describe as commercial. Xiaoming, Auntie's here. Tell them to let me go. And then, to her daughter, hissing, he's out. Go and apologize. Have you forgotten what I told you? Shen Li came toward me with her eyes full of tears, in a spotless white dress, in a courtyard of corpses, and she was going to be genuinely beautiful in 10 years, and she knew it already. I looked at her for a second and turned away and kept walking. 2 lifetimes, top actresses, a royal princess or 2. Beauty stopped being information to me a long time ago. And knowing what I knew about the next 20 years, the crying made it worse, not better. Then, because my uncle had a job to finish, I said the useful thing. Third uncle, Wang Shu and Shen Li clearly don't know the truth. Ease up on them. Let them move around. Let a little mystery leak out. Right, he said, catching it instantly. We're destroying the Liu family in the name of righteousness. The mother and daughter are living proof we don't punish the innocent. Otherwise, it looks like we're discarding a used tool. Neither of us said the actual reason, which is that 2 loud, confused women wandering around the estate are the best possible cover for a man quietly gutting it. Wang Shu came trotting up the second she was released, dragging her daughter. Xiaoming, this girl is immature. Don't take it to heart. And those Liu family cousins using the Chu name for their filthy business, I've always been against it. Then, glaring at her daughter, Auntie has always said it's Shen Li's good fortune to be betrothed to you. It's just that she's stubborn, and she relies on that bastard Shen Guang, and she runs around with that useless Tang Lei every day shouting about repaying favors. Then, carefully, the point. Xiaoming, since you're not angry, could you speak to your third uncle? If it's nothing serious, release that scoundrel Shen Guang. He did wrong, but he's Xiaoyun's father, your father-in-law. She was asking me to intercede with my uncle. My uncle, standing beside me, who had arrested Shen Guang on my orders, made a small noise and looked at the sky. Of course, Auntie, I said. I'll speak to him. She thanked me about 9 times, then rounded on her daughter. You silly girl. He's not holding it against you and you can't even say thank you? And Shen Li bit her lip and said in a voice like a mouse, Xiaoming, thank you for being willing to save my father. It had cost her everything she had to say that, because in her world I had always come back. She could be as unreasonable as she wanted, and I would arrive the next morning with a gift. That was simply how the universe worked, and for 2 days the universe had stopped working, and she had absolutely no idea why. Her mother filled the silence with the fatal sentence. Although you're both young, you're engaged. You'll be family from now on. Don't take it to heart. Family. I thought about the last page of that book, about my 3 sisters, about my father in a cell, about who exactly was standing in the crowd on the day they finished us. It's not a small matter, I said. It's something I care about very much. As for family, forget it. We can't afford to deal with your family. Wang Shu's face emptied out, and Shen Li ran in front of me and put her arms out and blocked the path. Xiaoming, explain yourself. Are my problems trivial to you? Tang Lei saved my life, and I want to repay him with everything I have. Is that wrong? Why are you treating me like this over that? Explain, or you're not leaving. What you do is none of my business, I said. Move. I won't. You have to explain. I slapped her again. She went backwards over the courtyard, and I got into my carriage. I want to be honest about this, because there's a version of me that would like to sound conflicted. I wasn't. I have never been a saint. I came back to see what this world looks like from the top, and this girl's little schemes were laid out in front of me like a hand of cards held up to a mirror. If our families weren't tangled together, I wouldn't have looked at her twice. Behind me, she lay in the dirt and cried and thought with real bewilderment that it was like her little dog, the one that always came running with its tail going, and one day it didn't, and when she went to it, it bit her. Her mother knelt down beside her and started scolding her, and then quieter. I've been through this. He still values you. Lower your head, admit you were wrong, promise never to see that boy or the Yi family again, and he'll forgive you. Mother, I only wanted to repay a debt. What's wrong with that? And then, for no reason she could name, something in her chest hurt. Congratulations, host. The daughter of Luck Shenli feels a pang of regret toward you. 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. The daughter of Luck has suffered a major blow. Her luck has declined. 5,000 points. Regret. I sat in the carriage and thought about the great hatred demon lord who gave that girl everything he had and got his entire family buried for it, and who died with her sword going through the head of the only servant who ever stayed. If we're being generous, forgiving Shenli is God's job. My job is arranging the meeting. Then I checked the panel because a new line had appeared on it. Cultivation technique, chaotic creation scripture, first level, and new, the destiny Tao scripture, with a note. This scripture is not suitable for the host, not recommended for cultivation, can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. I had just plundered the life's work of one of the strongest women in the history of the Qihang holy sect, and my system offered to buy it off me for scrap. Sell. 61,000 points. Old Gui was waiting at the foot of the mountain when I got back, and I saw him through the mountain before I saw him with my eyes, which took some getting used to. Young master is wise. Something did happen. Nothing serious. His teeth came out. 4 of them, yellow, pointing in 4 directions, whistling slightly when he talked. You broke the bone forging ranking and took first on the earth ranking, and in doing so, you passed both of the Qihang holy sect's current prodigies. They came to see you. They waited all day. You never appeared. So one of them lost his temper and set up a challenge stage on the Yi family's peak. He is challenging every disciple in our sect below spirit refining. The master says he and sect master Ji will handle it. He asks that you don't show your face. Star Servant made a small furious noise. That's a slap across the whole sect. It's children playing, I said, which was true and also not the point. Here's the trick they were pulling. The bone forging ranking test measures physical strength only. No spirit allowed. I was first on it with 1.5 million jin of body, but out in the real world, a bone-forging cultivator who has started refining his spirit can multiply that. A ranking prodigy who has 1 foot into spirit refining routinely puts out over 1 million jin. The rankings and reality are different documents. Jing was listed at 900,000. In an actual fight, he was well past 2 million, so Joji could tell the boy who was first on the bone-forging ranking not to worry about it, and sound generous, and know perfectly well the boy would have lost. And my father had agreed with him. That's the part I want you to hold on to. Old Gui, I said, the sect master's word is as good as gold. If he says he'll handle it, then obviously I can't interfere. I'll go and cultivate. Old Gui looked at me for a long moment with his cloudy old eyes and said, Please, young master. I went back to the barrel. I spent that night on the heavenly Tao eye instead of my body, and by morning I understood why the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable is ranked 35th in the history of this continent. I opened the eye in a dark room and saw Star Servant sitting outside the door with her eyes shut. Through the wall, through the veil, I saw her face. I looked away immediately. The entire experience lasted under a second, and she opened her eyes anyway with a small confused frown because something had brushed her cheek, just like the young master's hand. Then she told herself very firmly that this was Holy Emperor Peak, that only a lunatic would send divine sense at the residence of the Chu family's young lord, and that Tang Yuan was a cautionary tale. Then she spat at herself mentally and turned red and called herself shameless and closed her eyes again. I am reporting this because it is relevant to exactly one thing, which is that she had a divine soul. She had been refining her spirit for 20 years, and she had not been able to locate me. That eye multiplied my spirit tenfold. I hadn't even entered spirit refining yet, and I was already at the level of somebody who had. I tested it on a mosquito, flicked a silver needle from my hand, and pinned one wing to a tree trunk without hurting it, then flicked a second and pinned the other. Then I sat there and thought about the difference between a man who can lift a mountain and a man who can pin an insect's wing without bruising it, and understood properly why spirit refining comes after bone forging and not before. Strength is the number, spirit is what you're allowed to do with it. By dawn, I was at 1,800,000 jin. My focused stare left a scorch mark on the flagstones, and I had gone through 4 barrels of medicine. I woke Star Servant up 3 times to change them. She came in the morning to dress me with news, which she delivered while kneeling to fasten my belt, in a voice with an unmistakable bounce in it. Young master, I went past the arena last night. Sect Master Ji is in a real mess. The Ye family's talents took turns. Not one of them lasted a single move. Ye Guan, Ye Hong, Ye Qin, 12 years old, 3 to 400,000 jin each, half a step into spirit refining, over 1 million jin at full power, 1 move each. When I got there, the disciples were in an uproar, and the higher-ups were sitting there with faces like weather. And I heard that in desperation, Sect Master Ji fed a divine medicine to that Tang Hao you crippled, and used a secret method to force his spirit to condense so he could fight. And Jing killed him in 1 move anyway. She was so pleased that she was practically vibrating. Tang Hao. Bones shattered 2 days ago, healed with an emperor's medicine, spirit forcibly condensed in an afternoon, pushed to 1,300,000 jin, which is straightforward cheating, and thrown at a 10-year-old. 1 move. Also, the master got anxious and started ordering our clan's young people to prepare to go up. Anyone who beats Jing gets a divine medicine. Third master's eldest son Xiaolong was getting ready when I left. I had to come back and change your medicine, so I don't know what happened next. I smiled because this was exactly what I had ordered, by doing nothing. You cannot make a man like Zhou Ji bow by asking. You have to let him climb out onto a branch and then wait. He was out on the branch now, in public, with every top sect on the continent watching, and the only saw in the building was me. My father came in personally. He looked exhausted. Xiaoming, come with me to the arena. If things don't work out, you'll have to step in. Yes, father, I said pleasantly. He didn't want to bring me. He'd spent 30 years making sure I never stood out. But he was the deputy sect master, and the sect's face was currently being used as a doormat by a child, and there was nobody else. The arena was on the Yi family's peak, and I heard the voice before I landed. I've long heard of the prestige of the Saint Heaven sect, said to have surpassed my Qihang Holy sect and become the #1 sect on this continent. Now that I've seen it, I'm disappointed. This entire sect doesn't have a single disciple who can withstand 1 move from me. On the stage stood a small bald boy with his arms crossed, in a milk-white linen outfit, about 1.60 meters, red lips, white teeth, delicate features, and no hair whatsoever, and he was more beautiful than most women in that crowd, and enormously pleased about it. He looked around at everyone below him with an expression of open contempt and rubbed his own scalp. Boring, really boring. Is anyone else coming up? Where's that brat Xiaoming? Bring him out. I'll deal with him quickly. How dare he steal my sister's first place and trample me under his feet? Let's see how many punches his chaos demon god body can take. Below the platform, the assembled leadership of the largest sect on the continent sat there with their faces going through several colors. An elder from the Duanmu family with a white beard was shaking so hard his beard was standing out sideways. He is the same generation as my father's grandfather. Even my father bows to him. What kind of time is this to be scheming against each other? Have you no shame? I can't take it anymore. Another high-ranking official stood up and looked at my father. Deputy sect master, let the little holy son go up. And then one of the ancients said directly to me, Little holy son, go up there and kill that little bald thing. If the sect master comes after you, we'll cover for you. This is a battle for the honor of the sect. He wouldn't dare pursue it. When I was bleeding for this sect, Joji was still drinking milk. Let him try coming after me and see what happens. I want to note that these are men who have not raised their voices in 400 years, and that they were now openly calling the sect master a name in front of his own disciples. King Chu. One of them turned on my father with a distinctly unfriendly look. Speak up. Do you also object to the little holy son taking part? My father, cornered by 6 people old enough to be his grandfather, smiled the way a man smiles when he steps on a rake. Little Ming, you? The sect master has given an order, I said calmly, before he could finish. As a disciple of this sect, it is only natural that I obey it. I cannot make a move. My father put a hand over his eyes. I watched him work it out. He had assumed I came with him because I was obedient. I came with him because I wanted to watch Joji be handed the bill in person. If either of them had listened to me 2 days ago, none of this would have happened. But I had gone to the Hengtian Palace anyway, and here we all were. And then, in the worst possible moment, a young man in torn, bloody clothes climbed onto the stage. Tang Lei of the Ye family, I'll fight you. The crowd made a noise like a door opening on a horror film. Wasn't he in the Sin domain? He escaped and came to challenge Jing? Hasn't this sect embarrassed itself enough? I looked at the empty chair beside my father, and Joji was suddenly sitting in it. Cunning old man. He had found a way to turn a disaster into a rehabilitation. Everyone, apologies for the delay. He stood up and addressed the leadership with a stern face. Tang Lei is the son of my third brother Ye Tianying. He was wrong to consume the sex medicines, but he is young, and his crime does not warrant death. And Grand Elder Hongwu has already paid the price with his life and taken responsibility for everything. Please consider Tianying's contributions to this sect while he lived and give the boy a chance to atone. My family will contribute divine medicines of equal value to cover the sect's losses. Then, to my father, second brother, what do you think? And my father, who wanted this whole thing to be over, said, as long as he contributes to the sect, merits and demerits can balance. Sect master, the old Duanmu elder was not letting go. Can that boy take 3 moves from Jing? Zhou smiled. You probably don't know this. The primordial sacred bone between Tang Lei's eyebrows has shown signs of revival. His strength has reached 700,000 jin. Perhaps he cannot beat Jing, but 3 moves? He can hold for a while. The reaction went around that platform like a shockwave. The primordial sacred bone was reviving, which meant the Yi family were about to have a talent standing shoulder to shoulder with me, which meant everything Zhou Zhi had just spent in the last 2 days was suddenly an investment instead of a loss. The elders started nodding. Let him try. If he takes 3 moves, he's redeemed himself, and the sect keeps a prodigy. Beautiful, genuinely beautiful. In under a minute, he had converted a prison break into a public rehabilitation and a recruitment announcement. I sat there with my face doing nothing, because I was a step late. The ring had been feeding that bone for months before I took it, and the revival was already underway. So I asked the only question that mattered. System, can you revive the heavenly profound divine ring and reclaim the power it left covering the primordial sacred bone of the chosen one Tang Lei? Yes, host. 500 fate points to revive the ring and reclaim its power. 1,000 to refine the ring outright, though that will wake the remnant soul inside. 500, I said. Reclaim. Yes, host. The ring on my finger flashed black. On the stage, 30 meters away, Tang Lei was already set, feet planted, a faint purple light swirling between his eyebrows, and the purple light went out. His whole face changed. He grabbed at his own forehead. No! No! Because in the 4 seconds before the most important fight of his life, his one advantage had walked out of the building. Without the sacred bone, he was an ordinary bone-forging cultivator with 700,000 jin and no spirit at all, standing in front of a monster who put out over 2 million. Jing, who had somehow acquired his whole biography in the last day, gave him a very strange smile and rubbed his scalp. Tang Lei was born with the primordial sacred bone, but it was tainted and his meridians were destroyed by poison. Interesting. So has it recovered? Is that why you dare to challenge me? Let me see how capable you are. Wait. Jing stomped and shot forward like an arrow. He had heard there was a sacred bone in front of him, so he held nothing back, and the air spun into a vortex behind him. Tang Lei's energy surged and his feet went backwards. Useless trash, why are you running? Attack! Did you come up there just to embarrass your sect? Zhou Ji's eyes narrowed and he stood up, because his nephew had promised him 3 moves and his nephew was running. Trying to rise to power? I said to nobody. Dream on. Jing folded himself like a bow and put his bald head through Tang Lei's chest. It left a crater. You could see a lump the size of a skull come up in his back. The sound the bones made carried to the back of the crowd. Then Jing stood up, annoyed, and punched him in the face. It seems your Saint Heaven sect really has nobody, sending up trash like this, each one worse than the last, not even as good as those useless Ye family kids on the ranking. Sending this thing up here to humiliate me is not acceptable. Get out. And he kicked Tang Lei a few hundred meters through the air and into the plaza from a great height. He didn't die. He was a walking pharmacy, remember. But he lay there in a shape that had stopped being a shape, and the crowd looked at him with pure hatred. That's the part Zhou Ji hadn't costed. On any ordinary day, one more spoiled boy wasting the sex medicine gets grumbling. But the sex face was on the floor already, and then a bleeding cripple ran out, refused to fight, and got kicked around like a bag. The disciples started screaming for his head. He ate half the sex treasury, and he can't take 1 move. He didn't take a move, he got killed while running. The others at least faced the enemy. Even a pig would be worth something after all that medicine. The leadership on the platform looked like men who had been robbed in daylight by somebody they invited to dinner. This was an accident, Zhou Ji said. I didn't expect it either. Which was true, and which not a single person believed. Sect master. A grand elder, very carefully. We all know you dote on your nephew, but at an occasion this serious, there was no need to send him up to perform. Enough. Infighting at a time like this makes us a joke. And the Duanmu elder, with his face like a stone, said the thing that ended it. Sect master, I hear you ordered the little holy son not to act, and that you would handle it. Would you consider retracting that order? Otherwise, this cannot be resolved. Then the rest of them piled in. Please rescind. Please put the sect's reputation first. Otherwise the Saint Heaven sect is disgraced. And my father lowered his head and said nothing at all, because he was also on the hook, and because appearing now would only invite the beating. Joji's neck went thick with veins. Fine. His eyes were red, and he pushed the words out through his throat like gravel. Please, little holy son Xiaoming, enter the stage. And that, right there, is the actual battle. Everything else was choreography. The elders turned to me with hope all over their faces. Xiaoming, the Duanmu elder chose his words with visible care. Are you confident? You could hold 3 moves, couldn't you? Because I was the son of 2 emperors, and if I refused, no one on this continent could make me. I stood up, bowed to him properly, and said, hitting him is as easy as taking something out of a bag. There was a pause while several dozen extremely old men rearranged their faces. Since the sect master has spoken, this junior will go up. It's for the sect's reputation. Personal honor is nothing. But uncles and grandfathers, Xiaoming has one condition. If you agree, I'll deal with Jing within 3 moves. Everyone in that stand instinctively thought, this boy is unbearably arrogant, and also somehow believed me. That's the part I've never been able to explain, and have stopped trying to. What condition? I looked at the sect master. From this day, for any reason whatsoever, Tang Lei is not to be exonerated or released from the Sin domain. I said he would pay for what he did, and that every drop of divine medicine and treasure he swallowed would come back out. Or he can simply be refined into a pill. Joji came out of his chair. You bastard, so young and so vicious. Do you intend to ruin the pride of my Ye family? His authority came off him like heat off a road. That is a real weapon. An emperor who has ruled a territory for decades can make a grown man's legs go out from under him with a look. I have been looked at by worse. Sect master, I said smiling. I am upholding the rules of this sect. The strong are respected, and only the excellent obtain resources. Your nephew has no talent, no strength, and no contribution. He secretly consumed a fortune of the sect's medicine. That is a capital offense. If Tang Yuan hadn't killed himself to take the blame and your family hadn't paid, he'd already be dead. Worse, he repeatedly approached my fiancée under the pretext of a life debt and worked to sow discord between us. For that alone, I could kill him 1,000 times. He's trash. What is he, to stand on my head? I am simply respecting my own conscience. I took one step forward so that I was standing between my father and the sect master, and I said it to the entire platform. Sect master, there is no room for negotiation. Tang Lei must die. And I hope this is the first and last time. Uncles, grandfathers, I ask you to bear witness. If the Ye family removes Tang Lei from the Sin domain again under any pretext, I will follow my heart and kill him where he stands, under the rules of the sect. I was 8 years old, and I had just told the most powerful man in the sect that his family's future was contingent on his behavior. The shock in that stand was not about the words, it was about the fact that grown disciples in their 20s couldn't lift their heads in front of that man, and I hadn't blinked. My father looked at me like he'd never seen me before. I found out later what he was thinking, which was that his son had spent his entire childhood shut in a compound making himself small so his father wouldn't have to fight, and had been plotted against anyway. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second stage of the villain is no longer low profile. Defeat the son of Luck Jing, 10,000 destiny points and 1 spirit medicine enlightenment tea tree sapling. I stepped off the platform without waiting for an answer and landed on the stage. Don't waste time, I said, and beckoned. Enough talking, I'll finish you in 3 moves. And the plaza detonated. They had been standing there all night watching every famous young talent in their sect get folded up like laundry, and then watching a cripple run away, and they had reached the point where a crowd will follow anyone who offers to hit something. You beat me on the bone forging ranking, and you stole my cousin Lian's first place on the earth ranking, Jing said, rubbing his head with a smile that had something genuinely unpleasant in it. Good. You finally show yourself. You're certainly arrogant. Let's see how much of it is real. Then he vanished. There were suddenly several hundred of him on that stage. The Phantom Dragon's secret technique, the Duanmu elder said, and I heard it from 30 meters away because his voice cracked. The Sihang Holy Sect's top movement technique. Created by their 18th holy master from the flight of an ancient dragon, one of the 10 greatest movement arts in all realms. Nobody in their sect has mastered it in generations. He's at bone forging, and he's got the basics of a top-tier divine ability. No wonder they let him come. With his spirit, he can put out over 2 million jin. With that technique, he's essentially invincible in this realm. It's no shame for the little holy son to lose. He's 2 years younger. He hasn't had time. Hopefully, he can take 3 moves. Meanwhile, Joji leaned toward my father and said quietly, Second brother, are you still in charge of the Chu family? How can you let Xiaoming be this unscrupulous? Didn't we agree to work together? It's not that I don't love him as his uncle, but he's cruel and vindictive and narrow-minded, and now he's damaging both families. As his father, shouldn't you do something? And my father said, brother, you should stop now. Joji's head came up. Big brother, you should understand that Xiao Ming is my only son. Over the years, because of this sect, I have wronged him too much. We all know who is right and who is wrong here. Xiao Ming did not make a mistake this time, and as his father, I will never again use the unity of the sect to limit him. I cannot let my son down again. I heard that from the middle of a swarm of after-images, and it did something to me that I had not expected it to do. I opened the heavenly Tao Eye. Purple light went across the stage and most of the phantoms melted like frost in the sun. The heavenly Tao Eye, Joji's voice, and for the first time it wasn't controlled. Oh my god! It carries the essence of the Tao, it resonates with the rules, it has the appearance of connecting all the heavens. The old Duanmu elder was standing up. It is identical to the heavenly Tao Eye created by the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable. The heavenly Tao Eye. How can you possibly? That was Jing, standing alone behind me with his cover gone. Move one. I was in front of him and my fist was in his chest. His ribs went and he went up into the air. Move two. I was above him and I stamped down and he came out of the sky like a meteor and put a crater in the stage. There was a pause. Then a furious voice came out of the hole. I am invincible. How could I be beaten by you? He came out head first, that shiny skull turning into an arrowhead, spiritual energy compressed to a point, and the number I read off him was 2,600,000 jin. He had doubled. If you want to go to the end, I said, I'll grant it. Move 3. I closed the eye because I didn't need it, and put the chaotic creation scripture through my arm, and slapped him. 1,800,000 jin of body, with the spirit already at the level of a spirit refining cultivator behind it. The number that landed was over 4 million. 5 deep, dark red finger marks appeared on that beautiful bald head, visible from the back of the plaza. He screamed. He went back into the crater faster than he had left it. The stage cracked in a ring. Dust went up in a column. Debris rained on the front rows. And then nothing. It's said to be 3 moves, and it's exactly 3 moves. Not one more, not one less. An old man in white robes appeared in the hole and came up carrying the boy and started sprinkling powdered divine medicine on his skull, heartbroken because his young master had never in his life had anything go wrong. And Jing burst into tears, loud, wet, heartbroken sobbing in front of the entire Saint Heaven sect. Grandpa Chu, he hit me and humiliated me, and I still can't beat him. The tears came down that eerie, pretty little face in sheets, as if he had not spent the entire previous night personally injuring every bone-forging talent in a sect of 10 billion people, as if I had cornered him in an alley. Young master, don't cry, you're the best. The only reason he won is the heavenly Tao Eye. The old man was lying, kindly. He knew perfectly well that without the eye I would still have won, just more slowly. He had also worked out that if I hadn't pulled that last slap, the boy's head would have come off, and so would the mountain behind him. Wah! Isn't my cousin cultivating the inheritance of the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable? Why is the heavenly Tao Eye on him? That's the thing she wanted most. Grandpa Chu doesn't know either. He's already sent word back to the holy sect. It's like seeing a ghost. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the son of Luck Jing and successfully made him cry. 5,000 destiny points. I looked at that reward notification and thought, seriously? In the book, this boy grows into the ghostly Saint Venerable, a name spoken across 10,000 worlds, famous for a face that terrifies people and a fighting style nobody can predict, who goes toe-to-toe with the protagonist for decades, and here he was, at 10, howling into an old man's shoulder because someone hit him. Remember, I said on my way off the stage, this is Saint Heaven sect territory. It's not your place to act recklessly. The crowd parted for me. Men 3 realms above me stepped back and got out of my way, which is a specific kind of treatment that only exists at the very top. I stopped by Tang Lei on the way past. The crater in his chest had already closed. He was unconscious and breathing normally. I stood over him and did some sums. System. Is there any way to extract the power of the divine medicine from his body? Because the original plan was to leave him in a cell and wait, and Zhou Ji had just personally walked out from behind the curtain to protect him. When the man running the building steps into the light for one boy, the boy stops being a boy and becomes a schedule. I wanted to crush his skull right there. I could feel a cold weight on the back of my neck from the platform. Joji was watching me look at his nephew. Zero chance under that gaze. The host may switch to alchemy and cultivate the Dan King Heart Sutra and the Heavenly Fate extraction technique. At body integration, the host could extract the divine power from Tang Lei's body easily. Note: the medicinal power is the foundation of Tang Lei's life. Without it, the toxin in his body has a very high probability of killing him. This is not a bad way to eliminate the son of luck. Eliminate the chosen one completely, and the host will receive a huge reward. How much for both techniques? 11,000 points. Cheap. Alchemy isn't a mainstream path, so even top-tier alchemy scriptures go for pocket change. I wasn't going to learn them. A man's energy is finite, and I have never in my life done a job that somebody else could do better. But my second sister was already an alchemist, in a poison valley, under a master who had been assigned to her by our enemies. Give her these 2 scriptures, and she gets stronger, and she gets a way out from under him. 2 enforcers appeared beside me and bowed. Little holy son, we're ordered to take the escaped prisoner Tang Lei. Escaped prisoner. My third uncle had picked his words with a scalpel. Joji had removed a prisoner from the Sin domain without the permission of the hallmaster, which is precisely what a prison break is. Take him. Strengthen the guard. Tell my third uncle nobody is to remove Tang Lei from the Sin domain without my permission. Remember, anyone. Anyone meant the man sitting 20 meters above me. He heard it. He couldn't say a word about it because his nephew had just publicly disgraced the sect, and because I had just saved the sect's face for him, and because my father was no longer standing behind him. So he sat there while they dragged Tang Lei away for the second time in 3 days, and the entire sect watched him do it. I gave him one look and went down the mountain, and then something grabbed my leg. I looked down, and there was a shiny bald head with 5 fading finger marks on it, attached to 2 arms wrapped around my thigh. His eyes were enormous, there were still tears on his face, and he said with tremendous determination, "Big brother, please take me as your little brother." I stood there for several seconds. So I went out to fight, I said to nobody, and came back with a follower, and the follower is a son of luck. He got permission from my father, who was extremely keen to be on good terms with the Qihang Holy Sect and not at all keen to explain to them why we'd thrown their prodigy off a mountain, so the boy simply moved in. The first thing he did in my hall was open a purple box. "Big brother, a gift. Do you like it?" Origin energy came out of that box thick enough to lean on. Inside was a purplish red fruit the size of a fist, shot through with purple veins, glittering. The Qihang sacred fruit. I closed the box. I don't accept something for nothing, particularly not from someone I just beat up. You give a gift like that, are you asking me to hit you again? I can arrange it now. No, big brother. I'll talk. Don't hit me. I surrender. I can't beat you. He scratched his skull furiously. But you have to promise not to tell anyone. Could you teach me the heavenly Tao? I want to pursue my cousin, the one who was first on the Earth ranking before you took it, Leon. I looked at him for a while. Then I started reassembling the entire back half of a novel. In the book, there is no romance between these two. What there is this. The protagonist eventually takes advantage of the Saintess Lian, and Jing goes so completely out of his mind about it that he chases Tang Lei across the world for decades. Everyone assumes it's because she's his senior sister. It is not because she's his senior sister. You want to pursue Leon? I said. He put his head down and giggled and scratched his scalp so hard I expected to see smoke. The real reason I came to challenge you, he said, going pink, isn't actually that you took my place on the bone forging ranking. It's that you took first place on the Earth ranking from her, I said, and you wanted to use the fight to make her look at you. He stared at me like I had performed surgery. Big brother, you're so smart. How did you guess? You act loud and arrogant and you show off constantly because you want the goddess in your head to glance at you. And when she does, you're ecstatic inside and you make absolutely sure it doesn't show, correct? My God, from now on you're my real big brother. That's exactly it. A man who spent decades in love with the same woman and never once said a word. In my previous life, that was rare. Genuinely rare. Most men break inside a year. I can't teach it, I said. The heavenly mandate Tao Venerable handed it to me directly. It's less a technique than a weapon. There's no method. You can only comprehend it. I know. So all you have to do is let me stay next to you every day and try, and if I get stuck, you point me in a direction. It's very important to my cousin. She'll definitely want to cultivate it too, and then we can cultivate together. He trailed off into a private daydream with a small idiot smile on his face. I slapped the back of his head. I'll take the fruit. You can follow me. Ask what you like. One condition. You don't interfere with my cultivation. Thank you so much, big brother. Star servant at the door said in a very level voice, since the young master has permitted it, you will stay put and not wander. This is the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. There are restrictive arrays everywhere. If you trigger one, nobody can save you. She was not pleased. That doorway was hers, and the moment I went inside, the boy's whole face changed, eyebrows up, hands behind his back. You're my elder brother's personal maid, right? Not bad looking, fair skin, decent figure, still far inferior to my senior sister. What's your name? Star servant said. I have no name, only a code name. Star servant. Do you want to know who I am? I don't want to know. I am Jing, son of the head of the Hui family of the Qihang Holy Sect. I will be the leader of the Qihang Holy Sect one day. Your young master is my sworn brother. I'll be staying here a while. Behave well and you'll get your share of the benefits. She had already turned to leave. Where are you going? To fetch the young master's medicine. Perfect timing. Bring me a barrel too and fill it. I need to cultivate here and comprehend the heavenly Tao I. Never mind, you wouldn't understand if I explained. Just be obedient. Don't worry, my elders have already spoken to your family head, so nobody will scold you. If you want medicine, come with me and get it. I only serve the young master. And from inside the room I said, Star Servant, this is Holy Emperor Peak, your home. Anyone who belittles you, beat them. Your master will back you up. There was a short silence, then a sound. You lowly servant, do you believe I'll have someone? Another sound. My father is an emperor. Two more sounds. You're finished, completely finished. Do you even know you've been assaulting the future of the Qihang Holy? Another sound. All right, big sister. Can I get in the barrel myself? Don't draw blood. I lay in the dark and listened to the sect's greatest young prodigy being smacked around a doorway by a maid, and I felt, for the first time since I arrived in this world, something that was almost peace. Star Servant reported later that she has an excellent temper and has never wanted to hit anybody in her life, and that this particular boy seems to be built out of some substance that generates the desire to hit him. I ate the fruit while they were arguing. The Qihang sacred fruit is the treasure of the Qihang Holy Sect, grown over an unimaginable stretch of time, rarer than the sacred vein flower, useful to an emperor attempting a breakthrough. It was meant to build that boy's foundation for the next 20 years. He'd used it to buy an older brother and impress a girl. 200,000 jin. 2 million even. Out in the corridor, Jing shivered in the tub and looked around and said, Why do I suddenly feel cold? And settled on the theory that the maid had developed a taste for hitting him. He did not know how close he had come that night to being an ingredient. I had considered it. Killing him on that mountain would have been simple. And then I'd have had the Qihang Holy Sect, the oldest holy land on this continent, standing behind the Ye family instead of confused in the middle. My family had enough problems. That is the only reason he is alive. That night, up on the other peak, the Qihang Holy Sect's leadership came to negotiate. They wanted the heavenly Tao I, not a trade, not an offer. They wanted it dug out of my forehead. A projection stood above the hall in a wide white robe with its face hidden, and the majesty coming off it was in no way weaker than my father's. The Taoist Changrui, current Holy Lord of the Qihang Holy Sect, 85th on the heavenly ranking, which put him above both my father and Zhou Ji. Who dares to gouge out my son's heavenly Tao I? That was my father, and the temperature in that hall went to nothing. I don't care whether it belongs to the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable or to anyone else. I only know that it has recognized my son as its lord. Anyone who lays a finger on him, I will take their life. Taoist Changrui, if the Qihang Holy Sect wants war with my sect, I am ready to fight to the end. But I don't want to hear that sentence again. See our guests out. The Qihang delegation went several shades paler. Heavenly King Emperor Lord, please calm your anger. The projection was very reasonable. I am not here to coerce you. I come with sincerity. You understand how important that I is to us. The heavenly mandate, Tao Venerable, is one of the strongest beings in the history of my sect. And our current saintess, Lian, cultivates the heavenly Tao scripture. With that eye, she would be a tiger with wings. Your little holy son will be cultivating either the Chu family's Supreme Emperor scripture or the Holy Heaven scripture. The eye is useful to him, it cannot reach its full effect. Name any conditions, and I guarantee, on my character and my sect's reputation, that after it is removed, it will not harm his foundation in the slightest. Read that last sentence again. I have, many times. My father's face went the color of ash, and then Zhou Ji put a hand on his shoulder. Second brother, please don't get angry. The Taoist Changrui is doing this for the good of his own sect. As leaders, we should remain calm and understand where he's coming from. There was a silence in that hall that I would have paid money to be present for. Big brother, my father said. What do you mean by that? You watched Xiao Ming grow up. You once asked to take him as your godson and only gave it up because Kongzhu refused. The eye has already been refined by him. It has recognized him. It is fused with his flesh and blood. He wants to dig it out of my son's forehead. How am I supposed to remain calm? Second brother, listen to your elder brother. Zhou Ji's voice was perfectly warm. We are the leaders of this sect. We plan for the long term. Look at Uncle Hongwu. He did wrong and he was forced to kill himself. My third brother's child was imprisoned by Xiao Ming. As sect master and head of the Ye family, have I said one word? You know how badly they want the eye. They are determined to have it. Rather than let them scheme in the dark and hurt Xiaoming, it is better to agree and convert it into an enormous benefit for this sect. I watched Xiaoming grow up. I can't bear it either. But for the long-term interests of the sect's second brother, you have to understand me. Even if it were my own son, for the sect, I would do it, however much I regretted it. My father stood there with his fists shaking and no idea where to start because every sentence had the word sect in it, and he had spent 30 years agreeing that the word ended arguments. Then the sky tore open. A sword came through the ceiling of the world and went for the Taoist Changrui and Zhou Ji at the same time. Lan Ru, are you mad? You dare attack on the main peak of this sect? Zhou Ji slammed the table, roared, and threw a punch deep into the void to meet the light. The Taoist Changrui simply vanished into time and space. The sword followed him in there and kept cutting, and by the time he came out again, more than half of the divine soul he had projected across 100 million miles was gone. Out on our peak, old Gui grinned at nothing, teeth whistling, and put away a small silver sword. My mother had left him a way to contact her before she left, because she knows exactly who she married. Madam, my father said, standing up, why are you back again? Please, don't be impulsive. I was only discussing. Chu, you coward. I have never heard a woman put that much contempt into a surname. Lucky I was careful. If I hadn't come back, you would have been sold. Your own son would have had his forehead dug out, and you would still be standing there counting the money for them. Get out of my way and behave. She turned on Zhou Ji with a broken sword in her hand and the killing intent going up past the atmosphere. Old man, do you think that because I've gone home on business, I can't come back and put this sword through you? You actually schemed against my son. Are you tired of living? Space around the Ye family's peak started coming apart in strips. Zhou Ji's face was very still. He could not understand how a woman who had returned to a god clan on the far side of an unimaginable number of worlds had received the news and arrived inside a single evening. Lan Ru, this is a major matter for the sect. I am the sect master and I am discussing it with my second brother. Discussing? She cut him off with the sword. What is there to discuss? What are you discussing? Suitable terms in exchange for digging my son's eye out of his head? Everyone in your Ye family put together is not worth one of my son's fingers. What exactly do you have to trade? Try digging. Go on. Then she turned to my father. King Chu, tell me, is there any room for discussion here? And my father said with visible relief, Madam is right. There is no room for discussion. Zhou Ji shut his mouth because there was nothing left to save, and my mother looked out into time and space at the ruined projection of the Holy Lord of the Qihang Holy Sect and said conversationally, Old man, put your little schemes away. If one hair on my son is harmed, those two children of your generation, what are they called, Lian and Jing, will die wherever they hide. Try me if you like. Then she looked toward my mountain, and she saw me sitting in a barrel of medicine, and her face changed completely, and she was gone. Even for her, projecting a soul across that distance has a time limit. The Qihang delegation stood there in the wreckage with their mouths open because they had just watched a woman reach across the endless sky and cut 2 of the 100 strongest people on this continent in the same second, and the thought that occurred to all of them at the same moment was, hold on, why was our Holy Lord being so unusually polite about this? Why was he willing to pay any price? Why didn't he simply take it? Which is a very good question, and I want you to hold on to it, because the answer arrives tomorrow morning, and it is not what any of them expected. The Taoist Changrui came out of the void looking tired and bowed to my father and apologized and said that he genuinely had no idea why the Eye had chosen a boy from another sect who had never touched a Qihang scripture in his life. This is truly bizarre. And then he said, that brat Jing is currently on your peak. Soon I'll have Lian come over as well. From now on, my 2 little ones will be troubling your esteemed young master a great deal. I hope the heavenly hero emperor will do us this favor, and my sect will repay it handsomely. My father laughed and said, of course, as long as my rascal doesn't throw them out. And Zhou Ji sat there and watched the thing he had spent the entire evening trying to prevent happen anyway. The Chu family now had a direct line to the Qihang Holy Sect. Then the doors blew off their hinges. Damn it! Whoever dares to gouge my nephew's forehead, I'll kill him! Chu Jun came in with murder coming off him in waves and a mummified woman in a snow-white gauze dress tucked under one arm like a rolled carpet, radiating imperial majesty. Big brother, is it that old bastard Zhou Ji stirring things up again? I really can't stand it anymore. They're bullying my family. If anyone dares to gouge out the forehead of the Chu family's pride, I will lead the law enforcement hall and wipe out their entire clan. He had been in the middle of dismantling the Liu family when the news reached him, and he had come directly, at speed, with an emperor's corpse under his arm, because he had not had time to put it down. Chu Jun, this is the sect master's hall, not your peak, Zhou Ji roared. And then the Holy Lord of the Sihong Holy Sect said, in a very careful voice, Hall Master Jun, what you are holding is the Emperor Corpse of my sect's founder, the Heavenly Mandate Tao Venerable. It seems the true legacy is elsewhere. I can sense the Tao essence of the great Tao bead. Correct, said my third uncle. So what? Little Ming received the legacy. Out of respect for your sect's reputation, I was going to return the body, but you tried to dig out his eye. So if you want the corpse, go and ask Xiao Ming for it. I don't care anymore. And he walked out with the founder of the Qihang Holy Sect under his arm and flew home. The Taoist Cheng Gui turned to my father with the expression of a man watching his week get worse. Heavenly King Emperor Lord, could you? As you can see, said my father, I can't get involved in this. Talk to my son. Jing had a bad night, not because of the slaps, because he spent it in a barrel next to mine, and in the same time it took me to drain 5 barrels of medicine, he drained 1. 5-1, same realm, 2 years older. That's impossible. How can the gap be that big? I have 1,100,000 jin. 400,000 difference doesn't do that. Is the chaos demon god body really that terrifying? He sat in cold water with his eyes going red, staring at my door. Also, standing 3 meters away for the entire night, was a tall, middle-aged man holding a female mummy, staring directly into his face without blinking, radiating the desire to open him up and see what was inside. My third uncle had come home in a mood and had not put the corpse down. Jing did not comprehend one single thing about the heavenly Tao eye that night. He spent it convinced he was about to be murdered by a man holding a body. In the morning, I came out and got the whole story about the eye-gouging negotiation, and I frowned because something was wrong with it. Joji's position I understood perfectly. That was rational. The Qihang Holy Sect's position was insane. That man is one of the shrewdest people alive. He trained 2 of the greatest prodigies of the era. He does not walk into another sect's founding family and demand to carve a piece out of the son of 2 emperors, one of whom is ranked 23 places above him, over a treasure. You don't do that unless somebody has told you it will be easy. Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. Jing's face was a disaster. Elder Chu never mentioned it, I swear. He had also just worked out why a man had watched him all night. Xiaoming, it's my fault for not thinking it through, my uncle said. Your father dealt with it well though, slammed the table, threatened war with the Qihang Holy Sect. The real problem is that our family is isolated. Joji held a leadership meeting with half the clans in the room and talked about the great cause of the sect all night, and the Qihang offer was genuinely tempting. Then he lifted the corpse. You decide whether we give this back. Say the word, and I'll have your second uncle forge her into weapons, and we'll go and wipe out the Qihang Holy Sect. I've already sent word to the clan. Anyone who meets a Qihang cultivator outside, especially from the Taoist Jiangrui's line, fights to the death. The family will cover it. And in a bit, I'm going to hang this little bald one from the top of the peak and have him whipped to cheer you up. Jing went the color of paper. Big brother, third uncle, please don't be impulsive. My God, I'm still young. I still want to pursue my cousin. I don't want to die, and I don't want to lose face. Because the Taoist Changgrui is his master. His master had just tried to get him killed on another sect's mountain from 100 million miles away without telling him. The heavenly mandate Tao Venerable is one of the strongest ancestors of my sect, he said, shaking. If you forge her body into weapons, every old ancestor we have will go insane. Even the sect master would vomit blood. Hey, you're young and you already understand what a disgrace is. My uncle's eyes were extremely unfriendly. Then what about your sect? Coming to my door to negotiate poaching a piece out of our holy son. Did anybody consider the reputation of my family or of this sect? Is that something you discuss? Then let me gouge out one of your eyes now, and afterwards the Qihang Holy Sect can compensate you double. He started studying the boy's face to decide which eye, at which point the old man in white robes arrived at a dead run. He had spent the entire night on the other peak cleaning up, and he had been sent here directly by the Holy Lord to explain, personally, as fast as possible. And the explanation was this. The leadership of the Qihang Holy Sect had discussed the matter, and most of them, including the Holy Lord, had not wanted to antagonize us. A small faction argued that the eye was made of their ancestors' essence and belonged to them. And then the sect master of our sect had contacted the Holy Lord privately and indicated that as long as the Qihang Holy Sect was willing to pay a sufficient price, the matter could be discussed, and indicated that it was also the wish of the Heavenly King Emperor Lord. So the Holy Lord, believing he was buying something that was already for sale, projected himself across the world to negotiate in good faith, prepared to pay anything. And then my father nearly declared war, and my mother came across the sky with a sword, and the Holy Lord realized in about 4 seconds that he had been played, dropped the entire idea, apologized, and sent this old man to explain before my family did something permanent. I sat there and did not react at all, because I had already worked out that shape on the way up the stairs. My third uncle had not, and he went up like a lamp. Joji. I always knew he talked one way and schemed another, and only my brother was fool enough to call him a brother for life. Our own sect master offered to sell a piece of our holy son to another sect. If that got out, this sect becomes the joke of the continent. Jing, still shaking, said with real hatred, Elder Chu, that bastard Joji tried to have me killed. When I grow up, I'll cut him into pieces. And here is where I did something that I want you to notice, because it is the whole method. Slow down, I said. Uncle Z is my father's sworn brother. He watched me grow up. How could he do such a thing? I have reason to suspect the Sihang Holy Sect is trying to sow discord between the two founding families of this sect. Elder Chu nearly wept. Little holy son, I would not dare speak nonsense about a matter like this, even if I had the courage of the heavens. The sect master sent it by divine ability. Where would I get evidence? But you may ask the heavenly King Emperor Lord to come to our holy sect. Our holy Lord's divine ability can rewind time and recreate the conversation. Good. That is what I wanted on the record, in front of witnesses, from him. Because if Joji's plan was to turn the Chu family against the Qihang Holy Sect, then the correct answer is not to defend myself. The correct answer is to make Joji hate the Qihang Holy Sect. And to do that, I needed the Qihang Holy Sect to spend the next hour insisting at increasing volume that our sect master had done it, which is precisely what happened because my father walked in. Xiaoming, you know everything now? Don't worry, it's over. With your father and mother here, nobody can hurt a hair on your head. But don't blame Uncle Z. He's like me. He only thinks about the future of the sect. Brother, Chujun exploded. What time is it? He tried to have your son's eyes cut out and you're still defending him. Then he pointed at the old man in white. You, old man, repeat every word you just said to my elder brother, all of it. Elder Chu, who was now certain the Holy Lord had assigned him this errand as a punishment, recited the whole thing again, and my father listened to it with his hair going white at the temples in real time, and then blasted the old man across the room hard enough to break something. You Qihang Holy Sect. First you try to gouge out my son's eyes, and now you sow discord inside my sect, so the two founding families destroy each other, and you can pick up the pieces and be number one on this continent again. Is that it? He didn't believe it. That's the thing. He believed it perfectly, and he could not permit himself to. I watched a man who could reshape a mountain range stand there shaking, and I understood the actual reason my family dies in that book. Not because the Ye family were clever, because my father, offered a choice between a fact and a friend, would take the friend every single time, and everyone who dealt with him knew it, and priced it in. He coughed blood. Third brother, stop talking. Let me think. Then, to me, Xiaoming, give your father some time. He coughed again, and there was blood on his chin, and he said, remember, you are the eldest son of the Chu family. You are the next sect master of the Saint Heaven sect. This entire sect will be yours. So whatever the truth is, the sect must not split and it must not fight itself. That only weakens us and feeds outsiders. Do you understand? Your son knows his limits, I said, and bowed. I understood him completely. He was right about the principle and wrong about the arithmetic, which is the most expensive way to be wrong. He went into seclusion for several days and left my third uncle in charge of the clan, and I stood there and thought, he has removed himself, voluntarily, at exactly the moment I need him gone. Moreover, third uncle, I said, with father in seclusion and you holding the clan, the Liu family business becomes considerably simpler, doesn't it? My uncle's eyes lit up like a slot machine. Right. Why didn't I think of that, you little rascal? I said nothing, because there was nothing polite to say. By the way, he added, Shen Guang is refusing to answer a single question unless he sees you. And that girl Shen Li was wandering around outside the main hall last night shouting that she needed to tell you something important, and that she knows she was wrong, and she wants to apologize in person. Father and daughter both, honestly. Shen Guang can wait, I said. Let him marinate. As for Shen Li, send her off this mountain and never let her set foot on it again. My uncle looked me up and down and started laughing. You little animal, I never really saw you before. You used to run off to find that girl every second day, and now you turn your back without blinking. You're ruthless. Third uncle, I think that girl will grow up beautiful. Have you considered her? Cousin Xiaolong is still unmarried. He waved both hands so fast he nearly hit himself. No. Stop right there. Even you almost fell for her tricks. If that arrogant fool of mine married her, she'd ruin him inside a year. My family cannot afford that kind of entertainment. Then Jing, who had been quietly reassembling his dignity, asked the question everybody in the room wanted to ask. By the way, big brother, how many jinn do you actually have right now? Only 2 million, I said, and walked out. There was a noise behind me like a room full of people forgetting how to breathe. 2 million, said Jing. It was 1.5, said my third uncle to the ceiling. Where are you going? Jing shouted. Hengtian Palace, I said. Test. because Joji had just tried to have a piece of my head cut out in the name of the interests of the sect. So I was going to go and make a small adjustment to what the interests of the sect actually were. The Hengtian Palace was busy in a way it had not been the previous day. The bone-forging wing was empty because Jing had personally injured every candidate for it the night before, but every other hall was packed, and the noise was coming from the body integration wing. 5 seconds, young Lord Tang Han has killed 20 Crimson Flame Golden Crystal Leopards. 10 seconds, 50, my god. He broke through to body integration less than 6 months ago. Is he going from 95 to the top 10? Tang Han, 4th on the Earth ranking, son of Joji, 17 years old, the fiancé of my eldest sister, and the man who, in the book, personally hunts my eldest sister down and kills her and gets praised across the continent for putting the sect above his own household. The Ye family had put everyone in the water at once. 16 of them had come to the Hengtian Palace that day. Joji had gone home the previous night and told the entire clan exactly what he thought of their performance, and the entire clan had come here to fix it. Tangzi has surged to 83rd on the spirit refining ranking. 10 phantom dream fiends in a minute. Are the Ye family going to take the body integration ranking and the spirit refining ranking both? Meanwhile, the Chu family has almost nobody this generation. The little holy son is talented, but he's too young. He can't carry a team alone. Then the body integration hall detonated. 367 Crimson Flame Leopards in 1 minute. Tang Han is in the top 10, 6th on the body integration ranking. He's 17. Look at the rankings. Tang Han has taken 2nd on the Earth ranking. He's past the little holy son. I looked up. My name had gone from 1st to 3rd overnight because the Qihang Saintess had also been busy, and now Tang Han had gone past me too. Brother Feng, that little bald one is Jing, and Xiaoming's here. Tang Hao, still gray in the face, came out of the hall pointing at us, talking to a tall man in white robes with the walk of somebody who has never once been interrupted. Xiaoming, wait a moment. I have something for you. Tang Han smiled at me, gentle, warm. He crouched down and beckoned like a favorite uncle, and a small, strangely shaped blue sword appeared in his hand. It's been 2 months. You've become so outstanding. Your Earth ranking place has even passed your brother-in-law's. Your brother-in-law should reward you properly. In the memories in this head, this man was the best thing about my childhood. He brought me presents from every trip, odd little treasures. He was patient with me. I looked up to him. My eldest sister was deceived by exactly that face. I walked over. I did not look at the sword. I looked into his eyes and said, "You are not worthy to marry my sister. In a few days, I will have the elders of my clan come and annul the engagement." The entire hall stopped. The wedding was already being arranged. The 2 families had agreed a date. Tang Han and Xiaomei were the matched pair of this generation, envied by everyone, the way Shen Li and I were supposed to be. What did you just say? Say it again. The smile was gone. He was gripping the little blue sword hard enough to bend it, and behind him, Tang Zi shouted, "Xiaoming, how dare you?" I didn't answer Tang Han. I never say a thing twice. I turned to Tang Zi instead. Because Jing had a thread of blood at the corner of his mouth and hadn't mentioned it, and because I had opened the heavenly Dao Eye on the way in, and nothing inside 100 meters gets past that, Tang Zi's arm was still trembling from an impact. "Nobody has ever dared to touch my people," I said. "Who gave you the guts?" I opened the eye, multiplied my spirit tenfold, and punched him. 6 million jin. His arm came apart into red mist. His chest folded inward. He crossed the width of the hall and hit the golden boulder of the spirit refining wing and slid down it and stayed there, still breathing. Barely. Tang Han shouted his name half a second too late. Tang Zhe was 80th on the spirit refining ranking. He was 2 full realms above me. He had a spirit like a river and the ability to draw on heaven and earth. He was killed in one exchange by a bone-forging cultivator, and every person in that hall watched it happen. That was the moment the doubt about my bone-forging record died. Nobody ever brought up cheating again. Xiaoming, you have disappointed me greatly. Tang Han had Tang Zhe's head in his hands and medicine going into his mouth. His eyes had gone red at the edges. In 2 months, you have become a completely different person. Lawless. You harm your fellow disciples, you disrespect your elders, you trample the rules. When I return, I will report this to Uncle Chu and let him teach you a lesson. I withdrew my fist, glanced at him, and drew a line across my own throat with my thumb. Then I walked into the golden vortex. I had come here for the test, and I had 30 seconds of business. Outside, my name appeared. Xiaoming, 1 second. 20 ancient mammoths, 2 seconds. 100, 4 seconds. 300, 5 seconds. 550. 9 seconds, 1,000, 9 seconds, the last time it took 30. It's like stepping on ants, somebody said, and started laughing in a way that was not enjoyment. This isn't a mammoth herd, it's a swarm. The gap between bone-forging cultivators feels like the gap between a man and a pig. Tang Hao stood at the foot of the rock with his eyes bleeding at the corners, shaking. He had lain in exactly that spot 2 days ago, watching exactly this happen, and it had nearly killed him then, and he had gotten meaningfully stronger since, and the distance had tripled. Then the ancient beast cubs came, 30 of them, then 90, and the space started coordinating them. They flanked, they went for openings. Somebody had put a small amount of intelligence into the simulation because the previous settings had stopped being relevant. I killed all 90 in 30 seconds and used a dragon cub as a whip to do part of it. And then the clock kept running and the number didn't move. 31 seconds, 33, nothing. The hall, which had spent 2 days learning to read wildly escalating numbers, discovered that a still number is much worse. Inside, the sky had opened and something came down that had no business being in a bone-forging test. A true dragon hatchling, 20 meters long, gold, with eyes like carved stones, and a spirit. A spirit refining true dragon. One entire realm above the person being tested. The Hengtian board had never done that in recorded history. Its gaze alone had weight. Its casual swipe carried 4 million jin, roughly double mine, and the test space forbids the use of spirit, so I had my body and nothing else. It opened me up, deep enough to see bone. I coughed blood and went backwards across the plane twice. And then I had a thought. The heavenly Tao Eye is not a technique. It's a divine object fused into my flesh. It is exactly as much a part of my body as a rock's wings are part of a rock. The rules said no spirit. They did not say no eyes. I opened it, and the eye's own spiritual energy, not mine, spread through my body, and suddenly I could see every trajectory that dragon was going to take before it committed to it. I caught its tail with both hands and used a true dragon as a flail on a mountain range. Then I ignored everything it had and put my fist through the front of its skull. Its claw took me apart at the same moment and I dissolved out of the test space in a shower of light. Outside, the record froze. Bone forging ranking, number 1, Xiaoming, 1 minute, killed 1 spirit refining true dragon hatchling, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden winged rock cubs, 30 true roar cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Holy, spirit refining, true dragon, the board must be broken. The earth ranking rearranged itself and put my name back on the top of it, above Tang Han, above the Saintess. I came out and looked at the rock, and then I said loudly enough for the whole palace. Some people, in the name of the interests of this sect, want to plot against this holy sun in private. They forget. I, Xiaoming, am the greatest interest of this sect. The hall stopped breathing. It was the most arrogant sentence anybody there had ever heard, and there was no way at all to argue with it, because it was written on the rock behind me in gold. Big brother, said Jing, eyes shining. From now on, you're not only my big brother, you're my idol. Who hurt you? I said. It's nothing, no problem. He wiped his mouth. Prodigies from great sects don't complain. Then a man came in through the front and landed in front of me in a green robe with the friendly smile of a neighbor. Gujian, deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, second elder of the Duanmu family. In the book, a half-step emperor with strength comparable to my third uncle. The Internal Affairs Hall runs the sect's daily life, its rewards and punishments, its rights, its administration. It has been the Ye family's private property for 1,000,000 years. Every single hallmaster has been surnamed Ye, without exception. The current one is Tang Wen, fourth elder of the Ye family. For a Duanmu to be its deputy tells you what he's worth. Little holy son, call me Uncle Lei. I've known your father for years. He congratulated me, then he got to it. I'm here to make up for the conferment ceremony that should have been held for you days ago. By the rules of this sect, any disciple who takes first place on any list of the Hengtian board receives a ceremony on the sacrifice peak. The sect master and the Internal Affairs Hall master attend personally. There is a substantial award, a rank increase. And the top-ranked disciple may make any request of the sect, and the sect must do its utmost to fulfill it. Any request. I filed that immediately, because in the book that clause is used against my family. Tang Lei reaches first on the earth ranking years from now, and he uses his one request to demand Shen Li's hand, specifically to break my engagement in public. My father coughed blood, and agreed, because it was the rule. And that is the night the great hatred demon lord starts walking the demonic path. Since it's a rule of the sect, I said pleasantly, and since I topped both lists 2 days ago, why is the ceremony only happening today? Gujian's eyes flicked, seemingly at nothing, toward the wing where Tang Zhe was lying where he'd fallen. It was delayed for some reason. Of course it was. The Internal Affairs Hall had sat on it because the hallmaster is Tang Wen, and because the man above him did not want me famous. And now, after a spirit-refining dragon, they had no choice, because too many people were watching. Also, Tang Zi is Tang Wen's second son. That's why he glanced. Uncle Lei, I'm sorry to have troubled you, I said. But I cannot come and accept the award. Why? Tang Wen is the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. He upholds this sect's rights and rules, and he arbitrarily suppressed a conferment ceremony. That is the first thing. The ancestor Duanmu left an instruction that the leadership of this sect must protect the cultivation of its younger disciples and never abuse power to suppress them, because only when talent can rise does a sect prosper. He left that instruction because he himself was suppressed by this sect when he was young, and nobody is permitted to violate it. I raised my voice slightly because the hall had gone quiet, and quiet halls carry, and the sect master, in the name of the greater good of this sect, attempted to have the heavenly Tao eye cut out of my forehead to curry favor with the Qihang holy sect. That is trampling on the interests of this sect, disrespecting our ancestors, and damaging our unity. That is the second thing. As the holy son of this sect, I am still young, but I am unwilling to associate with people who have no respect for strength and who violate the ancestral precepts. These honors are too dirty for me. I would rather not have them. You could hear the air conditioning. Several hundred disciples had just been handed a state secret in a public building by a 9-year-old, and their brains were refusing delivery. The sect master tried to have the holy son's eye cut out to please another sect. Xiaoming, how dare you humiliate my father and mock the sect master? Do you know that's treason? Tang Han crossed the hall and slapped me across the face. As your elder brother, I will teach you today how to know your place. He didn't finish, because Gu Jian's hand moved and a flash of azure light went through him, and he folded over it and traveled about 15 meters. Tang Han, you dare to strike the holy son of this sect in front of me? His voice had lost all of its warmth. Do you really think that I, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, cannot deal with you? That is what a system does when you insult it. The Internal Affairs Hall exists to enforce sect etiquette. Hitting the holy son in front of its deputy master in public isn't hitting me. It's hitting him. Tang Han got up with his robe red and his hair everywhere and clasped his hands. Uncle Lei, forgive me, I acted in anger. But Xiaoming slandered the sect master and disobeyed the Internal Affairs Hall, and he injured my cousin without cause. Please detain him first, to uphold the sect master's dignity. I smiled. Every word I have said is true and will withstand scrutiny. If one word of it is slander, I will resign as holy son. And since the top-ranked disciple on the earth ranking may make any request of the sect, I hereby make mine. I request that the Enforcement Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the Judicial Hall conduct a joint trial, investigate this matter to the bottom, and get every part of it into the open. Look at me, and decide whether I am slandering Hall Master Tang Wen, or our sect master. Tang Han's face went white because he had been recalled from his training trip that morning and had no idea what had happened in this sect over the past 3 days, and he had just walked into it at full speed. Gu Jian stood there for a long moment. He had been in the room the night before. He knew every word of it. It had been classified as a top secret of the sect and buried. And a boy had just dug it up in front of several hundred disciples and requested a public trial, under a rule nobody could refuse, using a right nobody could withhold. I will report the Holy Son's request to the elders in accordance with the rules, he said. Then he flew off toward the Internal Affairs Hall thinking, and I quote, the sect is about to have an earthquake. He was not wrong. That night, a roar came out of the Internal Affairs Hall loud enough to change the color of the sky, and then a worse one came off the Yi family's peak, and then a golden hand 300 miles long came out of Holy Emperor Peak. It came down on the Internal Affairs Hall, and there was a sound of somebody being hit and something breaking, and a voice saying King Chu, and then a wet noise. The plaque that had hung over the Internal Affairs Hall for 1,000,000 years was turned into dust. Then the hand moved on, went across the Ye family's mountain, closed on the summit, and crushed several of their palaces flat. It left a 5-fingered print in the rock and withdrew into the dark. My father was in seclusion. My father had also just, without leaving his room, deleted the sign over the Ye family's most lucrative institution and put a handprint on their front lawn. In the main hall on the other peak, Tang Han, white as paper, asked his father whether the hand had been Uncle Chu. It has nothing to do with you, Zhou said. He is warning your father not to go too far. Your father miscalculated this time. Then, how is Mei with you? Does she doubt you at all? No, father. Mei listens to me. She asks me about everything first. She's eager to hold the wedding. Uncle Chu trusts and dotes on me as well. Good. You may go. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. My impulsiveness this time is a bloody lesson. For the long-term benefit of our family, you must maintain your relationship with Mei and with that brat Xiaoming. If my generation cannot do it, yours will have to. Understand? Father, I understand, Tang Han said through his teeth. Xiaoming is a free spirit with no guile. I'll regain his trust. Then, on his way out, the sacred heaven pool opens tomorrow. Xiaoming will be entering. You have a place. Don't waste it. I got home and something in a cream yellow dress hit me at speed. Xiaoming, I've missed you so much. then a kiss on the cheek. Don't move. Let your sister kiss you a few more times as a reward for my amazing little brother who took first on the Earth ranking. 2 more. My eldest sister, Xiaomei, home from a training trip. Born with holy bones, which is a talent that shows up maybe once in 10,000 years. Bright, warm, silly, entirely without cunning, and so happy to see me that she was actually bouncing. In the book, she becomes a thing with no emotions left in it, that kills whole cities, and that the whole continent calls the Heartless Witch. She sat me down on the steps outside the hall and told me about her trip, at length, with her chin on her hands. Mostly she told me about how good Tang Han had been to her, how considerate, how he listened, how he did everything she asked. Old Gui leaned against the old tree at the entrance, turned his head to look at us occasionally, and grinned in the dark with those 4 terrible teeth. I let her talk for a long time, because I have not had a family in a very long time. Then she said, "All right, your turn. Tell me what interesting things have happened while I was away." And I pointed at my forehead. "Big sister, look at this. Wow, Xiaoming, you've grown a 3rd eye. It's so pretty. What is that?" "It's called the Heavenly Tao Eye, a divine power of the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable of the Sihang Holy Sect. It looks up at the 9 heavens and down into the 9 netherworlds. Nothing can be hidden from it. What technique someone is cultivating. What changes it's making to their body." She was delighted. She reached out and touched it with 1 finger. "For example," I said, "right now I can tell whether Tang Han has asked you to cultivate a strange secret technique. This eye is amazing. You even saw that." She said it the way you'd confirm the weather. She had never told a living soul because it was a secret between the 2 of them. "Big sister, is this technique called the Supreme Yin-Yang Art? Xiaoming, you can even see that?" Under the old tree, an old man who had been dozing for 200 years stood up. This old servant greets the young lady and the young master. Old Gui was in front of us instantly, bowing, and my sister ran over and grabbed his arm and shook it and complained that he still wouldn't call her by her name. His eyes, over her head, were not the eyes of a doorman. "Young master, the supreme yin-yang art you just mentioned. Would that be a technique left behind by the supreme demon clan that invaded this continent in ancient times?" "Old Gui is knowledgeable," I said. "It is one of the supreme secret techniques of the supreme demon sect. Their leadership and core disciples all practiced it. The reason I know is that there is information about it in the inheritance of the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable. That last part was a complete fabrication. The system plundered the woman's techniques, not her memories, and she died 100,000 years ago, while the supreme demon sect was destroyed nearly 1,000,000 years ago, and its scriptures were sealed away by the top sects. But if something needs explaining, I put it on the dead woman. It saves an enormous amount of time." Old Gui went off like a bomb. "Damn it, he deserves to die. That beast dares to plot against the eldest daughter of the Chu family." His hunched back straightened, his gray hair lifted. For half a second there was something in our courtyard the size of a mountain with blood-red hair and demonic energy coming off it in sheets, and my sister screamed. Then it was gone, and there was a kind old man grinning at her. "Miss." "It's all right. Grandpa Donkey, you were so scary just now. You looked like a demon god who's killed 100,000 people. You're tired from the trip," I said. "You're seeing things. Master Gui has guarded this hall for centuries. He's never even left the sect." "That's true. I really am tired." She kissed both of us and went to bed. The moment her door closed, both of our faces changed. "Young master, are you certain the young lady is cultivating the supreme yin-yang art?" "Master Gui, it's not just the supreme yin-yang art. I can confirm it is the secondary formula." He stopped breathing. "Let me explain what my sister had been given as a token of love. The supreme yin-yang art has 2 halves, primary and secondary. Whoever cultivates the primary is the master. Whoever cultivates the secondary is the property. Their souls link. The property cannot be separated from the master. If the master dies, the property's consciousness goes out like a light in the same second, and on the day the property ignites their divine fire and steps into the God realm, every emotion and desire they have burns away and condenses into a fruit, and the master harvests it. What's left afterward is a person-shaped thing that knows only how to kill and cultivate, and that hands everything it earns to its owner forever. The Supreme Demon Sect used to capture the finest talents of other sects and force this on them. That is why every righteous sect on this continent put aside 1,000 years of feuds and erased them from history. The earlier the secondary is cultivated, I said, the more powerful the fruit when the fire is lit. So he didn't wait for the wedding. He started while she was still a guest in his house. Old Gui was shaking so hard the ground was moving. Young master, what do we do? If the one cultivating the primary dies, the one cultivating the secondary dies with him, and the dependence deepens as she cultivates. The process cannot be interrupted. or she is annihilated body and soul. The young lady is so kind, so lively. She had a holy god from beyond the world take her as a disciple the year she was born, and she has never once been arrogant, and she was taken in by. He couldn't finish it. His eyes were going red again, and there was a smell of blood in the courtyard that had no source. Old Gooey, I said, and put a hand on his arm. Don't. I have a solution. He turned around so fast I felt the wind. Young master, is it difficult? Does the heavenly mandate Tao Venerable's legacy have an answer? Can you save the young lady? Yes. Then don't rush and don't be impulsive. Not a third person hears about this. If Tang Han feels cornered and does something desperate, my sister is in danger. He nodded eventually because he had worked out on his own that even telling my parents would achieve nothing except noise. Young master, the young lady's safety is in your hands. If you need anything, tell this old servant. I will spend my old life on it. Then I went inside, got in the barrel, and asked my system a question. Is there anything in your shop that solves the supreme yin-yang art, ideally something that turns it around so that my eldest sister makes Tang Han into the weapon? Scan complete. The yin-yang Dao art. Upon breaking through to spirit refining, the host may condense the yin-yang Dao seeds, inject the primary seed into Xiaomei and the secondary seed into Tang Han, thereby reversing their roles. A portion of Tang Han's cultivation will be absorbed by the seed and fed to Xiaomei. On the day Tang Han ignites his divine fire, he will transform into Xiaomei's weapon. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Dao Clan both originate from an advanced world called the Supreme Realm. The two races have been enemies for a very long time. The Yin-Yang Dao art was created by the Supreme Dao Clan's ancestor specifically to counter the Supreme Yin-Yang art. 20,000 destiny points. The true explanation is another 2,000, and combined with the comprehension aura, it will let the host master the technique in the shortest possible time. I had 86,000 and change. Exchange. Runes flooded into my head, and the insight to use them came with it, and I sat in that barrel all night with mysterious Dao runes condensing in the air around me while I ate the ultimate secret technique of a clan that has been at war with the demon race since before this continent existed. The comprehension aura meant I never lost focus. The spirit aura meant I never got tired. The physique aura meant my body never complained. By morning, my stare went 2 meters into solid bluestone and left no cracks around the hole. For scale, Jing spent 6 months mastering one movement technique to an advanced level, and it cost him almost all his growth. That is what a top-tier divine ability costs. That is why the leadership of my sect thought I would be doing well to survive 3 moves. I did the counter technique of an entire clan in one night, and it wasn't even the main event. If I fought Tang Hao now, I wouldn't lift a finger. I'd look at him. My spirit has hit the ceiling that a bone-forging body can hold. Time to break through in the sacred heaven pool. Tang Han. At dawn, Jing arrived at my door bouncing. Big brother, I'm all set. I can go into the sacred heaven pool with you. He had spent the entire night having Elder Chu bribe, flatter, and pay off half the leadership of my sect so that an outsider could be allowed into a high-level secret realm built around the body of our own ancestor. I do not want to know what it cost. He did it because 10 days sitting near my forehead was 10 more days of comprehension and because his cousin would be impressed. Gu Jian met us personally at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall where the plaque used to be and where there was now a large amount of rubble. He was extremely warm to me and gave Jing one cold look because the Sacred Heaven Pool is the Duanmu family's holy ground, formed from their ancestor's body, and an outsider had bought his way in. Jing walked through the Ye family's own building with his nose in the air, glared at every Ye family clerk he passed, and shadowboxed at a couple of them. He had spent a night being stared at by my third uncle. Nothing was ever going to frighten him again. The pool itself was a lake of milk-white water under heavy mist, and inside the mist, things the size of mountain ranges were swimming. Groups of young prodigies stood on the shore. Elders sat cross-legged on the rocks absorbing the air, because even the air there is worth more than most people's entire cultivation. And 2 familiar figures came toward me. Xiao Ming, look who your brother-in-law brought. Tang Han, healed, smiling, gentle, with Shen Li beside him. To clear up the misunderstanding with your fiancé. Your brother-in-law pulled a lot of strings to get Xiao Li a place in here so you two could talk. Give your brother-in-law some face. Just talk to her. There's no misunderstanding that can't be cleared up. Shen Li's face was pale. There was a real struggle happening on it. She came closer and said quietly, Xiao Ming. I looked at both of them and said one word. Leave. You can't hit a smiling face, they say. Everyone on that shore agreed with them. Tang Han was being humble. Shen Li looked like a porcelain doll somebody had dropped. You, she said, and her eyes went red. I haven't done anything wrong. Why do you keep treating me like this? I already came to apologize. What more do you want from me? Tang Han smiled and started talking. He talked about how a single day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness, about how we'd played together as children, about how his own relationship with my sister had its rough patches and he simply laughed them off, about how he had watched us both grow up and couldn't bear to see us like this. He mentioned my sister's name 4 times in 90 seconds. He wasn't defending Shen Li. He was establishing out loud, in front of 30 witnesses, that he and my family were already one household. Big brother, said Jing, scratching his skull. This guy looks tall and impressive, but why does he talk like somebody's grandmother? Because he's a scoundrel, I said. Then I turned to Tang Han and dropped my voice. Tang Han, if you say my sister's name one more time, I promise your time in the sacred heaven pool will be considerably worse. Because you're not worthy of it. His control cracked. Chu Ming, you're young. Let me give you some advice. Know when to stop. Don't push your luck. Shen Li gathered every scrap of courage she had, remembered whatever her mother had coached her on, and stepped forward with a trembling hand to take my arm. Xiaoming, have you forgotten that we used to? The sound of that slap went across the lake like a crack in ice. She went 100 meters and took out a boulder on the shore. Everybody present felt something cold go down their spine. This is the fiancé. This is a 9-year-old girl. Is his heart made of stone? I didn't watch her land. I turned and walked toward Tang Han. Why do I suddenly feel creeped out? Jing muttered. Little brat, you think you can lay a hand on me? Tang Han sneered. He had run out of patience and had stopped caring what his father told him. Your sister will be my woman. Nobody can change that. You can't call off the engagement. Your father won't agree and Xiaomei will agree even less. Who do you think she listens to? Me or you? I put a wall of spirit around the two of us so the shore couldn't hear and said, You had my sister cultivate the secondary formula of the supreme yin-yang art. You seem quite pleased with yourself. Soon I'll have you on your knees begging me, and I'll have you ask my sister to annul the engagement. His face emptied. Thunder went off inside his skull. If that got out, there was nobody on this continent who could save him, not his father, not the sect. For about a second, he genuinely considered killing me in front of everyone. Then a terrifying aura clamped down on him because Gu Jian had been watching the two of us the entire time from 30 meters away and had not liked the geometry. I put a finger to my lips. Don't make a sound. You'll die faster. Your life is worthless, and I don't want you dragging my sister down with you. He stood there like something carved. Everyone on that shore watched a 9-year-old whisper something to the son of the sect master and watched the sect master's son stop being able to move. Then somebody decided to be helpful. Xiaoming, do you dare to fight me? A tall young man came out of the crowd with real hatred in his eyes, walked up beside Tang Han and said, Brother Feng, this little devil is lawless. He doesn't even give you face. You can only talk to people like this with your fists. Let me avenge Tang Zhe. Ye Wen, eldest son of the Internal Affairs Hall Master, 38th on the Spirit Refining ranking, brother of the boy I had unmade the previous day. Somebody whispered that challenging a bone-forging cultivator when you're at Spirit Refining is probably against sect rules, and her friend covered her mouth and looked around in a panic because you do not say that within earshot of a Hall Master's son on the day before he gets you into a secret realm. I looked at Ye Wen for about a second and a half, then turned around, walked back to Jing, sat down, closed my eyes, and went back to comprehending the yin-yang Dao art. You don't deserve it. This guy is younger than me, Jing muttered. Where does he keep the murder? Xiaoming, you ambushed and injured my brother, and now you don't dare accept a fair challenge? Ye Wen's voice climbed. The heir of a founding family, the Holy Sun, first on the Earth ranking, and you haven't the courage. If sect rules hadn't forbidden a higher realm from attacking a lower one unprovoked, he would already have hit me. That was the entire game. Provoke, get hit first, respond with force, walk away legally. Jing, who has never in his life let a straight line go unanswered, said, Why are all you Yi family people this annoying? My elder brother can't be bothered with you, so you come and bother me. Also, you're not worthy to challenge him. You've broken through to Spirit Refining and you still look weak. At the same level, I'd kill you with one finger. Little bald head. You were involved in my brother's business too. Others fear the Hui family. I don't. I'll settle with you after Xiaoming. Brother Feng doesn't want to make this difficult because of the engagement. I don't have Brother Feng's good temper. If your sister wants to marry into my Ye family, she'll abide by my Ye family's rules otherwise. I opened my eyes. He'd been waiting for it. That was the whole plan. The instant I moved, he roared that I'd attacked first and put a whip kick into the air where my chest was, at 7 million jin, which is enough force to take a mountain apart, and which was very clearly aimed at killing me on the spot. Everyone on that shore understood, in that half second, that Ye Wen had gone completely mad. He was a full realm above me, and he was trying to kill me in front of the Duanmu family's holy ground. Ye Wen, stop! A woman in green came out of the crowd shouting, This is where my ancestor Duanmu passed away. Nobody is permitted to be disrespectful here. Too late for both of them. I let my spirit run out along my arm in Dao runes, opened the eye, multiplied it, and threw one punch into his leg. His foot became a red mist. Then the pressure went up his body and kept going, and what was left was a man-shaped thing with one leg, screaming. I had been about to look at his head next, which would have ended it, and a green blur got between us and took him away. She was not beautiful in the way this world advertises. Round-cheeked, baby-faced, about 1.65 meters, roughly my height at the time, and standing in front of a boy who had just deleted a spirit-refining prodigy without changing expression. Xiaoming, the sacred heaven pool is about to open. This opportunity matters enormously to a lot of people here. If you kill Ye Wen, the Hall Master will know instantly even from Elder Peak, and the pool will be postponed indefinitely. Gu Ting, daughter of the head of the Duanmu family, niece of Gu Jian. In the book she is a real player, and after Tang Lei wins the ancestors' approval, she is the one the Duanmu family sends to befriend him. She was right about the timing, so I stopped. Gu Jian opened the passage a moment later with a face like winter, looked at Ye Wen bleeding on the shore, and said coldly, "Even with an entire realm of advantage and the element of surprise, you couldn't beat him. If Tinger hadn't reacted, you'd be a corpse, and you still have the nerve to shout, 'You've disgraced your father.'" Then, to me, quietly, "It's all right, Uncle saw everything." And to Jing, "Little bald head, get inside. If you show the slightest disrespect to my family's ancestor, not even the Taoist Changrui can protect you." Inside was a blue stone plaza in white mist, and around it, in the water, there were things nearly a kilometer long with black scales thicker than a water tank and one horn each, swimming in slow circles. "The legend is true," Jing said, and for once he was not showing off. "The ancestor Duanmu really does keep a nest of pure-blooded dragons inside the Saint Heaven sect." Elders were briefing the young ones. "Don't look them in the eye, your spirit can't take it. These were brought back as eggs from beyond the world, hundreds of thousands of years ago, and raised here, and they are only ever released if the sect faces extinction." Rumor said there was something at the bottom of the pool that had been alive for 100,000 years and was not one of these. "Even a half-step emperor cannot use divine ability or spiritual power in here," an old god said. "The ancestor's essence permeates everything. Her remaining Tao still restrains a half-step emperor after 100,000 years. Imagine what she was." The young ones listened with their eyes shining. I stood in the mist and located Tang Han on the far side of the plaza. He was already looking at me. He had spent the entire walk in trying to work out how to survive the next 10 days. And here's the part he hadn't accounted for. I had a ring on my finger that neutralized the ancestor's suppression completely. In the book, Tang Lei uses that exact property to walk up to the ancestor's body while everyone else is standing around like ordinary people. He was going to spend 10 days in a place where nobody could use their power, except me. I crossed the plaza and hit him before he could stand up properly. "You. Why aren't you restricted?" He was at body integration, an entire major realm above me, and even using only his body he managed to trade one punch with me before it stopped being a fight. Then I used the yin-yang Dao art, and a hand of condensed runes came down out of the mist and took him apart in pieces. That was not temper. I needed him alive, in one place, for 10 days, unable to cultivate. I could not have him gaining a single day of strength in a realm this rich, because on the day he ignites his divine fire, the whole plan pays out, and I needed to control the timing. So I broke everything in him that would grow back, and then I sat down. "Xiaoming, you dare not kill me." He was on the floor and still laughing. "So what if you can use your power in here? You wouldn't dare. Once we're out, I'll make you regret every second of this, including your sister, Xiaomei. Xiaoming, whatever the Ye family has done to you, it has nothing to do with Tang Han personally," Gu Ting said, planting herself in front of him. "He's your brother-in-law. He was betrothed to Cloud Silk as a child. How can you do this to him?" She was terrified, and she did it anyway, because she was the only Duanmu present, and this was her ancestors' ground, and the old gods in the plaza would sooner have swallowed their own tongues than get between two founding families. "Move," I said. "You want to kill him?" "Don't make me. Xiaoming, you dare to touch me." Her face went scarlet. "As the legitimate daughter of the current head of the Duanmu family, I warn you to stop this immediately, or I will report it to the Internal Affairs Hall, the Enforcement Hall, and the Elder Council." I picked her up by the neck and threw her across the plaza like a chicken. Then I turned my head, and my stare went into the floor in front of her and shattered it, and she understood that if she had moved an inch faster, it would have gone through her chest instead. Jing got between us with a grave face. "You people of the Qihong Holy Sect dare to stop me?" "No," said Jing seriously. "I can't stop somebody who wants to die. I need to ask you a very important question. The answer matters enormously to me, and I'll reward you handsomely in future." "What question?" "Tell me honestly," said Jing, pointing. "How do you make your chest that impressive? My cousin's is." She hit him so hard he bounced. Then she hit him again on the way down, and then she sat on him and hit him a third time because she couldn't reach me and she had a great deal of feeling that needed a destination. She was at body integration and had been top 5 in bone forging in her day. He was a boy with a bald head and a talent for provoking people. It went the way you'd expect. Tang Han, on the floor, kept saying I didn't dare kill him, so I kicked him in the mouth and took his teeth and his tongue, and he stopped being able to say anything at all. I told you, I said, that your time here would be worse. Then I sat down cross-legged beside him, put one thread of spirit on him so I would feel it if he so much as healed a knuckle, closed my eyes, and started absorbing the Tao essence of the sacred heaven pool. I have sat in worse. I once spent 3 days in a pile of bodies waiting for a man to come home. The plaza went absolutely silent and stayed that way for a long time because 30 of the finest young talents in the world and a dozen elderly gods had just watched a 9-year-old dismantle the son of the sect master and then start meditating in the puddle. Guting sat on Jing's back, panting, and looked over and was relieved to see Tang Han was still breathing. Then she got up and found a spot to cultivate because even for the daughter of a top family, 10 days in this place is worth more than the beating she'd just administered. Jing crawled over to Tang Han and kicked him several times. Useless trash. What are you so arrogant about? You let your father try to have me killed. He still couldn't stop thinking about the night he'd spent being stared at by my third uncle. Since he couldn't reach Zhou Ji, the son would do. Then he looked at me sitting there, felt cold, and sat down next to me anyway, because he had a cousin to impress. The sacred heaven pool is a machine for turning time into power. The spiritual energy in there is many times denser than the outside world, and it carries the Tao essence of a woman who once swept an era. Cultivating in it is close to being taught personally by her. How much you get out of it depends entirely on how much you can take in. Everyone else breathed, absorbed, and then had to stop and digest. I had 3 auras. I never stopped. By the second night, the sound coming off my body had become a problem for the neighbors. Thunder in the bones, a tide going through the meridians, the noise of an iron billet being hammered by somebody in a hurry. What is that? Jing jerked awake. Then, are you even human? He had been in the Qihong holy sect his whole life. He had never seen anybody cultivate like that. He could feel my body and my spirit both climbing at the same time, which is not how bodies and spirits work. This is insane. This is madness. I can't take it anymore. Then, no, I need to break through to spirit refining, or my elder brother will get there before me. He scratched his skull until it squeaked, gave up on the heavenly Tao eye entirely, moved a polite distance away, and started cultivating for his life. Tang Han lay where I had left him and worked out slowly that this was worse than he thought, because I hadn't told anyone. That was the part that broke him. I knew his secret. I had known before I entered this pool, and I had not told my father or my mother or exposed him to the sect, any one of which would have ended him instantly. Why wouldn't Xiaoming expose me? He lay there with that question for 10 days, and it hollowed him out more efficiently than anything I did with my hands. He tried to absorb spiritual energy to heal. I slapped him back to shape with a rune. He tried again. I built a shell of spirit around him and cut him off from the air itself. I was cultivating, monitoring him, and comprehending a supreme technique simultaneously, and none of it was difficult, and that fact was the thing that finally made him afraid. On the 5th day, I broke through. There is no drama to report. I had spent 5 days doing nothing but regulating my breath and bringing every part of me level, because breakthroughs that are forced are never clean. Cultivation should arrive the way water arrives in a channel. Then my eyelids twitched, and I could see the inside of my own mind. A dark void, and in the middle of it, a sphere of chaos the size of a thumbnail. Spirit refining, 1st level. Now understand, nobody condenses their spirit into a physical object at this stage. Nobody. You refine the spirit at spirit refining, you merge it with the body at body integration, you ignite the divine fire at the God realm, and only then does it become a divine soul with a shape. If a supreme expert had put his senses into my head at that moment, he would have needed to sit down. I tested the range. An ordinary spirit refining cultivator covers 10 meters. At the peak, 100. My father, at his absolute peak in that realm, could cover 1,000 meters and kill a mammoth with a glare. I went 1,000, 1,300, 2,000. Then I opened the heavenly Tao eye and it multiplied. 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 meters, and then I stopped. Not because my spirit couldn't push further, but because the pearl in my head had reached the limit of what my current realm could support. And on the way back in, something touched me. A small voice, in the water, from very far down. Who are you? The words came apart between the syllables, like somebody who hadn't used a sentence in a while. The ancestor Duanmu. I had been planning to engineer this. In the book, it happens more than 10 years from now, when the young consciousness inside that body first opens its eyes, sees Tang Lei standing there, and attaches to him like a duckling. And that single accident is what buys the Ye family a top family's loyalty and finishes my clan. I had assumed I would need to arrange a meeting. Instead, she called me, because my spirit had gone past her while I was measuring it. So I talked to her. I want to be honest. I talked to her because she was the most valuable asset in that mountain. And then about 4 minutes in, I stopped doing that because she was a very small child who had been alone in the dark for 100,000 years. She told me she didn't have a name. She told me the little snake wouldn't play with her. I'm so lonely. I want to go and play with you. And then the entire sacred heaven pool moved. Something came up out of the deep, a dragon's head the size of a hill, then a body behind it that kept coming and coming, winding for kilometers, and every one of the 1,000-meter dragons in that pool flattened themselves against the floor of the water with their heads down. The Flood Dragon King, sealed by the ancestor Duanmu before her death, with his life force slowed 1,000 times, to wake only when the sect faces annihilation. In its entire recorded history, he has surfaced once. In the Elder Council, where they had been arguing for 5 straight days, every head in the room turned at once. What is going on? The Flood Dragon King has woken. Joji's voice actually shook. Every ancient thing in that sect came awake. The Chu family, the Ye family, the Duanmu, the Gu, the Su. Out in the plaza, people started coughing blood simply from being looked at. Gods turned their faces away. A girl pointed at the horn on the dragon's head, said there seemed to be a body up there in a purple dress, and fainted. A crystal coffin. Star crystal, studded with points of light, each one a star, each one pouring light down into the corpse inside it. An old god started talking in a voice that had gone thin. The star crystal coffin, the most treasured artifact of the Star Clan. In her later years, the ancestor traveled the myriad realms looking for a way to live twice, and the Star Clan's greatest treasure disappeared around that time. The Star Clan used to hold 3 or 4 emperors and sat in the top 10 of all realms. Then something happened to them, and they have been falling ever since, and they are now barely inside the top 100. The plaza worked out, collectively and very slowly, what the sentence in front of them said. Their ancestor had gone to a race in the top 10 of the myriad realms, taken their most precious possession, and used it as a bed. The dragon lowered its head until the coffin was level with the plaza and stopped, and then the corpse in the coffin sat up. I don't think I have ever heard a group of people be that quiet. Holy, holy ancestor, she sat. Gu Ting was on her knees with her whole body locked. The ancestor stood, climbed out of the coffin, walked into the plaza on unsteady legs, looked around, and went straight past the only pure-blooded descendant of her own family without slowing down. She stopped in front of me and took my hand. Brother Xiaoming, play with me. I'm so lonely. The plaza did not know what to do with itself. Several old gods slapped themselves. One of them checked his hearing with a neighbor. Congratulations, host. You have seized the great opportunity of the chosen one, Tang Lei. 20,000 destiny points. Yinger, I said. Be a good girl. Your brother has work to do. Her hair was smooth, incidentally. 100,000 years in a box, and the woman had better hair than anyone I have met in either life. I had given her the name during our conversation when it turned out she didn't have one, and the little snake refused to provide one and simply lay there being an enormous silent lizard about it. She had the mind of a 3-year-old. She was 5 centimeters shorter than Gu Ting and had roughly the same face. If I hadn't been holding her hand, I would not have believed that this was the woman who restored this sect from the edge of extinction and who destroyed a top 10 race for a chance at a second life. Then, Yinger will sit next to Brother Xiaoming and wait. She sat down against my shoulder to wait for me to finish work, and after about a minute she fell asleep on it with a small, satisfied smile, because a newborn consciousness in a 100,000-year-old body doesn't have much stamina, and she had used it all up on a conversation. The Flood Dragon King heard her tell him to go back, turned around, and left, and nobody in that plaza moved for a very long time because they were afraid of waking her up. Jing's mouth was still open. Later, he told me that the 2 slaps on the head he'd taken from Star Servant were now, in his personal ranking of disrespectful acts, nothing at all, because his big brother had ruffled the hair of the ancestor Duanmu. Twice. Then something interesting happened. Gu Ting crept over to within 5 meters, checked that neither of us had woken, and sat down to cultivate. Then the old gods came. Then everyone came. Because an emperor who has comprehended the law becomes part of the Tao, and even a long-dead emperor's corpse accelerates everything near it. Standing beside the corpse of the heavenly mandate Dao Venerable is what took the Liu family from nothing to a second-rate clan. The ancestor Duanmu was stronger than the heavenly mandate Dao Venerable, and she was not lying in a cave, she was leaning on my shoulder in a plaza. So 30 prodigies and a dozen gods arranged themselves in careful rings around a sleeping child and a boy in a ruined plaza and got the 10 most productive days of their lives, and every one of them knew exactly who to thank for it. Every one of them except Tang Han, who could not absorb a single breath of it and who had to watch. 3 days later, I condensed the seeds. Yin-Yang Dao seeds. Form. 2 vortices of spiritual energy in my palms. My spirit went into them as runes, and 2 beads began to take shape, one black and one white, each about the size of a pill. Refining the seeds is not the hard part. Comprehending the Yin-Yang Dao art deeply enough to attempt it is the hard part. In the Supreme Dao clan itself, the ones who do this have usually spent 1,000 years on it and are at the god tier or above, and they still approach it carefully. I was 9, at the first level of spirit refining, and doing it in a plaza. That's the Yin-Yang Dao seed. Yinger had woken up and was rubbing her eyes. Brother Xiaoming, what you cultivate is the Supreme Dao clan's Yin-Yang Dao art. Brother is amazing. Even in the Supreme Dao clan, there has never been anyone like you. At your age, at that realm, condensing the seed, you must have taken this very far. Yinger, I said, help your brother speed up. She waved a hand and poured Dao essence into my palms, and the seeds finished themselves in about 4 seconds. Her technique was clumsy because she couldn't operate her own body properly yet. Her Dao essence was not clumsy at all, which told me that the ancestor Duanmu had also cultivated the supreme secret art of the Supreme Dao clan at a level high enough that the residue she left behind could still teach it to a newborn. That art is never passed to outsiders. It is their clan's private property. So it seems that besides the Star clan, the Supreme Dao clan also had a bad experience involving this small girl. Nobody in the author's terrible unfinished book ever mentions it. Gu Ting felt something familiar and woke up. Is that the thunder seed of the yin-yang thunder art? The Duanmu family has a clan-protecting technique called the yin-yang thunder art, said to have been created by their ancestor by combining a supreme secret art with her younger brother's divine ability. Master it, and you can condense a lightning seed and feed it to your descendants. She looked at the black and white beads and worked out that it was not the yin-yang thunder art. It was the thing the yin-yang thunder art had been carved out of, and then she assembled, from nothing, an extremely elegant and completely wrong theory, which I want you to appreciate. Xiaoming must have obtained the ancestor's inheritance long ago. That is why he was unknown for years. He was quietly comprehending it. His sudden emergence is because he has finished. That is why the pool cannot suppress him. That is why the Chu family sent a bone-forging cultivator into a secret realm where bone-forging cultivators get almost nothing. The ancestor's appearance was not an accident. It was arranged. The Chu family has been hiding its strength far too well. I turned around, pinched Tang Han's jaw open, and flicked the black seed down his throat. He healed instantly. Bones knitted. His tongue grew back. He got his whole body back in about 20 seconds, which was a considerably better result than the last 10 days had led him to expect. Then he felt his own power start flowing somewhere without his permission. Xiaoming, what have you done to me? He looked inward at his own dantian and found it wrapped in demonic energy his spirit couldn't get through. The black seed contains everything I put into it. It makes whoever holds it stronger. It repairs their body. It accelerates their cultivation past the point where they can control it, so that eventually they ignite their divine fire whether they want to or not, and every scrap of it goes somewhere else. His cultivation, his yang energy, his comprehension, his 7 emotions, and 6 desires, all of it draining into the black seed, and on the day he lights his fire, he becomes an almost immortal killing weapon, and the fruit ripens and feeds my sister. Congratulations, host, for dealing a fatal blow to the chosen one Tang Han. 50,000 destiny points. I put the white seed away and turned back to Yinger and asked her how far she had gotten with the yin-yang Dao art. Tang Han's fate was decided. There was nothing left in him worth spending attention on. Even if Zhou found the Supreme Realm, which has been missing for 100,000 years, and found the Supreme Demon Clan inside it, they could not reverse this because they never could. It is why they eventually stopped using their own signature technique in the open. Damn it, Xiaoming, answer me. He grabbed my shoulder and I looked at him, and the look put him 100 meters away on his back, and he discovered that he healed from that in seconds too, and then he felt his cultivation speeding up on its own, his dantian pulling in the richest spiritual energy in the sect without being asked. The dantian absorbing on its own, increasing cultivation speed. Why is this so similar to the secondary formula? He got there. Good for him. He couldn't believe I was capable of it, and he was also completely unable to stop believing it. Brother Tang Han, are you all right? Shen Li had come over, pale, genuinely worried. She had spent 10 days on the edge of that plaza, unable to talk to anyone because everyone in it was cultivating in a circle around me and nobody wanted to be seen near her. He was the only support she had left in there. "Get out!" Tang Han screamed and threw her 30 meters. On the last night, Yinger wouldn't let me work. She stood in front of me and held my hand with both of hers and shook it and made her eyes enormous and asked me to play and would not stop. So I lost in front of an entire plaza of extremely envious people and got dragged out through the barrier by a 100,000-year-old 3-year-old and spent the last night of the most valuable 10 days in this sect swimming around a lake with a giant lizard and a small girl who laughed like a bell. She had been awake for a long time and the little snakes always lay flat and trembled when they saw her. I walked the pool that night and counted something over 1,000 dragons of various sizes, and beneath them, several presences that were not dragons at all, sleeping, any one of which could probably handle my third uncle. 1,000,000 years of foundation, under a lake, held in reserve for the day the sect faces the end, which explains a great deal about the book, and specifically about why the Chu family, even with everything it had, was never going to win a straight rebellion. There is always another floor beneath the floor. On the 10th morning, the passage opened, and Gujian's voice came through it like a landslide. "Why has the Flood Dragon King awakened?" "What happened?" Outside, Zhou Ji, my father, and half the leadership of the sect had been standing there for 4 days, with no way in and no information, because the Sacred Heaven Pool only opens once and closes behind you. The prodigies came out first, smiling, because they had all had the best 10 days of their lives. "Take them into custody and interrogate them individually," said my third uncle, appearing beside Gujian with murder on his face. "If their answers differ, none of them leaves." He had given me his spot. He had spent 4 days deciding how to tell my mother. Tang Han came out covered in blood. 2 emperors were on him instantly. "Tang Han, where is Xiao Ming? Why isn't he coming out?" Zhou got his son away from them and started asking his own questions. Then Gu Ting and Jing came out. Then me. And behind me, standing on top of a dragon's head with red eyes, Yinger waved goodbye and shouted, "Brother Xiaoming, you must come back and play with Yinger when you have time." 10 days of talking, and she didn't stutter anymore. The passage closed. "Xiaoming, you're all right." My father's hand came down on my shoulder and his voice wasn't steady. "It's good that you're all right." And then my third uncle came over, and his eyes were still bloodshot, but there was something else in them now, because the interrogations were coming back and every single account matched. Xiaoming was not suppressed by the pool. Xiaoming crushed Tang Han. The Flood Dragon King came up carrying the star crystal coffin. The ancestor Duanmu got out of it, walked past her own descendant, called Xiaoming her older brother, and would not leave him alone. Also, Xiaoming gave her a name. Chu Jun punched me in the chest and started laughing. "You little rascal, you scared your third uncle to death. Well done, you always find a way to surprise me." "What happened?" said my father. "Lost." Then he found out and stood there processing the sentence. "The ancestor Duanmu has lived a second life, calls the Flood Dragon King a little snake, calls my son older brother, and keeps pestering him. That was why nobody had slept for 4 days. That was why half the ancient monsters in this sect had come out of their caves, because a small girl wanted somebody to play with." "You little rascal," my father said. "What a mess you've made." Around us, every senior figure in the Saint Heaven sect was looking at me with an expression I hadn't seen before. The ancestor Duanmu had chosen. In this sect, that word means something closer to scripture than to preference. "Second brother," Zhou said cheerfully, walking over with his bleeding son beside him as though nothing had happened. "Do you believe me now? I let Tang Han in so he could make peace with Xiaoming. There were misunderstandings between the children, and Xiaoming misunderstood his uncle. It's fine, let him vent. Now that it's cleared up, Xiao Feng and Cloud Silk are getting married soon. Our families are in-laws. As sect master and deputy sect master, we should put the unity of this sect first and stop arguing." My father's face didn't improve, but he nodded because Zhou had spent the week giving up positions and benefits, and because he'd worked out that his son had beaten Tang Han half to death over the eye-gouging business and considered the account settled. "Xiaoming, better to resolve a conflict than to feed it. Your uncle did some impulsive things for the good of this sect, and your uncle formally apologizes. Congratulations on gaining the ancestors' approval. That is an enormous contribution. I'll discuss your reward with the Elder Council. And don't forget, soon you'll be calling Xiaofeng your brother-in-law. Your father and I have agreed to set a date as soon as possible. This month, ideally, to ease the tension. A wedding." I looked at Tang Han, who was staring at me with hatred, and I did a quick calculation. Zhou was still talking about a wedding, which meant Tang Han had not told his father about his dantian, or about how I'd found out about the supreme yin-yang art. He hadn't dared, because Tang Yuan killed himself rather than say a name, and Tang Han is not stupid, and Tang Han had worked out what happens to people in this family who know too much and become inconvenient. His father would put the family above him without hesitating. He knew that better than anyone alive. So Joji had assembled the available facts and concluded that I had beaten his son up over the eye business and that a wedding would fix it. Sect master, I said quietly. Why do you seem so pathetic and yet somewhat laughable? His smile froze and the sky went dark for 100 miles. What did you say? I broke into first place on the Earth ranking and made a request of this sect. A joint trial by 3 halls into the Taoist Shangri's attempt to remove my eye, and into the Internal Affairs Hall Master withholding my award. Has the Elder Council concluded? Tang Yuan and Tang Lei are still under investigation. My third uncle has the entire Liu family in custody. Nothing is settled. It is ridiculous to be discussing a wedding. I do not agree, and the Chu family will not approve. I looked at Tang Han. Moreover, I once said your son is not worthy of my sister. I believe your son has reached the same conclusion by now. There is nothing to discuss. I will inform my mother, obtain the consent of the clan, and go to the Ye family to annul the engagement. Nobody in that crowd had a face left to make. Joji turned on his son with everything he had. Fanger, in front of every supreme elder and every leader of this sect. Tell them, you are 17 years old, 6th on the body integration ranking, 3rd on the earth ranking. Are you qualified to marry Xiaomei? Your engagement was arranged by your father and your uncle Chu Kai. You grew up together. You love each other. Whoever stands in your way, your father will support you. And Tang Han lowered his head and said nothing. Finger, speak. He raised his head and he didn't look at his father. He looked at me, and I drew a line across my throat with my thumb. 3rd time. The first 2 times he'd taken it as a child's tantrum. This time he was standing there feeling the primary formula of the supreme yin-yang art no longer connected to my sister at all, which meant that if he died, she would live, which meant he had nothing holding my hand. Father, he said hoarse, things have gone too far. My hatred for Xiaoming cannot be reconciled. Let's call off Mei's engagement. My father's face, which had been merely unpleasant, became something else entirely. Tang Han, what did you say? Call it off? My daughter was betrothed to you as a child, and you dare to say call it off? Very good. Very good. If the engagement is to be broken, my Chu family will break it. In a few days I will personally bring Mei to your door and end it. The sky lost its color and Tang Han buckled and his father hit him hard enough to put him on the floor because in one afternoon Joji had lost his sex face, his son's marriage and his own composure in front of every important person in the world. And then, into that silence, a cheerful voice. Young holy son, would you honor my Duanmu family with a visit? The family head and the elders have prepared a banquet and are waiting. Gu Jian, beaming, with Gu Ting behind him. He had heard everything from his niece about 10 minutes earlier, and the Duanmu family had held a meeting that lasted approximately 4 minutes. Their entire existence, their status, their techniques, their position among the top families, all of it descends from one woman. And that woman had woken up and chosen a side. They didn't analyze the pros and cons, they simply moved. Uncle Lei, I'm afraid I can't right now, I said. Our sect master probably won't let me leave. Every senior figure on that shore understood exactly what had just happened. For decades, the 3 top families had quietly leaned toward the Ye family because my father didn't compete for anything and because he'd married an outsider. This was the first time in living memory that one of them had publicly stood next to the Chu family. Joji's fists closed, and Gujian turned to my father as though nothing important had occurred. Brother Chu Kai, Master Jun, my elder brother says it's been far too long since you visited. The patriarch has prepared a banquet. Then Gu Ting came over, went red to the ears and said, Brother Xiaoming, please forgive me for offending you inside the pool. She had told her father everything, including her elegant, entirely fabricated theory about the Chu family's century-long secret plan. And her father and her uncle had discussed it and decided she was right because it explained everything and because the alternative was that a 9-year-old was simply doing this. They would have felt considerably worse if they'd known the truth. Joji was standing in the middle of that shore with nothing left to say, and a man with one leg saved him. Xiaoming, I challenge you to the life and death arena. Ye Wen, propped up by 2 of his family, missing a foot, with his face still ruined, screaming it out so the whole sect could hear. It was a decent move. A life and death challenge is legal at any realm gap. It changes the subject. It gives the Ye family a chance to put me in a box with someone a full realm above me and let the sect rules do the rest. Why bother going all the way to the arena? I said. You want to die? I'll grant your wish here. And then I was standing in front of him. I hadn't walked. My spirit had gone first, and my body had followed it, which is a technique my father only managed at the 10th level of spirit refining, and I was at the first. 2 emperors on that shore stopped breathing at the same time. I'll let you make the first move. He took it. He was proud, and he was a Hall Master's son, and he threw the reincarnation imperial technique at me, which is the Ye family's inherited art, and which opens a vortex that is supposed to grind a man into the cycle of rebirth. The vortex touched me and burst like a soap bubble. Then I hit him once, at 13 million jin. There was no body afterward. There was no blood on the stones. There was a red haze that hung in the air for a moment and then drifted apart, and his father, Tang Wen, master of the Internal Affairs Hall, arrived at full speed from 400 meters away and managed to catch exactly one thing: his son's head. He stood there holding it with both hands and made a sound I am not going to describe. Nobody objected. Nobody could. Yi Wen had issued the challenge himself, in front of every leader in the sect, and I had given him the first move, and he was an entire realm above me, and 3 years further along in it. The Chu family paid for the tomb, incidentally, a magnificent one, on a good peak, with an inscription. My second uncle arranged it personally, and was extremely gracious about it, and Tang Wen had to stand at the ceremony and thank him. There is a particular flavor of losing where you also have to say thank you. We left for the Duanmu family banquet the next morning, and Gu Ting spent the entire flight working up to something. Brother Xiaoming, about that technique you used. The one with the runes. No. I haven't finished the sentence. I won't teach you. I didn't even… Also, I'm coming with you to Moyun County. She stopped mid-argument. What? You're going to Moyun County next month for your family's business with the Heart Demon sect. I'm coming. She looked at me with the expression of a person who has just been robbed and thanked for it. In the book, Moyun County is where they take my title away from me. A witch of the Heart Demon sect, a staged incident, a holy son stripped of his rank at 11, the first domino. I intended to be there early. Big brother, Jing said, leaning over. Since we're going to be traveling together for a whole month, I feel Sister Wan and I should get to know each other properly. Sister Wan, purely as an academic matter, she hit him off the flying platform. He climbed back up with a nosebleed and a satisfied expression, which is the part I have never understood about that boy. Old Gui was waiting on the landing platform at home, and he wasn't smiling. Young master, Miss May suffered a devilish chi attack yesterday. She has been unconscious all night. I sat by my sister's bed for the rest of that day. I put the white seed into her. Then I ran my spirit through her meridians, one at a time, combing the demonic chi out of them the way you comb burrs out of a horse's tail, which is slow and which cannot be rushed and which took me until dawn. While I did it, I learned the prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor technique. I mention it because old Guy was standing outside the door and he could see the golden dragon, about the length of my forearm, circling the room and getting more solid every hour. The gifted children of my clan spend 6 months to a year on that art and cannot get the basics to hold. I went from nothing to competent in half a day while performing surgery on my sister's meridians with my other hand. He didn't come in, he stood there until the sun came up and then went and sat down on the steps for a while. My sister opened her eyes in the morning and they were empty. Xiaoming, you should rest. I went to the scripture pavilion, she said. 3 days ago. I looked up the supreme yin-yang art. I hadn't told her. I had been planning to tell her never, if I could arrange it. It took me a long time to find. It isn't in the open collection. It's in the restricted records under a different name. May, when the devilish key in my dantian erupted, she said, all I wanted to do was kill. Our parents' faces were fading. I was trying to hold on to them, and they kept going away from me. And the only thing left in my mind was Tang Han. She said it very calmly, which was worse. I don't want to keep being foolish and ignorant. I don't want to be a puppet. Then she got up and walked out to the courtyard where old Guy was sitting and put her face against his chest and asked him what she had done wrong that Tang Han would treat her like this, and cried until she couldn't stand. Old Gui held her and looked at me over her head, and I looked back at him, and neither of us said anything, because there was nothing to say that wasn't the truth. She came to find me that evening with her eyes swollen and her back straight. Xiaoming, I'll go with you to take the Eternal Heaven Hall test. You're at body integration, and you've never entered a ranking trial in your life. I know. All right, I said. 2 days later, I went to the Spirit Refining Trial Hall, and the Chihang Holy Sect was already there being impressive. By way, 14 years old, 8th level of Spirit Refining, Spirit Concentration 70, candidate for Holy Son of the Chihang Holy Sect. He had just posted 4,200 Phantom Dream Fiends and then flattened Tang Feng, grandson of the late Tang Yuan, in front of everybody, and he was standing in the middle of a circle of admirers being gracious about it. He saw me and came over. Xiaoming, I'll be working alongside Senior Sister Lian to study the Eye of Heaven at your side, he said, in the tone of a man conferring a favor. My Lin family will give your Chu family enough benefits. The Lin family had voted to take my eye. They were one of the votes that made it a majority. I walked past him and put my shoulder through him hard enough to move him 3 steps sideways, which for a 14-year-old at the 8th level being hit by a 9-year-old at the first is not a thing that is supposed to be able to happen. Remember, I said, without turning around, my sister doesn't like you, so you are not allowed to set foot in the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. Then I got in the trial array, spirit concentration measurement. Beginning. The number went up and stopped, and the elder running the array read it twice. 100. The record for that hall belonged to the Saintess Lian of the Sihang Holy Sect, who set it at 90, and which people in her sect describe as a once-in-history event. Then my spirit went out into the array and condensed into 99 true dragons, and the dragons went to work. 60,315 phantom dream fiends in 1 minute. Byway had 4,200. The hall did not react because a hall full of people can only react to a number it can hold in its head, and that one wouldn't fit. I stepped out of the array, and then I got back in. Second attempt, I said. 74,816. I stepped out again, frowning, and said, mostly to myself, realm's still a bit low. It can definitely kill 100,000. That was what broke them, not the number, the complaint. You cheated, Byway said. Then he hit me with the White Tiger Holy Killing Technique, which is a genuine Qihong inheritance and which would have taken most people at spirit refining apart. I answered with the prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor art, and 3 golden dragons went through him and took him down to the bone in about a second and a half, and he was on the floor screaming that this was impossible. So I opened the third eye. A dragon 1,000 meters long stood up over that hall, and my fist came down at 50 million jin, and Byway screamed with his whole body, and there was no sound at all because the pressure had eaten it before it reached anybody's ears. The Saintess Lian got between us with a palm of ice and stopped the fist. And Byway, 14 years old, candidate for Holy Son of the greatest holy sect on the continent, wet himself in front of 400 people. Leon looked down, went pale with something that was not fear, and froze the front of his robe solid with a flick of her fingers. Get up, now. You have completely disgraced the holy sect. I was only granting his wish to die, I said. Also, the Lin family dared to bargain with me. They deserve it. My sister went into the body integration trial 4 days later. 536 spirit leopards. 4th place on the body integration ranking, 1 slot above Tang Han. She came out and didn't smile. Again, 630, 658, 691. On her 9th attempt, she posted 739 and took 3rd on the body integration ranking and 3rd on the earth ranking, and came out of the array with her jaw set, annoyed, and said she'd expected better. The hall was in a trance. Number 1 on the earth ranking and number 3 on the earth ranking, both from the same house in the same week. Out on the continent, in caves where things had not spoken for decades, old monsters started saying the same sentence to each other. 30 years ago, there were 2 names that kept trading places at the top of that ranking, King Chu and Zhou Ji. Is this about to happen again? The Elder Council delivered its verdict 8 days after that, in public, with Gu Jian reading it out. 1. Tang Wen is removed as master of the Internal Affairs Hall. 2. The sect master, Zhou Ji, will issue a public apology. In a million years of that sect's history, no sect master had ever been made to apologize to anyone. I found Gu Jian afterward and said quietly, nobody but you is qualified to sit in that seat. The entire Chu family will support you completely. He looked at me for a moment and then laughed and clapped my shoulder hard enough to stagger a normal child. People talk about loyalty and righteousness in this world constantly. In my last life, I learned the actual rule at 31, in a hotel corridor, from a man who had just sold me. Only interests are permanent. Without real money on the table, nobody follows you anywhere. The ceremony was on Gideon Peak, and every leader in the sect was on it. I walked up the steps and bowed, to Gu Jian first, and I addressed him by his title with the word deputy left off. Then second, to the sect master. 400 senior figures watched a 9-year-old rearrange the hierarchy of the Saint Heaven sect with the order of 2 bows and the absence of 1 word. My father stood through about 90 seconds of that and then couldn't do it anymore. Gentlemen, I have urgent business to attend to. And he left. Gray-haired, at the peak of his life. Deputy sect master of the greatest sect on the continent, unable to stay in a room where his 8-year-old son was running the politics. Everyone understood. He had handed over the family. Joja got up to make his apology and discovered that his mouth would not produce the words. He stood there. The killing intent started coming off him in waves, and the sky over Jitian Peak turned the color of a bruise, and 6 supreme elders came up out of their seats and surrounded him and put their hands on his shoulders, not restraining him, just standing there with their hands on him, which is worse. So I walked forward 2 steps until I was less than a meter from him, close enough that he could have taken my head off with a thought. I formally represent the Chu family, I said, and propose to the Ye family that we annul the engagement. Tang Han is not worthy of marrying my sister. My third uncle's blade was out of its sheath before I finished the sentence. Joji's hand came up and stopped. I put the Heavenly Emperor's Descent talisman back into my sleeve and sighed. What a pity. Because I had wanted him to do it. If the sect master of the Saint Heaven sect strikes a 9-year-old in front of the Elder Council, the seat passes to my father before sundown, and I had a talisman in my hand that would have kept me alive through it. For Xiaoming, at that age, his age was his armor. Then I raised my voice so the whole peak got it. Tang Han cultivates the supreme yin-yang technique of the supreme demonic sect. He encouraged my sister, Xiaomei, to cultivate its secondary formula. He is not worthy of marrying my sister. Is there something wrong with what I said? Silence, and then a sound like a large animal breathing. My sister came up the steps. She held out her palm and let the technique run, and the demonic qi rose off her hand, black and unmistakable, and the white seed inside her converted it into clean power in front of 6 supreme elders, who had each spent 300 years learning to recognize exactly that. Then she told them how he gave it to her, as a small private secret, something for future husband and wife to share. A gift. She kept her voice steady the whole way through, and she was 17, and she did not look at Zhou once. The Yi family reached its decision inside a minute, and I could watch them reach it. Tang Han has to die, Zhou has to stay clean, everything else is negotiable. My third uncle sealed Saint Emperor Peak. 8,000 guards on the walls, 30,000 soldiers below, and my father came down off the mountain. His nails had gone into his own palms, and his blood was dripping on the ceremonial altar. And he walked up to the man he had known for 40 years and asked him one question. Zhou, tell me why you did this. Zhou opened his mouth to answer. My father hit him and his head came apart. An emperor's head grows back. It took about 4 seconds, and in those 4 seconds nobody on that peak moved a muscle. From today, my father said, our friendship is over. You go your way, I'll go mine. His hair went completely white while he said it. Not gray. White. All of it, in the time it takes to speak 9 words. And then a messenger came up the steps at a run and knelt and reported that Tang Han was gone. He had stolen the sect master's token, opened the great array from the inside, and walked out. The Ye family assassins sent after him had killed themselves rather than be questioned. Zhou could not defend himself. Not because he had no answer, but because the only honest answer was that his son had run away in the certainty that his own father would have him killed to keep the family clean. You cannot say that out loud at your own trial. Congratulations, host. You have reversed the fate of 2 chosen ones and dealt an irreparable blow to the Ye family. 100,000 destiny points. Hidden reward unlocked. Divine Path Seed. I nearly missed a step. The Divine Path Seed is priced at 1 million destiny points in the system's own store. It lets its holder create a divine ability of his own instead of inheriting one. In the book, Tang Lei obtains it in the God realm, and it is the single reason he can eventually stand against people 3 tiers above him. I was 9 and I had it in my pocket. Zhou, meanwhile, had started shouting. He shouted that all of this was the scheming of an 8-year-old, that Xiaoming had planned every step, that the boy had engineered his son's flight, his hallmaster's fall, his sect's humiliation. 400 of the most powerful people in the world listened to the sect master explain that a child had outmaneuvered him for a year and looked at each other and thought about the phrase everyone in cultivation knows, emperors who attain enlightenment through madness. The mad emperors. He coughed blood and stopped talking. My father proposed that both of them go into seclusion and hand over their duties. The council refused unanimously because the Chu family going into seclusion at that particular moment was not something anybody wanted to explain later, so my father went alone. Zhou, he said at the top of the steps, if that day ever comes, I will send you on your way personally. Then he distributed what he had. My second uncle, Chu Heng, became acting head of the clan and deputy sect master. My third uncle, Chu Jun, became great elder and took the law enforcement hall. And Xiaoming, who was a month short of his 9th birthday, was granted access to every affair of the clan and every affair of the sect, without restriction. Nobody argued. There was nobody left in the room who thought it was a strange decision. He came to find me before he sealed the door. A fine man should dominate the world, walk the sky and burn brightly, he said. All these years, it was your father who held you back. Don't blame your father. I said something at that point that I'm not going to repeat, because it was for him. Then the door closed, and I went back down the mountain and called an expanded assembly of the entire sect, with every mid-ranking officer and every prefect of every county summoned in person. 4,000 people, which was the point. I wanted the Yi family's disgrace delivered to every corner of the continent by people who had watched it with their own eyes. 3 items on the agenda: a new master of the Internal Affairs Hall, a new master of the War Affairs Hall, which controls 200,000 elite troops and which had been Zhou actual power base for 30 years, and a special investigation bureau for the Tang Han affair with unlimited authority. The Ye family's representative made a noise in the back of the hall that somebody later described accurately. This is no longer vomiting blood, this is vomiting up all of your internal organs. My second uncle refused to go. I found him in his greenhouse, which is where he always is, wearing gardening gloves and repotting something with small blue flowers, currently acting head of the Chu clan and deputy sect master of the greatest sect on the continent. I arrange flowers, he said. I plant grass, I make pills, I forge things. I am not suited to this kind of head-on confrontation. Send your third uncle. Third uncle has a strong personality, and everyone knows it. If he sits in that chair, every family on this continent will read us as a fist, and fists get met by other fists. So you sit in it. You control everything from behind and you send a gentle signal outward at the same time. The best strategy is to balance yin and yang, cultivate the way of the king and the way of the tyrant together and let people choose which one they're looking at. He put down the pot and looked at me for a long moment. You know, he said, if I hadn't watched you grow up with my own eyes, I would genuinely suspect you were some ancient monster who had crawled into my nephew. There's one more thing. Of course there is. Give the hallmaster positions to the Su family and the Gu family, both of them. Publicly, generously, with speeches, he raised an eyebrow, and take every deputy position, every records office, every supply chain, and all 5 commanders of thousands in the War Affairs Hall. He picked the pot back up and went back to work on it with a small smile. Fine, I'll go to the assembly. The Saintess Lian arrived that afternoon. She had climbed out of nothing pleasant, walked up the mountain, and delivered her sect's official position with her chin at an angle I'd have found impressive if it hadn't been aimed at me. Since the eye of heaven has recognized you as its master, my holy sect can bestow it upon you. However, you will return the ancestral emperor's corpse and the great Tao Pearl. No trade. I don't think you understand. Not only are you not getting the great Tao Pearl, you can forget about the corpse as well. The Qihang holy sect did your family a favor, she said, going cold. We came here at your family's hour of need. Your master personally hoped that we and the Yi family would tear each other apart while your sect walked off with an emperor's remains. It didn't work. The Ye family is finished and my family is holding the corpse and your master's plan is currently on fire. And if he wanted to renegotiate, why send a brat like you who hasn't even grown any hair yet? Jing went pale and edged over to her. Sister Saintess, he whispered, this is Chu family territory. If you endure it, all will be well. Otherwise you'll get beaten up. She slapped him. He froze solid where he stood, an ice statue with a startled expression, still leaning in confidentially. Old Gui, I said. Throw her out. Old Gui, who had been standing by the door being an old servant for the last 400 years, took the Saintess of the Qihang holy sect by the collar and threw her off the peak like a chicken. There was a very long pause, and then, from a considerable distance below, a sound like a mountain sitting down. The Rising Sun's secret realm took 11 days to build and cost my clan 100,000 years of savings. A secret realm seed. World sand. Star origin. The 5 elements divine source. Every one of those things is the kind of item a top clan buys once in an era and writes about afterward. My second uncle, a half-step emperor, spent 11 days sweating through his robes to lay the array, and at the end of it there was a top-grade secret realm wrapped around the great Tao Pearl and around my bedroom. They built it centered on where I sleep. Nobody discussed this with me. Nobody discussed it with the Elder Council either. The problem was the pearl. A great Tao Pearl radiates the pressure of a completed Tao at all hours, which is wonderful for cultivation and unlivable for actually existing next to, and my uncle had spent 4 days trying to buffer it. So I threw in the Enlightenment tea tree sapling. It went into the soil, put out roots, found the pearl, wrapped it, and drank. The pressure dropped to something a person could sit inside. The tree grew about 2 meters in the following hour, and the leaves came out silver, and I sat down under it and fell into an epiphany. Not a good mood, not a flash of insight. The beginning realm. There are 3 of them, the realm of extremity, the realm of Tao, and the realm of beginning, and they are not something you enter by trying. Old Gui, who has been alive for 4 centuries and is an emperor, has been in one exactly once. I was in it for a night and a half, and I used it. First, I took the yin-yang Tao art to major achievement, and it gave birth to a phenomenon. When a supreme technique reaches that level, it stops being a technique and starts being a manifestation, a thing that appears in the sky above you when you use it. Mine came out as the yin-yang myriad beasts, thousands of them, black and white, filling the air over the peak. Second, I took the prison-suppressing dragon emperor art to major achievement and got the true dragon prison phenomenon. 9 dragons, 1,000 meters each, and beneath them a pressure that flattens whatever is under it into the ground. 2 supreme phenomena in one night. Sect records had 4 people managing that in a million years, all of them emperors, all of them past their 3rd century. Then I spent 10,000 destiny points on a talisman that stretches an epiphany to half a day because I had one thing left to do, and it was the expensive one. I broke the divine path seed. What comes out of it is not a technique. It is the raw material of technique, the residue of every Tao that has ever been walked, thousands of them, hanging in front of me as threads of light with no order to them, waiting for someone to decide what they should be. Most people who reach this point copy something. They shape it into a sword, or a fist, or a beast, because those are the shapes that already exist, and the mind reaches for what it knows. I looked at the threads for a while and thought about my grandfather's kitchen and about the pot my grandmother used to make soup in, which was a cheap iron thing with 3 legs that she refused to replace for 40 years because it made better soup than anything you could buy. And I gathered 1,000 Daos and folded them into a cauldron, the Myriad Daos cauldron. When it finished forming and settled into the sky over Holy Emperor Peak, both of my new phenomena, the yin-yang myriad beasts and the 9 true dragons, either of which could have flattened a city, dropped out of the air and lay flat on the ground and did not get up. Old Gui explained it to the family afterward, since I was busy. To create a divine ability of your own, he said, you must first ignite your divine fire. That is the God realm. That is the rule. There is no version of this where a cultivator at Refining Spirit does it. And this is not an ordinary divine ability. This is a supreme one. Supreme divine abilities are created by emperors, and most emperors never create one at all. When I was young, I was considered the most gifted person of my generation in 3 counties, he added. I have spent 400 years cultivating. I entered the realm of beginning once, in my 211th year, for about the length of a breath. My eldest sister started crying. I have spent 10 years on the Supreme Emperor Spirit Dragon Sword Secret, she said. 10 years. I just reached major achievement last month. I was proud of it. I told Grandpa Tuo about it. Jing went down on his knees and howled at the sky. I want to go home. I want to go home and study. This is too discouraging. I've been sitting next to him for 3 weeks and I've only broken through once. The Saintess Lian, who had walked back up the mountain out of pure professional obligation, sat down on the flagstones without a word and began meditating, and her left cheek twitched at regular intervals for about 40 minutes. My second uncle, meanwhile, was sulking. Why did you use me as the example? He said to old Gaoi. You could have used anyone. You said, and I quote, even someone like the second master, who is a half-step emperor and considered a genius, has never once entered such a realm. Why was I the failure in that sentence? Because you were standing closest. Are you all trying to kill us? Said Jing from the ground. The Ye family did not sleep that night. Zhou Ji sat in the dark of his hall with red eyes and worked through what he had left. The Su family wasn't answering. The Gu family wasn't answering. My father was unreachable behind a sealed door, and therefore could not be negotiated with, which was somehow worse. Every mid-ranking officer in the sect was already assembling on Elder Peak for an expanded assembly whose agenda was, in effect, the dismantling of his house. Ye Hongchen brought the reports. They had searched the entire Liu estate. No evidence of anything. Shen Guang had disappeared, and his wife Wang Shu had been subjected to a soul search during the arrest and had come out of it with her mind in pieces. Give them both halls, Zhou Ji said finally. Internal affairs and war affairs. In exchange, we get Tang Lei released. Sect Master. Tang Lei is a useless piece of trash with his meridians severed. I know. That's exactly why the trade works. They'll think we're sentimental. And Tang Han? Find him before the Chu family does, and bring him to me. Ye Hongchen understood the instruction and asked no follow-up questions. One more thing, Zhou Ji said at the door. Xiao Ming. Sect Master? Without anyone noticing, leaving no evidence. The announcement went out over the whole sect at dawn, and it took people a while to get to the interesting part. Tang Wen is confined to the Xin domain pending public execution. Gu Jian is master of the Internal Affairs Hall. Qin Yang is master of the War Affairs Hall. 41 members of the Ye family are under arrest pending investigation. And then, near the bottom, in the same flat administrative voice as everything else, the last line. The Special Investigation Bureau of the 4 halls will be headed by Xiao Ming. The regulations set the minimum age for a bureau chief at 15. I was 8, and my birthday was in 3 days. I turned 9 with a 5th level refining spirit cultivation, 5 million jin of physical strength, and a fist that landed at 50 million without me using a single technique to help it. My eldest sister wanted to fight me for it. While I still can, she said, rolling up her sleeves. In a month I won't be able to, and I'd like to have beaten you at least once this year. Who told you that? Nobody. Jing, 10 meters behind her, was studying the clouds with tremendous interest. I set the yin-yang myriad beasts on him. Thousands of black and white creatures came down off the peak in a wave, and he made a sound like a kettle and was on his knees inside 2 seconds. I was wrong, big brother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have encouraged sister. I only said it once. I said it twice. I'll never do it again. Presents, in order of how much they cost the giver. My eldest sister gave me a kiss on each cheek. I'm poor and I don't have anything precious. These are your 9th birthday present. My second uncle gave me the Rising Sun Secret Realm, formally, in front of witnesses, which meant the 100,000 years of clan savings now belong to me on paper as well as in practice. My third uncle gave me my Bureau Chief's badge, cast in Star God iron, which is the metal they make the seals of great sex out of. An old guy gave me a black talisman he had painted himself. With my own soul, he said, call, and I will come. Anywhere in this world. I looked at it and understood what it had cost him to make and did not say thank you because you don't insult a man like that with a thank you. Then the young generation of the clan arrived to pay respects, with my cousin Xiaolong at the front looking miserable because my third uncle had kicked him up the steps. Look at Xiaoming, said my third uncle. And look at you. How would I know, said Xiaolong. You'll have to ask my mother. My third uncle went very still and then chased him around the courtyard twice. I stood up while everyone was still laughing and announced a new clan rule. Any member of the Chu clan who enters any ranking gets 1 day in the Rising Sun's Secret Realm. Top 10 on any ranking gets 3 days. Top 3 gets 10 days. Anyone who makes the Earth ranking may enter whenever they like, for as long as they like. The courtyard emptied so fast it created a wind. 200 young Chu clan members went off that peak at full speed, heading for the Eternal Heaven Hall, some of them still holding their birthday gifts. The Saintess Lian, who had by then climbed all the way back out of her crater and up the mountain a second time, walked over and held out a fruit, the second sacred fruit of the Qihang holy sect. There are supposed to be 3 in the world. This is the treatment the strong deserve, she said. You have my respect. Then she left before I could say anything, with her back extremely straight. My third uncle came for me that night and took me into the main hall, and then past the main hall, through a door I had never seen and could not see even when I was looking at it. Xiaoming. What I am about to show you is known to the head of the clan, the master of the law enforcement hall, and old guy. Your second uncle does not know it exists. Yama's palace. 10 figures in blood-red masks sat in a triangle in the dark, motionless, covered in a century of cobwebs. As we passed, 10 heads turned to follow us, and nothing else about them moved. The clan's private prison, 1,000,000 years old. Inside was a lake of blood 1,000 meters across, and in the middle of it a cross-shaped stele, and on the stele, a man. Shen Guang. I'm not going to describe him. He had been there for 9 days, and the arrangement was designed by people with time and a philosophy, and inside all of it, his own soul was being eaten by the Asura demon flame, a forbidden technique belonging to a sect that was exterminated so thoroughly that the technique is the only thing left of them. He lifted his head and smiled at me, politely, like a man greeting a guest at a wedding. Son-in-law, you've arrived. Uncle Liu, you're looking well. 9th birthday, I hear. Congratulations. Thank you. The tea was excellent. I always keep the good tea for people I'm about to disappoint. 2 predators exchanging courtesies. My third uncle stood behind me and did not enjoy it. Then I got to the point, because I hadn't come down there for the atmosphere. The Liu family's leverage on my clan was never a rumor and was never fabricated. I had assumed, from the book, that it was some kind of manufactured scandal. It is a list, a complete list, assembled over decades, of every person the Chu clan has quietly disappeared into Yama's palace over the course of 1,000,000 years. Names, dates, families, and where the bodies went. In the book, that list is what ends my clan. Not an enemy army, a ledger, and it is all true. You've seen it now, Shen Guang said, watching my face. The look. Everyone gets it. Your wife is alive, I said. The Ye family soul-searched her during the arrest. Her mind is gone. She is being fed by servants. The politeness came off his face all at once. Your daughter's innate Tao body is disintegrating. It was never hers. It was assembled out of resources, and it was never going to hold, and it's coming apart now, and there's about a year in it. He came off that stele. He got maybe 4 inches before the chains stopped him, and he stayed there straining against them and making a noise like something in a trap, and it went on for a while. Then he sagged and started laughing, and then he stopped laughing. Xiaoming, he said, I trust you. Only you. Let's make a deal. I'm listening. Spare Xiao Li's life. That's all. Not her status, not her cultivation. Her life. And in exchange, I'll tell you where I keep everything. All of the dirt I've gathered on the Chu family. He breathed. And the evidence I've gathered on the Ye family's dealings, which is a great deal more interesting and which nobody knows I have. Where? Mo Yun County. Of course it was. Under the Ye family's nose, in the county governed by the sect master's own brother, in the one place nobody would ever search because everyone assumed the Ye family had already searched it. We came back up out of the palace and my third uncle started making a list out loud. So, the Liu family archive in Mo Yun County will need a full detachment and we should inform the sect. And the evidence on the Ye family will have to be presented to the Elder Council immediately. There's no evidence on the Ye family. He stopped walking. He didn't mention any. Some things only work if you use them at the right moment, and my third uncle is a wonderful man who has never in his life been able to sit on a piece of information for more than a day. Send the blood letter to Shen Li, I said. Her father wrote it, she should have it. And execute the Liu family, publicly. Frame it as an impartial anti-corruption action, with the charges read out in full, and make sure the Ye family's people are on the platform doing the reading. He went in to do it himself. A white tiger came out of him the size of a house and took Shen Guang's head off the stele, and it was over in about a second, which was more mercy than that room had shown anyone in 1,000 years. Congratulations, host. The Liu family has been eradicated. 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. The innate Tao body of Shen Li has been destroyed. She is no longer a daughter of destiny. 50,000 destiny points. On the way out, I saw one of the masked ones carrying something across the walkway. A pearl, golden, about the size of a fist, still warm. And in the lake behind him, something enormous was sinking, a skeleton. 9-clawed, golden, a kilometer of it at least, and the bones were full of holes, neat ones, drilled, in rows, the way you would core a sample. The Chu clan's supreme emperor scripture is built almost entirely on dragons. Dragon body arts, dragon phenomena, the prison-suppressing dragon emperor technique I had just mastered. Everyone on this continent assumes we were taught by dragons. We were not taught by dragons. For 1,000,000 years, my ancestors caught them, brought them down here, and took them apart to see how they worked. I looked at that skeleton going down into the red for a while. Then I went upstairs and had breakfast, because my sister had made it and she gets upset when it goes cold. Gu Ting came with the first report of the new bureau 3 days later, holding her tablet with both hands and standing very straight because she had decided to take the job seriously and had not yet worked out that I already knew. 500 elite fighters from the 4 halls assembled and ready, and Chief Tang Han has been sighted in Mo Yun County. Good. Don't touch him. Chief? As long as Tang Han is inside the territory of the Saint Heaven sect, he cannot fly away. I could feel the black seed the way you feel a splinter. It was 600 kilometers south of us, and it had not moved in 4 days. Order the prefect to keep everyone in place. Nobody moves on him. The prefect of Mo Yun County is Tang Guang. Yes. Remember that his surname is Ye, and do not trust a word he sends us. She wrote it down and then looked up. May I ask why we're leaving him free? An eye for an eye, I said. Tang Han is worth a great deal more to me alive. Dead, he's a corpse and a closed file. Alive, he is a walking accusation with the sect master's own token in his pocket, and every day he stays free, his father has to explain him again. She thought about that on the way out, and I watched her think about it, and I could see her adding it to the theory she had built about my family, which by then had grown several new floors. My second sister came home a week later. Xiaoya, 17. Black dress, black shadows moving at the hem of it that were not shadows, black on her lips, and eyes that looked at everything the same way, whether it was a servant or a wall. The clan calls her the witch when she isn't in the room. When she is in the room, the clan is very busy elsewhere. You've grown, she said to me, and didn't hug me. We had dinner. Halfway through it, she mentioned, in the tone of a person describing traffic, that she had stopped at a bandit stronghold on the way home and killed everyone in it. How many? Said my second uncle carefully. 10,000 or so. 6,000 of them weren't bandits. They shared the mountain with them. She ate a piece of fruit. They deserved to die for sharing a mountain with robbers. Nobody said anything. Old Gui looked at his plate. I looked at her with the heavenly Tao eye, and I had to put my chopsticks down, because what I saw did not match anything I had been told about my second sister in either life. Primordial double pupils, supreme bone. 2 of the highest talents that exist in this world, in one body, in a girl who had been written off at birth as having no talent at all, both of them strangled, wrapped in black. There was a poison in her that had grown into her bones over 17 years the way ivy grows into a wall, and it had been feeding on those 2 talents since before she could walk, and it was very nearly finished. And then, the instant my spirit touched it, the thing woke up. It came out of her consciousness like a spring trap. A construct, seated and left there, with one instruction: if anyone ever examines her deeply, kill the examiner and kill the host, the Lord of Deadly Poison. I got the whole story out of the trap while it was trying to kill me, because a construct like that carries its maker's intent, and its maker had been proud of himself. Zhou Ji poisoned her when she was born. Then, 3 years later, when my parents were desperate and had tried every healer on the continent, Joji personally recommended they send her to Hell Valley, to a man who specializes in poisons, who could surely help. And that man kept her for 14 years and made her more bloodthirsty every single year, on purpose, because the negative energy of killing is exactly what he needed to finish off the 2 talents the poison hadn't managed to reach. Every massacre she committed was part of the treatment. She thought she was a monster. They had spent 14 years teaching her that. Old Gui made a sound I have never heard a person make. My second uncle was on his feet shouting for the clan physicians. I tore the Heavenly Emperor's Descent talisman. 10 minutes. That is what it buys you. 10 minutes with the strength of an emperor in the body of a 9-year-old, and then a month in bed. I spent 115,000 destiny points in those 10 minutes. A creation divine pill at 100,000. The Dan King Heart Sutra and the Heavenly Fate extraction technique for 11,000 more, and 4,000 for the true interpretation of both, because half understanding a technique at that moment would have killed her. I burned everything I had accumulated since the day I was born in 10 minutes on a sister who had not spoken more than 4 sentences to me since I came back. The myriad Tao's cauldron came up over the peak while I worked, and it kept growing, and by the end of it was measured in billions of feet, and it was visible from 3 counties away. All over the continent, ancient things that had not opened their eyes in 1,000 years opened them and looked north and reached the same conclusion. A new emperor has been born in the Saint Heaven sect. Joji watched the whole thing from his own peak. The Emperor's Descent talisman, he said. He had an Emperor's Descent talisman. Then the cauldron's light fell across his hall and he saw what was inside it and he stopped being able to sit down. Primordial double pupils, supreme bone. He had known for 17 years. He was the only person alive besides the Lord of Deadly Poison who knew what was buried in that girl, which is precisely why he had spent 17 years making sure nobody found out. Lord of Deadly Poison, he said to the empty room, if you want to die, why are you dragging me down with you? Then out loud to his people, send word to Hell Valley, tonight, tell him to leave the Hengtian realm and never come back. And then, quietly, to himself, which is the part I like best, because Ye Hongchen repeated it to me later, under circumstances he did not enjoy. Why would the Chu family produce such a prodigy? Why? Why? My second uncle issued the Sky Rank extermination order that night. It is the highest order the Saint Heaven sect can give. It has no target restrictions, no time limit, and no requirement to take prisoners. The last time it was issued was 30,000 years ago. The sect killed 60 million creatures fulfilling it and built a mountain out of what was left, and there are places on this continent where nobody will accept a recruit from that region to this day. My father came out of seclusion for it, not to attend the vote. He was already gone by then, hunting, but he stopped on the way. He stood in front of the main hall of the Ye family, white-haired, coughing blood into his sleeve, and said nothing at all. Joji ordered his family to stay inside and blocked the extermination order through the Elder Council. The innocent are innocent, he told his hall. If I go out there now, it confirms everything he thinks. So Ye Hongchen went out instead, to be reasonable, and my father hit him hard enough that he went through a wall and into a river of time and came out 400 meters away, older. And then my father roared. He didn't use a technique. He opened his mouth and made a sound, in the shape of a dragon, and held it for 3 breaths. When it stopped, the top of Saint Emperor Peak was gone. Several thousand meters of mountain that had stood for 1,000,000 years, sheared off flat, and the Ye family's ancestral hall was standing on a plateau with the wind going across it. The Elder Council overturned a sect master's veto that afternoon for the first time in recorded history, and the Duanmu family said the word out loud, in session, in front of stenographers. Depose him. Ye Hongchen was expelled from Elder Peak the same day and had to walk down. My second sister opened her eyes on the 4th morning. 2 beams came out of them and went up through the roof and through the clouds and kept going, and somewhere very far above us a line of stars went out and then came back on. Then the supreme bone lit up in her chest, white, through her dress, through the blanket, through the wall. My third uncle got down on the floor next to her bed and cried like a man having something removed from him. They're back, he kept saying. They're all back. They're all? My father, at that moment, was somewhere over the Western Sea in pursuit of the Lord of Deadly Poison, and he felt it happen, and he flew straight into a fold of turbulent space at full speed because he wasn't looking where he was going. He came out the other side laughing with tears on his face. Good son, thank you. Yeah, my good daughter, you don't have to pretend in front of your parents anymore. Because here is what my second sister had been doing for 14 years. Every year she came home for a month, and every year she performed, for my mother and my father, a girl who was completely at peace with having no talent, cheerful, unbothered, making jokes about it, waving off their attempts to find another healer. She had built the coldest person on the continent specifically so that two people would stop hurting. She sat up in bed still holding my hand and lit her divine fire that same hour, God realm, at 16. And in the middle of the breakthrough, she took the heavenly fate extraction technique to major achievement, which I had bought 4 days earlier, and handed to her in a jade slip without expecting anything, and a hand came down out of the void above the peak, reached into empty space, pulled out the chains of causality themselves, and crushed them into a ball. I sat on the end of her bed and copied it. 7th level of refining spirit by that evening. Jing cried for the 4th time in a month, packed a bag, and left for the Chihang holy sect to go into seclusion, and wrote me a letter from the road saying he would return when he was worth standing next to. We brought Tang Lei out 3 days later. They broke his knees so that he could kneel because he could no longer do it on his own. Listen to me, I said. With your talent and your strength, you don't even qualify as my enemy. Tell me who was behind Tang Yuan, and you walk out of here today, alive, free, with an escort to the border. He didn't say anything. He had the chance. He was offered it twice, and the second time I made him repeat the offer back to me so there could be no confusion later. Then my second sister came in. I am not going to describe the next 40 minutes. It involved 5 poisons out of Hell Valley, and it involved the heavenly fate extraction technique, which pulls out of a body every trace of every divine medicine that body has ever absorbed, and it is a thing she has an aptitude for. He talked. Everybody talks. The interesting question was never whether. Tang Yuan had a private cave in Moyun County. Nobody in the Ye family had known about it. Zhou found out at the same moment the rest of the continent did, and the look on his face when the report reached him was described to me later by 3 separate witnesses in 3 identical ways. What came out of Tang Lei was a golden bead the size of a walnut. 14 years of the Ye family's best resources, everything they had poured into their chosen one since the day he was born, compressed into something you could hold between 2 fingers. I gave it to my eldest sister. Congratulations, host. The primary resource of the chosen one, Tang Lei, has been seized. 100,000 destiny points. The cockroach was no longer immortal. Everything pointed at one place now, and my second uncle laid it out on the table for me like a man dealing cards he doesn't like. The Heart Demon sect operates there. Shen Guang hid his archive there. Tang Han ran there. Tang Yuan's secret cave is there. And the prefect is Tang Guang, 3rd-ranked man of the Ye family, brother of the sect master, half-step emperor. There's one more thing, he said. The mortality rate of the prefect's office in Mo Yun County is the highest of all 108 counties. It has been for 600 years. Nobody's ever cared because they're border postings and the border is dangerous. And 3 days ago, the garrison commander died. Sun Bo, a god king with 50,000 troops under him. He died in his own mansion, in his own bed, with his body completely unharmed, and his divine soul gone. The clan gave me the Earth Slave that night. The Earth Slave is a half-step emperor, and he comes with the Earth Group, which is 41 god kings and a great many people below them, and the life and death token that binds all of them. My second uncle put the token in my hand and closed my fingers around it and did not make a speech about it. Before we left, I went to the Eternal Heaven Hall because my second sister had gone in that morning and taken first place on the Earth ranking on her first attempt, with the ease of a woman signing a receipt, and I felt that the family should be represented properly. I killed all 100,000 phantom dream fiends in 5 seconds. The array had never been asked to report that. It sat there for a moment, and then the 5 golden boulders of the Eternal Heaven Hall, which sit in 5 different places on this continent and which have not moved in 100,000 years, began to resonate with each other and pull chains of rules out of the void. Every old monster on the continent felt that and reacted the same way. The Hengtian board, the weapon the Eternal Heaven Emperor left behind to suppress the fortune of the world. Nobody had ever seen it wake up. Most people believed the name was a metaphor. The trial changed. The phantom dream fiends stopped coming, and a young woman walked out of the light instead, in a green dress, at refining spirit, with a round face I had last seen, leaning on my shoulder asleep. The Duanmu Saint Ancestor, as she was at my age. Then the Gu Demon Ancestor, then the Su God Ancestor, then my mother Lan Ru soared out, then my father, then Zhou, the strongest people in the history of that sect, reconstructed at the level I was standing at, and sent at me one after another with no gap between them. I killed Zhou at 14 seconds and my father at 25. At 40 seconds, I killed the Duanmu Saint Ancestor. Then the next one came, and I did not last the full minute. Outside, the Duanmu family were having some difficulty. Their entire faith, the woman they call the young supreme of all realms, whose portrait hangs in every hall they own, had been reconstructed at her prime for that age and cut down in 20 seconds by a 9-year-old, in public, on a display screen, in front of 400 people. 2 of their elders had to sit down. One of them started arguing with the array operator. I walked out of the trial genuinely annoyed. "A minute," I said. "It doesn't want a score, it wants a minute." Is the true limit breaking the impossible? Gu Ting came up to me afterward with her jaw set. You didn't kill my ancestor. That was a projection at refining spirit. It isn't the same thing. No, I agreed. It isn't. You couldn't do it in reality. No. You couldn't do it to me either, said Qin Jun, arriving with several friends. Projections don't fight back properly. So I walked into the middle of the hall and turned around. Everyone here at Body Integration, all of you, come at me together with everything immediately and don't hold anything in reserve, because you only get one strike. 40 of the finest young cultivators in the sect looked at each other, and their pride did the rest. They came all at once, and I put up the myriad Daos cauldron, and they went off it in every direction like water off a bell. Gu Ting didn't. She stood her ground and opened her secret treasures, 1,346 of them, all at once, and the yin-yang thunder dragons came out of her in a storm that took the roof off the hall. Qin Jun opened about 2,000 and answered with the holy divine art, and for a moment the two of them together made a genuinely beautiful thing in the air. I compressed all 4 of my phenomena into my right hand. Then, at the 7th level of refining spirit, 4 full realms before anyone is supposed to be able to, I opened my first secret treasure and threw one punch at 500 million jinn. When the dust settled, they were both still alive, naked, stripped of everything they were wearing, bleeding from everywhere, unconscious, and alive, with no permanent damage, because I had spent about 1/10 of that force on making sure of it. Gu Jian came down out of the observation gallery and stood looking at his niece for a while, not at the crater, at the control it takes to land 500 million jinn on someone and stop exactly where I stopped. The marriage proposals started arriving the next morning. Gu Jian came in person, cheerful as ever, and formally proposed a betrothal between his niece and me. Behind him, letters from the Su family, the Gu family, and 11 others, all of which had been written the previous night by people who had watched the same hall get its roof removed. My mind is currently focused on cultivation, I said, and thanked him warmly, and gave him nothing. An engagement is a card. You do not play a card that valuable in the first week of the game. On the way out of the hall, I saw Shen Li, alone, in a corner, holding a letter written in blood. Xiao Li. I deeply regret what I did. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Don't hate me. She had been standing there a long time. Nobody had spoken to her. Her body was already coming apart under her clothes, and everyone in that hall could see it, and none of them wanted to be seen looking. I walked past her, and I did not stop, and I will not pretend that this cost me nothing. We arrived in Moyun County 8 days later. I took the prefect's throne in the main hall of the prefecture before anyone had been informed we were coming, and I had the bureau's 500 fill the room. 2 generals and 3 city governors arrived 30 seconds after the summons deadline. I had them beheaded in the doorway. That sounds like a tantrum, and it wasn't. Moyun County had been the Ye family's private country for 600 years. Every person in that hall had spent their entire career learning that an order from the capital is a suggestion with a travel time. I had one afternoon to teach 4,000 officials otherwise, and I did not have a second one. Tang Guang came in a few minutes later, 3rd-ranked man of the Ye family, half-step emperor, a scar from his hairline to his jaw, a ghost-head blade across his back, and the walk of a man who has governed a border county for 600 years and buried everyone who complained. He looked at me on his throne and started to smile and reached for the second chair. Tang Guang, I said, kneel down. The hall stopped. He kept moving toward the chair because a man like that has exactly one available response, and I punched the chair and it became dust that hung in the air between us. Then I stepped forward until my chest was against the flat of his blade. Try drawing it. Cut me down. Do you have the guts? If you do, I'll respect you as a man for the rest of my life. He stood there with 4,000 of his own officials watching, and his hand on the hilt and the arithmetic running behind his eyes, and he did not draw. So I said the thing I had come 600 kilometers to say. The Ye family is preparing a rebellion in Moyun County. The word rebellion has a specific weight in that sect. 10,000 years ago, 3 counties were involved in one. The sect killed 500 million people over 11 months, and to this day, no hall will accept a recruit from those 3 counties, and the region has not recovered its population. 4,000 officials went to their knees at approximately the same instant and started swearing loyalty over the top of each other, loudly, at length, and by name. Tang Guang stood alone in the middle of them. Bureau, I said, take the prefect's hands and remove the seal of office. He moved then. 10,000 black armored guards came up out of the barracks and the courtyards at once, and the hall filled with the sound of a rebellion beginning for real. And I reached out through 600 kilometers of nothing and touched the black seed. Tang Han came out of the ground, not from the mountains, not from the border, from beneath the prefect's own residence, 90 meters below the room we were standing in, where he had been hidden for 11 days while his uncle sent search parties to comb the entire county for him. He came up through the floor with the reincarnation array already turning, and it went through my investigators like a scythe through a field, and hundreds of them were simply gone. And every one of those 4,000 officials watched the sect's most wanted fugitive rise out of the prefect's basement. No, said Tang Guang. No, that's not it. I didn't protect Tang Han. I didn't know he was. The Morong family, who had been his most loyal dogs for 400 years, were the first ones to start shouting for his arrest. You acted very well, I told him, over the noise. Unfortunately, you are still far too green in front of me. There was one person inside the reincarnation array who was not supposed to be there. The Saintess Lian had come to Mo Yun County as an observer on the Qihong Holy Sect's insistence because they wanted their own eyes on whatever we dug out of that county. She had been standing near the front of the hall when the floor opened. I saw her through the array wall, white dress going red. I want to be honest about the next 30 seconds because I have told myself a comfortable version of it, and the comfortable version is not true. Her being in there was not my plan. Putting her in there would have been too risky even for me. The Qihong Holy Sect does not forgive, and I had no way to control whether she died or merely nearly died. But she was in there, and I did not put her there. And a saintess of the Qihong Holy Sect killed by Tang Han in a Ye family county, in the Ye family prefect's own residence, ends the Ye family on the entire continent in a single afternoon. All units, full power, break that array. Chief, the saintess is inside the... If the Saintess Lian is killed by the shockwave, I, the Holy Sun, will bear all responsibility. Every officer in that courtyard swore on the spot that the blame lay with the Ye family, and they meant it, because by then, they all needed it to be true. The array came apart, and in the middle of it, while everything was smoke and falling stone and nobody could see anything, I grew a pair of golden peng wings, crossed 400 meters in about a second, found her, and fed her the sacred fruit of her own sect, the one she had given me on my birthday. She got her eyes open and looked at what was in her mouth and understood exactly what it was. Thank you, she said. I will repay this favor. No need. Congratulations, host. 60,000 destiny points. Tang Han went out through a portal in the ceiling and I went in after him before it closed. We came out in a mountain range with no name, 600 kilometers from anything, and he was already turning around. He was half demon by then, skin like slate, eyes with no whites in them, and two phenomena in the sky above him at once, the reincarnation wheel from his father's line, and the supreme yin-yang, black and white and wrong. He beat me across 4 mountains. I want that on the record because people tell this story afterward as though it were simple. He was at the God realm and I was at refining spirit. He had 2 supreme phenomena, and he had spent 11 days doing nothing but growing on the fuel my own black seed had poured into him. He broke my left arm in 3 places and put me through a cliff face. Then I stopped fighting and used the supreme yin-yang great Tao art, not the counter, the thing the counter was carved out of. He froze in the air with his fist 8 inches from my face, and something in his body that had nothing to do with his mind told him to get on his knees and pray, and then the heavenly profound divine ring woke up on its own. I had been wearing it for a year. It had suppressed the sacred heaven pool for me, and I had assumed that was the whole of it. What it actually was a thing that had been asleep since before this sect existed, and what woke it was watching the supreme yin-yang great Tao art used correctly for the first time in 100,000 years. It dissolved the ancient talisman inside Tang Han. Zhou Ji had put it in his son as a child, a limiter, a guarantee that Tang Han's power would never grow past the point where his father could still take it back. It came apart like paper in water. Congratulations, host. The Xian Ning has recognized you. 100,000 destiny points. And Tang Han, screaming, ignited his divine fire against his own will in the middle of a mountain range with a black seed in his dantian that had been drinking him for 11 days. The fruit ripened. When it was over, there was a man kneeling in the crater with his forehead on the stone. Tang Han greets his master. Please give your orders. He was still himself. That was the design. He could think, plan, speak, hate me with his entire remaining mind, and none of it reached his hands. I wrote a list into his head. It was not a short list, and I did not assemble it that afternoon. I had been building it since I was 8 years old, out of a book I read in a school library, in a life that ended in a hospital bed in April. Every family that betrayed my clan, every city that opened its gates when the Ye banners came, every vassal house that signed the petition, and every branch clan that voted the right way at the right moment, names in order, with their strongholds. Go and kill them all, leave no one alive. Then I told him to hit me. He broke my arm again, properly this time, and threw me through 2 more mountains because it had to look right and because he enjoyed it, and I let him have that. He left on a flying array platform in the direction of the northern cities, doing an excellent impression of a lunatic escaping. Over the next 2 days, the mad fugitive Tang Han destroyed more than a dozen cities and clans, millions of people, branch houses of the Su family, the Gu family, and the Duanmu family, 4 vassal clans that had served the Chu family for 2 centuries and would have served the Ye family for 2 more. I picked every single one of them by name. The outside losses, the Su, the Gu, the Duanmu, were not collateral. They were the cover. If only Chu family enemies had died, a child could have drawn the line. So I spent other people's families to hide the shape of my list, which is exactly what Joji did to my sisters, and I knew that while I was doing it, and I did it anyway. That is the honest version. I'm not going to dress it up. On the second night, Murong Yan, patriarch of the Murong family, who had governed under Tang Guang for 400 years and who wanted very badly to not be executed, gave us everything. Tang Guang had a standing arrangement with the Heart Demon sect. He had killed the garrison commander Sun Bo through a heart demon planted years earlier, which is how you kill a god king with 50,000 troops and leave his body unmarked. And beneath the prefect's residence, under the level where Tang Han had been hiding, there was a ruin. The Heavenly Heart Primordial Demon. We had a prisoner in the Mo Yun garrison by then. She had been taken in the first sweep in a cell without resisting, which had struck the arresting officer as strange enough to write down, Mo Hua, daughter of the demonic emperor of the Heart Demon clan. Holder of the Heavenly Heart Demonic Constitution, which is one of the 3 or 4 constitutions in existence that people write books about. She had surrendered on purpose to a garrison she could have leveled because it was the fastest way to get into a room with me. You're shorter than the reports, she said when they brought me down. You're less chained than I expected. I'm chained. They're just decorative. She rattled them helpfully. Do you know why my clan has been watching you since the day you were born? I'd assumed it was the Chaos Demon God body. Then you already know half of it. She sat forward. Before the beginning of time, the Heavenly Heart Demon had one companion, not a servant, a counterpart. And that companion carried the Chaos Demon God body. Those 2 bodies exist to be used together. There's a cultivation method built for the pair of them, and it does not work with anything else. And my clan has kept it for that long, because once every few epochs, both bodies exist at the same time, and someone has to be holding the manual. So this is a recruitment. This is an offer of terms, she said. Between the only 2 people in this world who own what we own. My clan wants access to the method. You want my clan off the Yi family's payroll and onto yours. Those are compatible. And what stops you selling me the moment it stops being compatible? She smiled with her whole face for the first time and pushed a jade slip across the floor with her foot. That. I picked it up and read it, and it took me a long time to put it down. To open the ruin beneath Mo Yun County, you need the divine souls of 100,000 creatures at the god realm or above. The Ye family had already collected them. The list was in that slip. Every name, people from all 108 counties, branch members of the Gu, the Su, and the Duanmu, disciples of the Qihong Holy Sect, cultivators of the Dragon God Sect and Hell Valley, members of the Star Clan and of 2 races that do not live in this world at all, 100,000 God Realm souls, taken over 600 years in a county whose prefect's office has the highest mortality rate on the continent. Congratulations, host. 150,000 destiny points. Additional reward? Heavenly Emperor Ancient Talisman. You're welcome, said Mo Hua. What do you want for it? The method. And when the 9 realms come for your world, and they will, within the year, my clan stands where you tell it to stand, and you remember who put that in your hand. Done. Say it properly. Mo Hua of the Heart Demon clan and Xiao Ming of the Chu clan hold equal terms. Neither commands the other, neither sells the other. Better, she said, and stood up and walked out through the chains, which turned out to be genuinely decorative. They ambushed my carriage 40 kilometers outside Mo Yun County. 100 Heart Demon sect fighters and 2 half-step emperors coming out of a valley in formation, which is not what you do to a boy with 500 guards unless somebody has told you that this is worth dying over. The order had come from Joji personally. I got the Earth Slave moving and had begun the arithmetic on how many of them I could take with me when a shadow came down the valley faster than anything in it. Mo Hua landed between the 2 half-step emperors and slapped both of them across the face, backhand and forehand, without breaking stride. Princess. Even that old bastard Jin Hu wouldn't dare speak to this princess in that tone, she said. Who gave you the order? Say the name out loud. Louder, so the boy hears it. Then she made all 100 of them kneel in the road in formation and thank me individually for sparing their lives, which took 11 minutes and which I did not enjoy as much as I expected to, because by minute 4 it had stopped being funny and started being a demonstration aimed at me. Then she tore an arm off each of the half-step emperors and demoted them 3 ranks on the spot. That's the terms working, she said afterward, climbing into my carriage uninvited. Now here's the part you're not going to like. Go on? The Dragon Lord of the Dragon God sect has reported to the Dragon Clan that the Chu family has spent 1,000,000 years capturing dragons of supreme bloodline and dissecting them. I did not move. Their envoys are already in the air. They'll reach Holy Emperor Peak before you do. A jade note from my third uncle caught us an hour later. Xiaoming, I have some fantastic news and some fantastic bad news. The fantastic news is that your father has caught the Lord of Deadly Poison alive. The bad news is that the secrets of Yama's palace appear to have been exposed. The Dragon Clan has sent messengers. I sat in that carriage for a while working out how. Only 4 people alive knew about that place. My father, my 2 uncles, and old Gui. None of them talked. Shen Guang knew, but Shen Guang had spent 30 years digging and had found it, which means it was findable, which means somebody left a thread. Zhou Ji left the thread. Decades ago, he planted the reference in an ancient text in the scripture pavilion where any determined researcher would eventually trip over it and then waited to see who would be determined enough. Shen Guang was, and Shen Guang died holding it and told me instead of the Ye family, and I had thought that was a victory. Zhou Ji had a second copy. They were beating my clan's children when I got home. The Dragon God sect's delegation had arrived early, and their candidate for Holy Sun had decided to entertain himself in the training yard, and the young generation of the Chu clan, who had been queuing for the ranking trials all month because of my birthday rule, had lined up to be enthusiastic about it. Xuanming, 10-clawed bloodline, arms that were dragon arms from the elbow down, and about 6,000 secret treasures open. Xiaolong was on the ground with his chest caved in. Xiao Xiner, who was 11, was in the air on her way to a wall. I caught her. You're great, I told her, because she was crying and trying to apologize. And the younger generation of our family is great too. Then I put her down. Xiaoming, said Xuanming, delighted. Come on, strike first. I'll give you the first move since you're, I roared, 5 million jin of physical force with my spirit riding on top of it in the shape my father taught the world at the gates of the Ye family 2 months earlier. His scales came off, all of them, in one motion, and the flesh underneath came with them, and there was a silver-red mist hanging in the training yard where the front of him had been. He was still standing, which I respected slightly. So I took the dragon arms off at the shoulder, one and then the other, and hit him once at 500 million jin, and there was nothing left to argue about. What dragon race? I said, to the delegation standing frozen at the edge of the yard. My Chu family is a dignified and powerful human race. Why would we ever need to rely on the power of dragons? Which is a sentence I am aware of the irony of. There is a lake under my house full of the evidence. The Dragon Lord came out of the main hall, an emperor, and Xuanming's father. He did not say anything, and I did not wait for him to. He deserved to die, I said, and you deserve it most of all. His claw came down and my whole clan came off the walls at once. Old Gui got there first, which I did not expect because he had been carrying tea 40 seconds earlier. My third uncle second, my second uncle third, and behind them, the whole Saint Heaven sect, the Duanmu, the Su, the Gu, the Halls, the Guard. 400 years of internal politics dropped in about 2 seconds because an outsider had raised a hand inside our gates. One peak stayed dark. Saint Emperor Peak did not send a single man. Up there in the dark, Zhou Ji was laughing quietly into his hands. Xiaoming, you're finished. Dragon Lord, don't be afraid, just kill him. Ye Hongchen was on his knees in front of him begging him to go out. Not to fight, just to appear. To be seen standing with the sect for 90 seconds, because after that the sect could be told anything. If they want me to intervene, Zhou Ji said, the Chu family can come and beg me personally. That was the end of him. Not the trial, not the vote, not my father's fist. That sentence repeated by a weeping Ye Hongchen to 4 supreme elders an hour later, a sect master who watched his sect fight a dragon emperor from a dark window. Then a second dragon came down out of the sky and landed in the main square, and everything stopped. 9 golden claws. Lei Meng Dragon Lord, envoy of the Dragon Emperor's palace, which is not the Dragon God sect and not the Golden Dragon clan and not anything my sect had ever had to speak to before. He did not greet anyone. He announced that the Dragon Emperor's palace would be conducting a search of the Chu family's main hall. Every senior figure on that peak looked at the ground. I walked out into the square. You are a Dragon Lord of the Golden Dragon clan, I said. You are not even a clan leader, and you stand in another race's ancestral court waving the heavenly mandate Dragon Emperor's banner as though it were your own. You have 1 minute to get out. I had 2 reasons, and neither of them was courage. The Dragon clan is not one thing. There are 4 great courts, and they hate each other more than they hate us, and an envoy from one of them cannot commit the others. And if this escalated far enough to threaten the whole realm, the Hengtian Ancestral Court is obligated by an agreement older than my sect to come down and intervene. I needed it bigger, not smaller. He hit me, and the barrier of the sacred heaven pool opened by itself. The Flood Dragon King came out of it with the star crystal coffin on his horn, and standing on top of the coffin in a purple dress, with her hair perfect, was a very small girl who had been woken up from a nap. "Little golden dragon clan," said Yinger. "Even a dragon dares to speak rudely to Yinger's older brother?" They threw him into a fold of chaotic space between one breath and the next, and the entire Duanmu family ran into the square and hit the flagstones face down, and 3 of their ancestors came out of their coffins for the first time in 200 years to do the same. And then, into the middle of all of that, the sky folded open a second time. Zhou Ming, the human king, ruler of the entire human reality of Hengtian, the one man on this world whose arrival makes an emperor stand up straight. Zhou Ji came out of his hall then. Finally. After the Dragon Emperor's envoy, after Yinger, after the human king, and he did not bow to any of them. He walked into the square with his hands behind his back, past the human king, past the ancestor Duanmu, and stood there. Gu Chang, patriarch of the Duanmu family, 410 years old, who had not spoken in an open session in a decade, said it first. "Do you still want to hold on to this position as sect leader?" Behind him, my second uncle. Behind him, Gu Jian. Behind him, my third uncle. Then the Su. Then the Gu. Then the hall masters, one at a time, until there was nobody left standing on the other side of the square. Zhou Ji looked around at all of them and started to smile. "You want to cripple me?" he said. "In the millions of years of the Saint Heaven sect, there has never been a precedent." "There has never been a precedent," I agreed. "Let's make one." Then I raised the jade slip over my head and let it open. The sky above St. Emperor Peak turned the color of an old wound, and names began to write themselves across it in blood-red characters, 100,000 of them, and each character carried a fragment of a divine soul inside it, so that when you looked at a name, you did not read it, you felt the person. Nobody in that square could speak. The Duanmu family found 300 of their own up there. Every one of them had been dispatched on assignment by the Internal Affairs Hall over 6 centuries in 1s and 2s to places nobody questioned. The Qihong Holy Sect found 41 disciples they had listed as lost to the wilderness. Hell Valley found their people. The Star Clan found theirs. The Dragon God Sect found theirs. And the Heng Clan, the family of the Human King himself, found 2 names, and the Human King made a sound that put cracks in the flagstones for 200 meters. The Dragon Lord of the Dragon God Sect, who had come here to avenge his son and who had spent the last 400 years as Zhou Ji's closest outside ally, stood in the middle of the square and found his daughter. Dragon Ice. Zhou Ji had told him personally, 11 years ago, with tears in his eyes, that the Chu family had killed her. Gu Jian put his hand on his sword and didn't draw it, because the name he had found was his adopted son, and because his hand had stopped working properly. And in the Ye family's main hall, 40 senior members of that clan voted by show of hands to strip Zhou Ji of his name. It was unanimous. He watched it happen from the square. On a viewing array, somebody helpfully turned toward him, and then he started to laugh, and then he confessed. All of it, out loud, without being asked. He had murdered the previous leader of the Heart Demon sect in collusion with the Golden Tiger Demon Lord. He had poisoned all 3 of my sisters. My eldest at 3, my second at birth, my youngest in the womb. He had personally instructed his son to feed my eldest sister the supreme yin-yang art. He had spent 600 years harvesting 100,000 souls. Tang Yuan had acted on his orders. The Liu family had been his instrument. The Taoist Chang Grui's interest in my eye had been arranged by him, and the Lin family's vote had been bought by him, and Tang Lei had never known any of it. He listed it the way a man reads out an inventory of a house he is selling, and then, at the end, still smiling, he produced the thing he had actually been waiting to use. Also, 14 years ago I searched the soul of Chu Heng. He did not mean my second uncle. He meant my grandfather, my second uncle's father, the previous master of the law enforcement hall, who died of old age in his bed surrounded by his family, and who had, apparently, not died of old age at all. He held out for 11 days. He was quite impressive. He turned to the dragon envoy's remaining attendants and threw them a fragment of memory. Yama's palace, the lake, the stele, the skeletons in the water with the sample holes drilled in rows. It was a suicide move, and he knew it. He had put his own head on the block in order to make certain my family's went with it. I walked out into the middle of the square and stopped in front of him and said it quietly enough that only he heard. "Zhou Ji, you and I are the same kind of people. However, the price for the rise of the Saint Heaven sect cannot be the Chu family." He looked down at me for about 2 seconds and then threw his head back and screamed at the Dragon Clan to kill me. They all hit him at once. My third uncle from the left, Yinger from above, the Flood Dragon King through the middle of the square. And from the sky, arriving 40 minutes late and extremely angry, the Taoist Chang Grui of the Qihong Holy Sect, who had come the entire way to avenge a saintess who was not actually dead, and who put the Yunming divine sword through Zhou Ji's chest without slowing down. And his own clan, Yehongshan dragged two half-dead emperors out of the Ye family's coffins, men who had been in stasis for 300 years and who now had to be told, quickly, in the middle of a battle, why they were being asked to hunt their own sect master. Joji went through all of it and down into the prison levels, which surprised everyone. He went to Tang Lei's cell, and he burned several thousand years of his own remaining life, an emperor's life, the most expensive thing in this world, to purify the boy's severed meridians and rebuild his bones from the inside. Then he gave him his ring and his spear and threw him out through a tear in space. I got the last thing he said from the array records later. Actually, I lost a long time ago, because I could not kill Xiao Ming while King Chu was protecting him. And because I let Xiao Mei and Xiao Ya grow up. My second uncle heard the part about my grandfather. He was standing 40 meters from me when the confession reached that line, and I watched a man who has spent his entire life arranging flowers stop being that man. He didn't shout. His hands opened and closed once, and then he broke through into the emperor realm on the spot, in public, without preparation, through the realm of extremity. There are 3 ancient realms. I had touched the realm of beginning under a tea tree. The realm of extremity is the other end of it, and it is not a gift. When someone enters it, the world responds with a disaster somewhere. That is not superstition. It is in the records 4 separate times. His hair went crimson from the roots. A lightning mark opened between his brows. And the lightning that came off him was the wrong color, and it did not behave like lightning. It went into the people it killed and came back thicker. That is the extremity realm's price. The power feeds on the life force of everything it kills, and it grows without limit forever until the person carrying it stops being a person. He looked around the square once, found Lei Ming Dragon Lord's body being carried off by his attendants, and reduced an emperor's corpse to dust with a gesture. Then he was gone, north, after Joji, and the sky closed behind him. I finished the Dragon Lord myself. Myriad Dao's cauldron over the top of him, my third uncle's white tiger through the flank, old guy's blades through both wings. Every elder in that square begged me not to. He was the head of an orthodox sect with 200,000 disciples, and killing him meant a war we had no room for. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, I said, they grow back in the spring breeze. My emperor's talisman ran out 4 seconds before I finished, and he came off the ground and made it about 600 meters up. Then Yinger dropped the star crystal coffin over him. He spent the rest of the afternoon inside a 100,000-year-old artifact of the Star Clan, bouncing off the walls like a mosquito in a jar, while a small girl sat on the lid and swung her legs. She took the coffin with her when she went back to bed. He was still in it. I gave her more than half the leaves off my enlightenment tea tree, which she accepted with tremendous seriousness, and then immediately started eating like snacks. The Flood Dragon King spoke to me once before he went down. It was the only time he ever did. That crimson lightning your uncle carries, if he cannot control the extreme, he will become a madman and fall into the abyss. Throughout all of history, very few have controlled it. The rest all died. I found my third uncle that night and gave him 2 orders, and he did not like either of them. Don't finish the Ye family. Xiaoming. They have 40,000 people and 11 emperors worth of legacy weapons and nothing left to lose. A clan in a corner doesn't surrender. It takes a bite out of the sect on the way down. Take their posts, take their revenue, take their mines and their trade routes and their seats on every council, 1 a month, forever, and let them keep the name. He thought about it and hated it and accepted it. And the second thing? Move Yama's palace, tonight. Off sect territory entirely. He was still arguing about the logistics of that when the Taoist Changrui walked in holding the human king's own token. There's no need, he said. We already know. The next 10 seconds went like this. My third uncle Drew, old Gui moved, and the Taoist Changrui, who had killed a sect master 4 hours earlier, stood there with his hands visible and let them. The Qihang holy sect has known about Yama's palace for 1100 years, he said. The ancestral court has known for considerably longer than that. We have been helping you hide it. He sat down without being invited and explained it, and the explanation was worse than the accusation. If the Dragon Realm ever learns what is under Holy Emperor Peak, it does not become a Chu family problem. It becomes a war between the Dragon Realm and the entire Hengtian realm, and Hengtian loses, and everything in it dies. So for 1100 years, 2 of the 3 greatest powers in this world have been quietly burying evidence of my family's crimes, not out of affection, but because the alternative is extinction. And the human king has spent the last 4 years personally leading every top-tier expert of this realm outside the world, he said, on an expedition nobody could explain, at enormous cost. He was buying time, so that when this day came, the Dragon Clan would find a realm with its strongest people still inside it, instead of a realm with its strongest people 3 million miles away. I sat with that for a while. Everything I had thought I was doing on my own, in secret, with my clever plans, had been happening inside a room that 2 much older people had been holding the door shut on since before my great-grandfather was born. What do you want? The Saintess Lian remains here, as a hostage, formally, as your disciple practically. She lives in the Rising Sun's secret realm, and she learns whatever you're willing to teach her. She'll hate that. She proposed it. My father caught Joji in open space beyond the world, 11 days later. He had been sitting on the Six Paths reincarnation disc for 4 of those days, not running anymore, waiting. My father came out of the dark dragging the Lord of Deadly Poison behind him by a chain. The Lord of Deadly Poison attempted to say something on arrival, and my father removed his tongue and his voice without turning around, mid-sentence, the way you would close a door. "Chu Kai," said Joji. "One question, then we can start. Ask it. Was it you? Did you poison Tang Lei? Did you kill my third brother?" My father did not answer, and instead of answering he attacked, and I have thought about that silence a great deal since. "For my son," he said. "If there is a next life," said Joji, "let's be brothers again." And then something happened out there that changed how I understood my entire childhood. My father is not, and has never been, a mid-ranked emperor who inherited a good position. He is inside the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, which is a list of the strongest individuals across all the realms, and he has been for 2 decades, and roughly 9 people alive knew it. He could have taken the sect at any point in 30 years. He gave it to his sworn brother instead, deliberately, permanently, because Joji was the better administrator and the harder man, and my father wanted the Saint Heaven sect built into the strongest thing on this continent before he handed it to his son. He was farming it, for me, for 30 years. Joji burned himself into the endless reincarnation at the end, and 6 vortices opened out there that were each larger than a star. My father answered with the Supreme Emperor Heavenly Dragon Seal, a technique he created himself, alone, in the myriad realms ruins, and never once used in public. Joji had asked to see it 4 times over 30 years. My father had always said no. He got to see it. "You know," he said at the end, "the plan to capture Lanru was mine. I proposed it. I told you where she'd be. I know. She chose you anyway. I know. That's why I'm not reconciled." And then a sword came in from beyond the edge of the world, from a woman who had been flying for 9 days without stopping, and my mother finished him. "You schemed against my son," she said. "You harmed my daughter. If reincarnation truly exists, I will grind your divine soul to dust 1,000,000,000 times over." My mother came home 3 days later and threw a severed head at my feet in the main square. Hong Jin Dragon Emperor, leader of the Golden Dragon clan. She had gone into the dragon realm alone, walked into their court, and taken the head off the man whose envoy had raised a hand at her son. Then she looked at me for a long moment, in front of 400 people, and said, "You've grown," and went inside to have tea, and that is the entire content of my reunion with my mother after 2 years, and I would not change a word of it. The Dragon Realm's response arrived that evening. The sky did not tear, it simply stopped, everywhere, all at once, and every planet visible from that peak halted in its rotation, and something came down through the gap that had no eyes open. The Destiny Dragon Emperor. He is not a person you fight, he is a thing other worlds tell stories about to explain why certain places are empty. He tried to read the minds of everyone in that square, all at once, as casually as a man glancing at a page. He got everyone. He did not get me. My spirit had condensed at 100, and it has no seams in it, and his attention went over it the way water goes over glass, and he noticed that, and I felt him notice. Then he unrolled time above the peak. 600,000 years of it, backward, and everyone standing there watched the past of that mountain run in reverse until it stopped at a day in the sacred heaven pool, where a woman in a purple dress was standing on the corpse of a 12-clawed golden dragon emperor, the Duanmu Saint Ancestor, 600,000 years ago, with her foot on the neck of something that should have been unkillable. And in the image, the dead woman turned her head and looked out of the past directly at the Destiny Dragon Emperor with an expression that did not belong to a 3-year-old and struck him across 600,000 years. He staggered. The verdict came down without any negotiation. For 10,000 years, the Dragon Realm will suppress the Hengtian Realm. Its finest bloodlines will be sent against ours at the 9 Realms Grand Competition. Its hunters will cut down our people in the myriad realms ruins wherever they find them. Then my second uncle came back. He came out of the north with crimson lightning trailing 400 kilometers behind him, and he did not stop, and he hit the Destiny Dragon Emperor. He knocked a scale off, one scale, the size of a small star, spinning away into the dark. Nobody had ever done that. The thing that came off that dragon's face was not pain, it was surprise, and it was 300,000 years old. And my second uncle did not stop, because he could not stop, because his eyes had gone entirely crimson, and there was nothing behind them anymore. I hit him with everything I had left, and then I put the heavenly profound divine ring on his finger while he was still trying to kill me, and the Shenning inside it accepted him as her master because I had asked her to as part of our terms, and she keeps her word. Then I forced the chaos pure heartstone into his mouth, 1,000,000 destiny points, a divine object of rules. Emperors who stand within 100 meters of one fall into Tao trance involuntarily. It is the single most expensive thing I have ever owned, and I had bought it 11 days earlier with no plan for it at all. Human child, said the Destiny Dragon Emperor, and every mountain range on that continent rang. That stone, name your price, any 3 things in the dragon realm. I fed it to my uncle. Then I spent 200,000 more on the Tai King Ice Heart technique and pushed that into him too. The crimson went out of his hair from the roots down, slowly, like a fire being put out backwards. He sat down hard in the middle of a crater and looked at his own hands and then at me. Xiaoming, that was, second uncle, we're family. There's no need for unnecessary words of thanks. Old Gui was quiet for 3 days after we moved Yama's palace, and on the 4th, he asked me to walk with him. If only you had been born a few years earlier, young master. You're going somewhere with this. This old servant is old. I can no longer play a significant role. He took me out past the ancestral hall, up a path I had never been on, to a shoulder of the mountain that faces north and gets no sun after noon. Hundreds of stelae, rows of them, plain stone, no names carved on any of them. On each one, hanging from a hook set into the top, a blood-red mask. I understood before he said it. When the palace was moved, the Heaven Group could not be moved with it. They knew what a soul search would take from them if they were ever taken alive. They did it together, in one night, in order of seniority, so that no one had to be last and alone. He straightened one of the masks that had gone crooked in the wind with 2 fingers, the way you'd fix a child's collar. They died to protect their family. Their deaths were glorious. I stood on that shoulder of rock for a long time and did not say anything at all, and the old man let me not say it. The order to destroy the Dragon God sect came down from the Elder Council 2 days later, and it came with a deadline, not out of cruelty, out of arithmetic. 8 of the 9 realms were now openly leaning toward the Dragon Clan, and a sect that takes 6 months to punish an enemy inside its own borders is a sect that gets partitioned. My third uncle took 50,000 elite troops of the War Affairs Hall and went south, and before he left I showed him something on the training field because he had asked whether I was ready for what was coming, and I have never been good at answering that kind of question with a sentence. We had a prisoner. Ao Hong, last disciple of the Dragon Lord, 10-clawed bloodline, over 6,000 secret treasures open, the one who had put my cousin Xiaolong in a healing tank for 3 weeks. They brought him out in chains he could have broken. Xiaoming, he said pleasantly, I'll give you the first strike. In fact, I'll promise not to move from this spot at all. I'd like your family to see the difference between a human and a dragon clearly, so there's no confusion later. That's generous. I'm feeling generous. I hit him for 3 billion jin. There was a silver mist that hung over the training field for about 4 seconds, and then it drifted apart in the wind, and lying on the flagstones about 30 meters away, there was a piece of tail. You're really strong, I told it. You took my punch head on, and there's still a piece of your dragon tail left. But showing off will get you killed. You know that. My third uncle looked at the flagstones for a while, and then got on his flying platform and left without saying anything, which is how he says the biggest things. That night in the Rising Sun's secret realm, I changed my medicinal bath for the first time in months, and my body woke up. I had been using ordinary spirit medicine because ordinary spirit medicine had always been enough. That night, I used a God Realm grade barrel because Star Servant had put one in by mistake, and the Chaos Demon God body took hold of it and drank it dry in under a minute. 5 million jin, 6.5, 8, 10. The secret treasures started opening in avalanches. 36, 72, 144. Then it stopped counting in blocks and simply ran, and by dawn it was past 1,000. Star Servant made 11 trips to the pharmacy hall that night, and by the last one he had stopped asking permission and had simply written 1,000 barrels against my name in the ledger, which is a quantity that the pharmacy hall had previously issued to the entire sect over a period of 4 years. The Saintess Leon, cultivating on the other side of the realm because she now lived there, sat up at about the 4th hour with her hair full of static. Xiao Ming, she said through her teeth to nobody. Are you even human? Elder Peak argued for 10 days about the 9 Realms Grand Competition. Half the top sects wanted to withdraw entirely. Their reasoning was not cowardice. The Dragon Clan was now openly backing the eternal human realm. The competition is held on their terms, and sending our finest young people into it was arguably sending them somewhere to be killed by arrangement. Demon King Li went further and proposed we hand over the surviving Dragon Lord and every captured member of the Dragon God sect as a gesture. He was still talking when 8 black seals opened in the sky over the peak at once. 8 human kings. rulers of 8 of the 9 human realms, arriving together, uninvited, which has happened 4 times in recorded history, and never once for a pleasant reason. They came to press us, and at the front of them, Zhao Kai, the eternal human king, whose realm is the largest of the 9 and who has wanted this continent for 3 centuries. His first act before any greeting was to demand that my father bow to him. My father, white-haired, still coughing from the fight beyond the world, did not get up. Back in the Myriad Realm's ruins, he said, you pursued my wife, and I beat you so badly that you knelt and begged for mercy in front of 200 people, several of whom are standing behind you right now. So, how do you want to die? Nobody laughed. Several of the 8 studied the floor, and in the middle of that standoff we learned where Hell Valley had gone. Not destroyed, not scattered, relocated, secretly, months ago, into the eternal human realm, along with the Hengtian palace they had stolen on the way out. Zhao Kai had been assembling this for a year. The news from the south arrived 4 days later, and it arrived badly. My third uncle had been sitting outside the Dragon God Sect's protective array for 10 days without breaking it, which should have been impossible, and had lost 3 ancient emperors of my clan finding out why. There was somebody inside, Han Li, the Splitting Sky Dragon Chief of the Konggu Dragon Court, an emperor of a court that is not supposed to have any business in this realm at all, sent quietly by Zhao Kai to keep the Dragon God Sect standing for exactly as long as it took to bleed us. My third uncle lost his left arm and his blade on the 11th day, and on the 12th, old guy went south. I did not see him leave. He told my eldest sister he was going to bring soup to the front, which was such an obvious lie that she let him go without arguing, because there are moments when the only thing you can give someone is the dignity of their own bad excuse. What arrived at the Dragon God Sect was not an old servant with a bent back. The hump straightened. He came up to 2 meters. His hair went from white to blood red between one step and the next, and there was a crimson demonic sword in his hand that nobody in my family had ever seen, and he spoke his name for the first time in 1,000 years. Chu family assassins. Xuanfeng, leader of the heavenly group, is here. For millions of years, no force has ever trampled on the prestige of my Chu family and left the Hengtian realm alive. He burned everything he had left, all of it, in one motion, one cut. It went through Han Li and 1,000 of his fighters standing behind him, and it went through the protective array, and it went through the mountain the array was anchored to, and when it was finished, there were 2 halves of a Kangoo Dragon Court Emperor lying on either side of a canyon that had not existed that morning. Then he came apart, not fell, came apart, from the feet up, into ash, the way paper goes when it is finished burning and something touches it. My eldest sister got there in time to catch what was left of him, which was not much, and he used it to say one thing. Young miss, young master. This old servant is also very strong. They found the note in his room afterward. He had written it a long time ago and updated it 4 times, and the last update was in ink that was 2 years old. To have served the Chu family for 1,000 years, to have watched the 3 masters and their young masters and their young ladies grow up. This old servant has had enough in this life. May the Chu family last for thousands of years. I caught his blade when it fell. I want to be accurate about what I said next, because there were 9 people on that ridge, and every one of them heard it, and it has been repeated since in a form that is more heroic than the original. What I actually said was quiet, and it was not to any of them. Kangoo Dragon Court, even if the Destiny Dragon Emperor himself descends, I will destroy you. My third uncle, with 1 arm and no blade, delivered the sentence on the Dragon God Sect 3 days later. Their territory ran 1,350,000 li across, 38 prefectures, 1,860,000,000 people who worship dragons. He blockaded all of it. 3 days for anyone not of the sect to get out, with transport provided and no questions asked at the borders. After 3 days, the order was to kill them all without mercy. I am not going to walk you through what happened at the end of those 3 days. It happened. 38 prefectures went quiet. I was not there, and I did not object to it. And the second of those 2 facts is the one that matters. I spent 300,000 destiny points on a time reversal talisman. It gathered old guy's ash out of the wind, out of the stone, out of my sister's sleeves, and put it back into the shape of a man, and it pulled 1 thread of his divine soul back down out of the sky where it had already begun to disperse. 1 thread, enough for a body that breathes. He has not woken up. He lies in a room on Holy Emperor Peak with the shutters open because he never liked them closed, and a servant turns him twice a day, and my eldest sister reads to him in the evenings. Everyone in my family has told me, gently, at different times, that a single thread is not enough and that he is not going to wake. I have 400,000 points and a list of things to buy. My second sister put on his mask. She walked up to that shoulder of the mountain with the unnamed stele on it, took the crimson mask off the hook on the tallest one, and put it on her own face, and declared herself the new leader of the Heaven Group in front of the whole clan. and her supreme bone evolved while she was standing there, the killing Saint Tao. A purple coffin settled onto her back out of nothing and stayed there, and after that, wherever she walked, small living things stopped. I looked at my sister in a dead man's mask with a coffin on her back and thought about the book I read in a school library, in which she is the great hatred demon lord's most loyal general and dies with him. If I am destined to fall into demonic ways, I said out loud to nobody, then I will never become the great hatred demon lord. Zhao Kai overplayed it 11 days later, and the four of them called him on it. My father, my second uncle, my third uncle, the Taoist Changrui, and Zhou Ming, the human king of Hengtian, who walked into the middle of the assembly and pressed his own seal against Zhao Kai's. Two human king seals in contact do not produce a fight. They produce a door. The gate of realms opened over the peak, and it will not close on its own for 10,000 years. I need to explain why that was a devastating move rather than a reckless one. A human king's authority is realm-bound. It ends where his realm ends. With the gate open, the other 7 realms were no longer a block standing behind Zhao Kai. They were 7 independent parties standing inside a room with a permanent door in it, each of whom now had to decide, individually, whether Zhao Kai's private war was worth their own realm's exposure. They converted from allies into mediators in the space of about 4 minutes, publicly, while he watched. Congratulations, host. 500,000 destiny points. Supreme treasure unlocked. Realm bead. The realm bead lets its holder move through every realm without suppression. That was the part everyone would have valued. The part that mattered was in the second line of the description, and I read it twice. Under certain conditions, it devours the origin power of a realm. I did not do anything with it. That matters because it later became a diplomatic incident, and I was accused of a great deal of deliberate scheming. I put the bead in my Chaos Spirit Pearl and left it there, and it started drinking. It drank the origin power of the eternal human realm through an open gate for 2 days, and inside my Chaos Spirit Pearl, a small world was born. Mountains, a sky, weather, which is a thing I did not know was possible and which I have still not told anyone about. And on the 3rd day, the eternal human king's seal came in by itself. Nobody stole it. Nobody touched it. A relic of the mythical age, bound to the origin of an entire realm, decided that the origin of that realm was now somewhere else, and went there, and I woke up with it sitting in my little world like a paperweight. Zhao Kai lost his seal in front of 8 human kings. He could not explain it. He could not report it. He could not even accuse anyone, because there is no mechanism by which a king's seal is stolen, and every king present knew that, and therefore every king present concluded that he had hidden it himself as a piece of theater to get the Dragon Clan's sympathy. 7 realms stopped taking his messages inside a day, and the Heart Demon Holy Land publicly refused to fight for him. Manhwa issued that herself, in writing, with a line I have kept a copy of. You didn't think of us when there were benefits to hand out. Now things are difficult, and you expect us all to bleed for you. On what grounds? My father went into the Eternal Royal Court alone the following morning. He tore the head off the archaic dragon emperor, who had been Zhao Kai's guarantor and personal guest for 200 years, and then he pulled out the dragon's tendon, and he used it to whip Zhao Kai across the face until the flesh came off it, in the eternal human realm's own throne room, in front of that realm's entire court. Zhou Ming had already slapped him once by then, publicly, an hour earlier, which by that point qualified as the gentle part of his day. The eternal human realm said nothing. Not one noble in that court stood up. Then we sat down at a table, and I presented the bill. 3 top-grade secret realms, 10 divine ore stars, 500 mature supreme-grade medicinal plants, delivered live, with their soil, a full elemental stone deposit, transferred with its formation intact. And I kept going for some time, and the 8 kings listened to a 9-year-old read out an invoice with the patience of men who have decided to wait for the joke. You cannot be serious, said Zhao Kai. Half of that does not exist in quantity anywhere in the 9 realms. Do you really think I'm deliberately giving you an astronomical figure so you can negotiate me down to something reasonable? If you're really that naive. The king of Yuxuan leaned in at that point to be helpful about procedure. This is the battlefield between the Hengtian realm and the eternal human race, I said. It is not your place to interrupt. Or perhaps you would like to pay the compensation on Zhao Kai's behalf. He sat back. And then I said the last item, which was not on the written list, because I had wanted to say it out loud. And Zhao Kai personally, at the head of the entire leadership of the Kangoo Dragon Court that fought alongside him, will kneel at the graves of the fallen soldiers of the Saint Heaven sect and perform 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. The room did not react at first. Then it reacted all at once. Because a king can be killed. That is a normal event. 4 of them have died in the last 1,000 years, and the realms went on. What a king cannot do is kneel, because a king who kneels does not stop being a king. He becomes a king who knelt, and every one of the 8 men in that room understood the difference in their spines. I stood at the head of that table and made the demand, and behind me, saying nothing, stood my father, my second uncle, and my third uncle. 3 emperors, one of them in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, standing in silence behind a 9-year-old, letting him do the talking. That was the moment the 9 realms understood what had happened to the Chu family. Zhao Kai found a rule to hide behind, and I will give him credit. It was a good rule. The agreement of the 9 realms, he said. Article 4. Any dispute over compensation between realms may be settled on the human race ancient battle platform. 3 bouts. The losing party accepts the winning party's terms in full. You're invoking it against a 9-year-old. I am invoking it against the Saint Heaven sect. The other 7 kings looked at each other and then agreed, because the alternative was continuing to sit in a room where an emperor had been whipped with a dragon's tendon an hour earlier. They took us to the platform. It sits between the realms, and it is older than every realm that touches it. 9 sides, 9 statues around the edge, 1 for each human king of the mythical age, and every single one of them is broken, not weathered. Broken, in the specific way that things break when something hits them. Nobody knows who broke them. Nobody has ever been able to repair them. The platform does not permit it. 3 bouts, by tier. Below the God realm, which was me, the God realm, which was my second sister, and the God King tier, which was my third uncle, one-armed, borrowing a blade. Zhao Kai put up 2 names for the first 2 bouts, and the entire assembly started swearing at once. Kuang Li and Kuang Jin, children of Mo Shan and a princess of the Azure Dragon clan. Technically human, by the letter of the agreement, because their mother's line qualifies. Actually pure dragons of the Kangoo Dragon Court, with everything that implies. They meet the requirement, said Zhao Kai. Every king in that gallery knew it was filth, and every king in that gallery said nothing, and my third uncle had to be physically held. My second sister went up first, because the God Realm bout was drawn first, and because she did not wait to be told. Black worm, she said from the edge of the platform. Come up and die. Kuang Li unfolded to 1,000 zhang, which is a length that stops being a number and becomes a piece of weather, and brought out the Azure Dragon War Drum and opened with the Azure Dragon King technique. He was better than her. I want to be honest about that, because the story is better if he wasn't, and the truth is that he was. Stronger bloodline, deeper foundation, 400 years of instruction from emperors, and a body that could take her best hit and keep moving. He beat her across that platform for 11 minutes, and then her primordial double pupils found the seam. That is what those eyes do. And nobody had ever explained it properly to me, and I saw it happen and understood it in the same second. They do not see further or clearer. They find the single point in a moving thing where time is about to fracture, the instant before a muscle commits, the flaw in a technique that exists for 1/100th of a breath, and they show you where to put a sword. Her black sword went in under his jaw and out through the top of his skull. 1,000 zhang of dragon came down on the platform and did not get up. She walked off it, past everyone, past the 8 kings, and stopped in front of my father and held out her hands. A dragon pearl in one, a dragon tendon in the other. Father, I can kill a true dragon too. I'm not a waste. Father has always known, he said. She nodded once, went inside the waiting hall, got around a corner where nobody could see her, dropped to her knees, and coughed up about a pint of blood while smiling so hard she couldn't stop. I know that, because I followed her. Kuang Jin came up for the second bout and ate his brother's corpse in front of everyone. He did it slowly, and he did it deliberately, and when he was finished he had 11 claws instead of 10, and he stood up and said the sentence that made even the Eternal Realm's own delegation look away. There, I've rid myself of the last drop of contemptible human blood. Then he opened his secret treasures, 46,075 of them, plus the legacies of several dragon emperors, which he had been fed since birth, and a black pearl at his core carrying the origin power of the dragon realm itself. I opened mine, 16,460, 50 million jin of body strength, a fist that landed at around 20 billion. He was better equipped than me by a factor I do not enjoy writing down. He came through my chaos golden body in the first exchange like a man opening a letter. So I did the thing I do, which is not a technique, and which is the only genuine advantage I have ever had in either life. I thought about 6 things at once. While he was hitting me, I took the Feng Yun Spirit Dragon technique from proficient to major achievement in the middle of the fight, using the pressure of his own strikes as the pressure that forces comprehension. Then I did the same to the Chaos Golden Body, and then I took the patterns of both of them, the actual structure, the thing underneath the technique, and melted them into the myriad Daos cauldron. The cauldron did not get bigger, it got smaller. It compressed down to the size of my fist, with 1,000 Taos and 2 supreme arts folded into a shape you could hold, and I put it through his skull. It went in the front and out the back, and left a hole you could see the sky through. He stuffed the black pearl into the hole. Then he ignited his divine fire in the middle of the fight, which is an insane thing to do, and which is why his court had given him a dragon emperor's legacy in the first place. And he came at me with the origin power of an entire realm burning in his head. Everyone in that gallery wrote me off. I have seen the recordings. 8 kings, 3 emperors of my own clan, and the entire Kangoo delegation all reached the same conclusion at the same time. My father was asked, directly, by the human king, whether he intended to intervene. I choose to absolutely believe my son, he said. As for which path he chooses, let him decide for himself. I melted a 5th pattern into the cauldron. It stopped being a fist-sized object. It grew, past the platform, past the gallery, until it was the size of a mountain range with 1,000 Taos turning on its surface, and it came down. There was nothing left of Kwang Jin to eat, and then a claw came down through the roof of the world, and I thought, well, that's it. That's the end of the story, and it went past me entirely. The Destiny Dragon Emperor picked the black pearl out of the wreckage, closed his hand on it, and said one sentence before he left. At the 9 Realms Grand Competition, Kwang Jin will fight Xiaoming again. He did not take the corpse. He took the pearl, because the pearl is the part you need to build a new one. Then the 3rd bout was forfeited, because there was nobody left in the Eternal Realms delegation willing to walk up those steps, and the compensation was accepted in full. It came in as tokens, dozens of them, handed over one at a time across a table by men who could not look at me. 3 secret realms, 10 ore stars, 500 sacred trees with their soil, an elemental deposit, and a list of smaller items that took a clerk 40 minutes to read out. The Elder Council wanted to credit me publicly with all of it. I only did some insignificant things at the end, I said. What merit do I have? That sentence cost me nothing and bought me more than the tokens did. Every hallmaster and every clan patriarch on that continent went home and repeated it to their own families, and within a month there was a version of me circulating in the world that was modest, which is the most useful lie I have ever been fortunate enough to have told about me. The funeral was held 8 days later, white banners on every peak of the Saint Heaven sect, every hall closed, 6,000 new graves on the North Ridge, and beyond them the old ones, and beyond those the unnamed stele with the crimson masks. 4 executions, at the head of the ceremony, in front of everyone. Demon King Li, who had proposed handing over our prisoners and who turned out to have been doing considerably more than proposing. The Lord of Deadly Poison, who had spent 14 years making my sister into a weapon and who could not say anything at the end because my father had taken his voice. Tang Wen, who withheld my award, whose son I turned into mist and who had processed 11,000 of the 100,000 names, and Tang Guang, prefect of Moyun County for 600 years. Their heads came off in a line and it started raining, the way it always seems to, and the rain went across 6,000 headstones. And then, from the bottom of the mountain, the eternal human king began to climb, on his knees. Zhao Kai, ruler of the largest human realm in the 9, crossed the entire Saint Heaven sect on his knees, and behind him came the leadership of the Kangoo Dragon Court in a line, and at every section of graves they stopped and performed 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows to soldiers whose names none of them had ever heard, not to emperors, not to hall masters, to rank-and-file troops of the War Affairs Hall, 22 years old, who had died holding a line in the south. The disciples of the sect lined both sides of that road for 11 kilometers and watched a king crawl past them, and none of them cheered because by the 3rd kilometer it had stopped being satisfying and had become something else that nobody had a word for. Jing, who had come back from seclusion 3 days earlier specifically for this, ruined the atmosphere from the front row at maximum volume. Sk-tisk, the king of men, fall into this. If it were me, I'd have drawn my sword hours ago. 400 people shushed him. He was very pleased with himself. The human king asked me to walk with him that evening, alone, along the ridge above the graves. Your spirit concentration, he said. 100. Yes? Do you know what that is? A good number. He stopped walking. In the entire recorded history of the human race across 9 realms, 2 people have reached it. The mythical human emperor and the eternal heaven emperor. That is not a record, Xiaoming. That is a threshold. It is called the forbidden domain of the mind, and every king alive knows about it. And every king alive takes it to his grave, because we have all agreed that saying it out loud gets the person carrying it killed. He looked out over 6,000 fresh graves. There are 10 races across all the realms that we call the Forbidden Clans. Dragons, phoenixes, 6 others you've never heard of. They sit at the top and they have sat there since the mythical age, and no race outside the 10 has ever produced someone who could enter that domain. Except ours, twice. That is why they come into human realms. That is why they have been coming for 100,000 years, taking our people, studying our bloodlines, buying our sex, planting men like Joji in our institutions and paying them in immortality. They are not trying to conquer us. They are trying to find out how a race outside the 10 keeps producing people who can walk through a door that is supposed to be sealed. He turned around. You are very likely the third person in the history of the Hengtian human clan to step into the forbidden domain of the mind. I stood there and did the arithmetic on how many people had been in the room when I posted a spirit concentration of 100. About 400, including a Chihang delegation. How much time do I have? 3 emperors of the heavenly ranking will teach you personally beginning next month, he said. The ancestral court is opening its scripture pavilion to you. All of it, including the levels my own son has never been allowed onto. That was not an answer. No, he agreed. It wasn't. I went into the Eternal Heaven Hall the next morning to finish something I had left open for a year. 100,000 phantom dream fiends, 1 punch. 5.5 billion jinn, 0.1 seconds, and the 5 golden boulders lit up across the continent, and the Hengtian board came all the way awake for the first time since the Eternal Heaven Emperor left it there. They started coming out one at a time. The Human King, the Taoist Changrui, my father. I put all 3 of them down in 4 seconds, which is a sentence I have to keep rereading. Then my mother, and she took 11. Then Joji, who at his own prime and at my own level had a habit of not dying that I found genuinely irritating. Then the Su God ancestor. Then the Gu demon ancestor. Then the Duanmu saint ancestor. And she took 36 seconds, and she was not the girl who leaned on my shoulder and asked me to play. She was what that girl had been before 600,000 years in a box, and I have never been that frightened of anyone who was smiling at me. Then the heavenly Tao progenitor, then the heavenly blood war king. At 55 seconds I had killed every emperor on the heavenly ranking in the entire history of the Hengtian realm, except one. And the platform went quiet, and the light on the 5 boulders changed, and something walked out of it that had been dead for 100,000 years and had never entirely agreed to be. The Eternal Heaven Emperor. Outside the array, in the gallery, the human king of Hengtian went down on the floor and cried like a child in front of 200 people, and not one of them thought less of him for it. In the dragon realm and in the demon realm, on that same afternoon, the Destiny Dragon Emperor and the Demonic Emperor each sealed their own worlds without explaining why to anybody. He did not arrive with weather. That is the part I remember. Everything else in that hall had come with phenomena, with sky splitting, with the sound of mountains. He walked out of the light in a plain robe, looked around the array with mild interest, and compressed himself down to the first level of refining spirit, which for him must have been like a man folding himself into a teacup. You've been busy, he said. You left the board here. I left a great many things here. Most of them were ignored. He rolled a shoulder. One technique. I only ever made one. Would you like to see it? Yes? Hengtian. I have tried to describe what he did about 40 times, and I have never managed it, so here is the closest I have. Imagine a still pond. Imagine dropping a stone in it. Now imagine that the ripple is time, and that at the crest of it eternity is 1 instant, and in the trough of it 1 instant is eternity, and that he can move the pond. He did not hit me. He arrived at every point where I was going to be before I decided to go there, and waited. He broke all 6 of my phenomena in about 9 seconds. The myriad Taoist cauldron went last, and when it went, I understood that everything I had built in a year and a half was a very clever child's construction, and that a real one had just been shown to me. And then I fell into the realm of beginning, not by trying, because he had put the principle in front of me in its purest form, and my mind had nowhere else to go. And in that state I caught it, not the technique which is his and which cannot be given, but the shape of the thinking underneath it. The trial ended, and the boards flared, and the forbidden trial of the Hengtian board was passed for the first time in 100,000 years. I won't teach you, he said immediately, loudly, so the entire gallery heard it. The forbidden path is always unique. What works for me would cripple you. Then, while everyone in that hall was busy being disappointed on my behalf, he leaned in and adjusted something on the surface of my broken cauldron with 1 finger, the way you'd straighten a picture on a wall. He wrote his entire understanding of the world into the patterns. All of it. 100,000 years of it, hidden inside a structure only I can read, and done in such a way that not one of the 200 people watching, including a human king and the head of the Chihang holy sect, noticed anything had happened. If they had noticed, 9 realms would have come for me by the end of the month. He knew that. That is why he shouted the refusal first. Then he left, and on his way out, he made a detour. He walked through all 9 realms in order. He did not stop in any of them. He crossed the eternal human realm, and Zhao Kai's entire court went face down on the floor without deciding to. He crossed the demon realm, and the demonic emperor did not come out. And at the dragon realm he stopped and stood above it and said one thing. At the beginning of mythology, your dragon race begged my human race to take you in. You were willing to be our totems and our mounts. Why do you now dare to intimidate my human race? Then he tore a tenth of their world off and took it with him. He dissolved somewhere past the edge of everything, quietly, and back on this continent the Hengtian Palace, a building, a stone thing with no soul in it, made a sound for 11 hours that everyone who heard it describes as weeping. I was in the realm of beginning for a day and a half, and I emptied the store. 10 Heavenly Emperor Talismans. The Great Tao Creation Talisman at 400,000 points, which is the single most expensive thing the system has ever offered me, and which extends and deepens a beginning realm to a degree that should not be legal. Then I took all 6 of my techniques to the transcendent level, not major achievement. Transcendent, the level above the level that emperors write books about, where a technique stops being something you use and becomes something you are. The 6th was his. I could not call it Hengtian because it wasn't his anymore by the time I finished, and because naming it after him would have told everyone what he had done. So I named it after where I came from, Mortal World, and when it completed, it showed me something, because that is what that technique does. It holds up a mirror and shows you the world you actually come from. Mine showed a boy in a bad coat outside a factory gate in the rain at 19, then a first office with 3 desks, then 12, then a building with my name on it, then a boardroom and a signature, and a man across a table who was smiling at me while his lawyer was already filing, then a hospital ceiling in April, and a nurse changing a bag, and a phone on the tray table with 41 missed calls from people who wanted to know when I would be well enough to sign. Tianhai Rongchuang Group. 31 years, from nothing to 11,000 employees, and then a scan, and then 4 months. I watched all of it from the outside, which I had never done, and I noticed something I had somehow failed to notice while I was living it. There was nobody in the room at the end. Not one person in that hospital who was there because they wanted to be there. The human king was standing beside me, and the mirror caught him too and showed him his own, and he watched it with his jaw set and did not offer to tell me about it, and I did not ask. Then I broke through. Spirit. Perfection, body integration realm, physical strength 100 million jin, 20,000 secret treasures open out of a possible 108,000, and the sky went black at noon. The heavenly tribulation for monstrous geniuses does not arrive on schedule. It arrives when the world decides you have gone too far too fast, and mine had been accumulating for a year and a half, and it came early. And because it came early, it came at roughly 3 times the intensity anyone had ever recorded. The sect lost its mind. They dragged half-dead master smiths out of retirement. They emptied the treasury of defensive artifacts and started forging more on the spot. Gu Jian personally carried a shield array up the mountain that took 4 men to lift. My second uncle was shouting instructions at people who were already running. And I walked out into the middle of it and stood there with my hands at my sides. The first bolt hit me, and I let it go into me through every pore I have, and then I put the cauldron up over my head like an umbrella, upside down, to catch the rest. Tribulation lightning is the purest expression of the world's own rules. It is also, if you can survive standing in it, the finest cultivation resource that exists, and it cannot be bought, mined, farmed, or stolen, because the only place it occurs is on top of someone it is trying to kill. I condensed it in the cauldron for 3 days. Tribulation, lightning liquid, in quantity, in barrels. On the 3rd evening, the sky closed and I walked out of the crater, 1.70 meters, 9 years old, with an aura that several witnesses independently described, using the same phrase about reaching up and pulling stars down, and the most powerful people on this continent formed a queue. Xiaoming, my grandson breaks through next spring, 1 bucket. 2 buckets. I have 3 at the God realm this year, and I'm not choosing between them. You cannot favor one family over another. This would be a disgrace to the sect's unity. Your Majesty, said Gu Jian, elbowing the human king. With respect, you have an entire realm, and we have 1 peak. The Taoist Changrui, head of the Qihong holy sect, who had come to my house a year ago to take my eye out of my head, got to the front of that queue, holding an empty jar with both hands, looked at my father, and asked the question that the whole continent had wanted to ask for a year. By the way, how exactly did you and Lan Ru make this one? My father opened his mouth and closed it again. I gave every drop of it to my second uncle to distribute centrally, by merit, with a written schedule, and no exceptions for anyone including my own family, which took me approximately 4 seconds to decide, and which bought my clan more loyalty on this continent than the last 11 generations managed between them. Then I went to pack because the ancestral court expected me the following week, and 3 emperors of the heavenly ranking had cleared their calendars. I stopped at the room with the open shutters on the way. Old Gui lay there breathing, with 1 thread of a soul in him, and no way to know if there is a person on the other end of it. My eldest sister had left her book face down on the chair, Somebody had put fresh tea on the table that he cannot drink, which I assume was Star Servant, who has done it every day for a month and who has not mentioned it to anyone. I have 412,000 destiny points and a list. Then I took his blade off the wall because I do not intend to carry my own and went down the steps. The Saintess Leon was waiting at the bottom of them, standing in the middle of the road with her arms folded. You're leaving. Next week. I've been living in your secret realm for 4 months, she said. Your servants call me your little sister. Your bald friend calls me senior sister-in-law, which I have decided not to kill him for once. He's persistent. Xiao Ming. She lifted her chin. You saved my life. I acknowledge it, and I will repay it. But I am not your little sister, and I am not your student, and I am not one of the people who stands behind you looking impressed. I will definitely defeat you. And she walked off up the mountain without waiting for an answer, which was the correct call because I didn't have one. So, a year and a half ago, I woke up on a mountain peak in an 8-year-old body, being ordered by a girl I was engaged to go and steal my own father's supreme divine medicine so that she could hand it to the boy the book had chosen to take everything I owned. Last month, the king of the human race crawled 11 kilometers up this mountain on his knees to bow at the graves of my sect's dead soldiers. I would like to tell you that I feel finished. I don't. Because in 3 years, the 9 Realms Grand Competition opens, and the Destiny Dragon Emperor is at this moment rebuilding Quangjin around a black pearl for the specific purpose of putting him in front of me again. Because Tang Lei is out there somewhere with clean meridians and his uncle's spear and several thousand years of an emperor's burned life inside his bones, and he does not know what I did, and one day he will. Because the Kangoo Dragon Court still exists, and I made a promise about that on a ridge in the south with an old man's ashes on my hands, and I don't make promises I intend to negotiate. And because of the thing the human king told me on the ridge above the graves and would not put a number on, 10 races sit above every world there is. They have sat there since the beginning, and for 100,000 years they have been coming into human realms, taking people apart, buying institutions, planting men in them, all to answer one question that keeps them awake. How does a race that is not one of the 10 keep producing someone who can open a door that is supposed to be sealed? 2 people in all of human history have opened it. As of last month, there are 3 of us, and they know exactly where I live.